Section 18 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad.
Chapter 21 of Power, Part 4.
Section 66. 2. As to things good or bad in their consequences, and by the aptness is in them to procure us good or evil in the future, we judge amiss several ways. 1. When we judge that so much evil does not really depend on them, as in truth there does. 2. When we judge that though the consequence be of that moment, yet it is not of that certainty, but that it may otherwise fall out, or else by some means be avoided, as by industry, address, change, repentance, etc. That these are wrong ways of judging were easy to show in every particular, if I would examine them at large singly. But I shall only mention this in general, viz., that it is a very wrong and irrational way of proceeding, to venture a greater good or a less, upon uncertain guesses, and before a due examination be made proportionable to the weightiness of the matter, and the concernment it is to us not to mistake. This, I think, every one must confess, especially if he considers the usual causes of his wrong judgment, whereof these following are some. Section 67. 1. Ignorance. He that judges without informing himself to the utmost that he is capable cannot acquit himself of judging amiss. 2. Inadvertency. When a man overlooks even that which he does know. This is an affected and present ignorance, which misleads our judgments as much as the other. Judging is, as it were, balancing an account, and determining on which side the odds lie. If therefore either side be huddled up in haste, and several of the sums that should have gone into the reckoning be overlooked and left out, this precipitancy causes as wrong a judgment, as if it were a perfect ignorance. That which most commonly causes this is the prevalency of some present pleasure or pain, heightened by our feeble passionate nature, most strongly wrought on by what is present. To check this precipitancy, our understanding or reason was given us, if we will make a right use of it, to search and see, and then judge thereupon. Without liberty, the understanding would be to no purpose. Without understanding, liberty, if it could be, would signify nothing. If a man sees what would do him good or harm, what would make him happy or miserable, without being able to move himself one step towards or from it, what is he the better for seeing? And he that is at liberty to ramble in perfect darkness, what is his liberty better than if he were driven up and down as a bubble by the force of the wind? The being acted by a blind impulse from without or from within is little odds. The first, therefore, and great use of liberty is to hinder blind precipitancy. The principal exercise of freedom is to stand still, open the eyes, look about, and take a view of the consequence of what we are going to do, as much as the weight of the matter requires. How much sloth and negligence, heat and passion, the prevalency of fashion, of required indispositions, do severely contribute on occasion to these wrong judgments, I shall not here further inquire. I shall only add one other false judgment, which I think necessary to mention, because perhaps it is little taken notice of, though of great influence. Section 68. All men desire happiness. That is past doubt. But, as has been already observed, when they are rid of pain, they are apt to take up with any pleasure at hand, or that custom has endeared to them, to rest satisfied in that, and and so being happy, till some new desire disturbs that happiness, and shows them that they are not so. They look no farther, nor is the will determined to any action, in pursuit of any other known or apparent good. For since we find that we cannot enjoy all sorts of good, but one excludes another, we do not fix our desires on every apparent greater good, unless it be judged to be necessary to our happiness. If we think we can be happy without it, it moves us not. This is another occasion to men of judging wrong, when they take not that to be necessary to their happiness, which really is so. This mistake misleads us both in the choice of the good we aim at, and very often in the means to it, when it is a remote good. But, which way ever it be, either producing it where really it is not, or by neglecting the means as not necessary to it. When a man misses his great end, happiness, he will acknowledge he judged not right. That which contributes to this mistake is the real or supposed unpleasantness of the actions, which are the way to this end, it seeming so preposterous a thing to men, to make themselves unhappy in order to happiness, that they do not easily bring themselves to it. Section 69. The last inquiry, therefore, concerning this matter is, whether it be in a man's power to change the pleasantness and unpleasantness that accompanies any sort of action. And as to that, it is plain, in many cases he can. Men may and should correct their palates, and give relish to what either has, or they suppose has none. The relish of the mind is as various as that of the body, and like that, too may be altered. And it is a mistake to think that men cannot change the displeasingness or indifferency that is in actions into pleasure and desire, if they will do but what is in their power. A due consideration will do it in some cases, and practice, application, and custom in most. Bread or tobacco may be neglected where they are shown to be useful to health, because of an indifferency or disrelish to them. Reason and consideration at first recommend, and begin their trial, and use finds, or custom makes them pleasant. That this is so in virtue too is very certain. Actions are pleasing or displeasing, either in themselves, or considered as a means to a greater or more desirable end. The eating of a well-seasoned dish, suited to a man's palate, may move the mind by the delight itself that accompanies the eating, without reference to any other end, to which the consideration of the pleasure there is in health and strength, to which that meat is subservient, may add a new gusto, able to make us swallow an ill-relished potion. In the latter of these, any action is rendered more or less pleasing only by the contemplation of the end, and the being more or less persuaded of its tendency to it, or necessary connection with it. But the pleasure of the action itself is best acquired or increased by use and practice. Trials often reconcile us to that, which at a distance we looked on with aversion, and by repetitions wear us into a liking of what possibly in the first essay displeased us. Habits have powerful charms, and put so strong attractions of easiness and pleasure into what we accustom ourselves to, that we cannot forbear to do, or at least be easy, in the omission of actions which habitual practice has suited, and thereby recommends to us. Though this be very visible, and every one's experience shows him he can do so, yet it is a part of the conduct of men towards their happiness, neglected to a degree that it will be possibly entertained as a paradox, if it be said that men can make things or actions more or less pleasing to themselves, and thereby remedy that to which one may justly impute a great deal of their wandering. Fashion and the common opinion having settled wrong notions, and education and custom ill habits, the just values of things are misplaced, and the palates of men corrupted. Pains should be taken to rectify these, and contrary habits change our pleasures, and give a relish to that which is necessary or conducive to our happiness. This every one must confess he can do. And when happiness is lost and misery overtakes him, he will confess he did amiss in neglecting it, and condemn himself for it. And I ask every one whether he has not often done so. Section 70. I shall not now enlarge any farther on the wrong judgments and neglect of what is in their power, whereby men mislead themselves. This would make a volume, and is not my business. Whatever false notions or shameful neglect of what is in their power may put men out of their way to happiness, and distract them, as we see, into so different courses of life, this yet is certain,
that morality, established upon its true foundations,
cannot but determine the choice in any one that will but consider. And he that will not be so far in rational creature as to reflect seriously upon infinite happiness and misery, must needs condemn himself as not making that use of his understanding he should. The rewards and punishments of another life which the Almighty has established as the enforcements of his law are of weight enough to determine the choice against whatever pleasure or pain this life can show when the eternal state is considered, but in its bare possibility, which nobody can make any doubt of. He that will allow exquisite and endless happiness to be but the possible consequence of a good life here, and the contrary state the possible reward of a bad one, must own himself to judge very much amiss if he does not conclude that a virtuous life, with the certain expectation of everlasting bliss which may come, is to be preferred to a vicious one, with the fear of that dreadful state of misery which it is very possible may overtake the guilty, or at best the terrible, uncertain hope of annihilation. This is evidently so, though the virtuous life here had nothing but pain, and the vicious continual pleasure, which yet is, for the most part, quite otherwise, and wicked men have not much the odds to brag of, even in their present possession. Nay, all things rightly considered, have, I think, even the worst part here. But when infinite happiness is put into one scale against infinite misery in the other, if the worst that comes to the pious man, if he mistakes, be the best that the wicked man attain to, if he be in the right, who can without madness run the venture? Who in his wits would choose to come within a possibility of infinite misery, which, if he miss, there is yet nothing to be got by that hazard, whereas, on the other side, the Superman ventures nothing against infinite happiness to be got, if his expectation comes to pass. If the good man be in the right, he is eternally happy. If he mistakes, he is not miserable, he feels nothing. On the other side, if the wicked be in the right, he is not happy. If he mistakes, he is infinitely miserable. Must it not be a most manifest wrong judgment that does not presently see to which side, in this case, the preference is to be given? I have forborne to mention anything of the certainty or probability of a future state, designing here to show the wrong judgment that any one must allow he makes upon his own principles, laid how he pleases, who prefers the short pleasures of a vicious life upon any consideration, whilst he knows and cannot be but certain that a future life is at least possible. Section 71. To conclude this inquiry into human liberty, which, as it stood before, I myself, from the beginning, fearing, and a very judicious friend of mine, since the publication, suspecting to have some mistake in it, though he could not particularly show it me, I was put upon a stricter review of this chapter, wherein, lighting upon a very easy and scarce observable slip I had made, in putting one seemingly indifferent word for another, that discovery opened to me this present view, which here, in this edition, I submit to the learned world, and which, in short, is this: liberty is a power to act or not to act, according as the mind directs, a power to direct the operative faculties to motion or rest. In particular instances is that which we call the will, that which, in the train of our voluntary actions, determines the will to any change of operation, is some present uneasiness, which is, or at least is always accompanied with, that of desire. Desire is always moved by evil to fly it, because a total freedom from pain always makes a necessary part of our happiness. But every good, nay, every greater good, does not constantly move desire, because it may not make, or may not be taken to make any necessary part of our happiness. For all that we desire is only to be happy. But though this general desire of happiness operates constantly and invariably, yet the satisfaction of any particular desire can be suspended from determining the will to any subservient action, till we have maturely examined whether the particular apparent good which we then desire makes a part of our real happiness, or be consistent or inconsistent with it. The result of our judgment upon that examination is what ultimately determines the man, who could not be free if his will were determined by anything but his own desire, guided by his own judgment. I know that liberty by some is placed in an indifferency of the man, antecedent to the determination of his will. I wish they, who lay so much stress on such an antecedent indifferency, as they call it, had told us plainly whether this supposed indifferency be antecedent to the thought and judgment of the understanding, as well as to the degree of the will. For it is pretty hard to state it between them, i.e., immediately after the judgment of the understanding, and before the determination of the will, because the determination of the will immediately follows the judgment of the understanding, and to place liberty in an indifferency antecedent to the thought and judgment of the understanding seems to me to place liberty in a state of darkness, wherein we can neither see nor say anything of it. At least it places it in a subject incapable of it, no agent being allowed capable of liberty, but in consequence of thought and judgment. I am not nice about phrases, and therefore consent to say, with those that love to speak so, that liberty is placed in indifferency, but it is an indifferency which remains after the judgment of the understanding, yea, even after the determination of the will, and that is an indifferency not of the man, for after he has once judged which is best, viz., to do or forbear, he is no longer indifferent, but an indifferency of the operative powers of the man, which remaining equally able to operate or to forbear operating after, as before the decree of the will, are in a state which, if one pleases, may be called indifferency, and as far as this indifferency reaches, a man is free, and no farther. For example, I have the ability to move my hand, or to let it rest. That operative power is indifferent to move, or not to move my hand. I am then, in that respect, perfectly free. My will determines that operative power to rest. I am yet free, because the indifferency of that, my operative power to act, or not to act, still remains. The power of moving my hand is not at all impaired by the determination of my will, which at present orders rest. The indifferency of that power to act or not to act is just as it was before, as will appear if the will puts it to the trial by ordering the contrary. But if during the rest of my hand it be seized by a sudden palsy, the indifferency of that operative power is gone, and with it my liberty. I have no longer freedom in that respect, but am under a necessity of letting my hand rest. On the other side, if my hand be put into motion by a convulsion, the indifferency of that operative faculty is taken away by that motion, and my liberty in that case is lost, for I am under a necessity of having my hand move. I have added this to show in what sort of indifferency liberty seems to me to consist, and not in any other, real or imaginary. Section 72. True notions concerning the nature and extent of liberty are of so great importance that I hope I shall be pardoned this digression, which my attempt to explain it has led me into. The idea of will, volition, liberty, and necessity in this chapter of power came naturally in my way. In a former edition of this treatise, I gave an account of my thoughts concerning them according to the light I then had. And now, as a lover of truth, and not a worshipper of my own doctrines, I own some change of my opinion, which I think I have discovered ground for. In what I first writ, I with an unbiassed indifferency followed truth, whither I thought she led me. But neither being so vain as to fancy infallibility, nor so disingenuous as to dissemble my mistakes, for fear of blemishing my reputation, I have, with the same sincere design for truth only, not been ashamed to publish what a severer inquiry has suggested. It is not impossible but that some may think my former notions right, and some, as I have already found, these latter, and some neither. I shall not at all wonder at this variety in men's opinions. Impartial deductions of reason in controverted points being so rare, and exact ones in abstract notions not so very easy, especially if of any length, and therefore I should think myself not a little beholden to any one, who would upon these or any other grounds fairly clear the subject of liberty from any difficulties that may yet remain. Before I close this chapter, it may perhaps be to our purpose, and help to give us clearer conceptions about power, if we make our thoughts take a little more exact survey of action. I have said before that we have ideas, but of two sorts of action, viz., motion and thinking. These, in truth, though called and counted actions, yet if nearly considered, will not be found to be always perfectly so. For, if I mistake not, there are instances of both kinds, which, upon due consideration, will be found rather passions than actions, and consequently so far the effects fairly of passive powers in those subjects, which yet, on their accounts, are thought agents. For in these instances, the substance that hath motion or thought receives the impression where it is put into that action purely from without, and so acts merely by the capacity it has to receive such an impression from some external agent, and such a power is not properly an active power, but a mere capacity in the subject. Sometimes the substance or agent puts itself into action by its own power, and this is properly active power. Whatsoever modification a substance has, whereby it produces any effect, that is called action. For example, a solid substance by motion operates on or alters the sensible ideas of another substance, and therefore this modification of motion we call action. But yet this motion in that solid substance is, when rightly considered, but a passion, if it received it only from some external agent, so that the active power of motion is in no substance which cannot begin motion in itself or in another substance when at rest. So likewise in thinking, a power to receive ideas or thoughts from the operation of any external substance is called a power of thinking. But this is but a passive power or capacity. But to be able to bring into view ideas out of sight at one's own choice, and to compare which of them one thinks fit, this is an active power. This reflection may be of some use to preserve us from mistakes about powers and actions, which grammar and the common frame of languages may be apt to lead us into, since what is signified by verbs that grammarians call active does not always signify action. For example, this proposition, I see the moon, or a star, or I feel the heat of the sun, though expressed by a verb active, does not signify any action in me whereby I operate on those substances, but the reception of the ideas of light, roundness, and heat, wherein I am not active, but barely passive, and cannot in that position of my eyes or body avoid receiving them. But when I turn my eyes another way, or remove my body out of the sunbeams, I am properly active, because of my own choice. By a power within myself, I put myself into that motion. Such an action is the product of active power. Section 73. And thus I have, in a short draft, given a view of our original ideas, from whence all the rest are derived, and of which they are made up, which if I would consider as a philosopher, and examine on what causes they depend, and of what they are made, I believe they all might be reduced to these very few primary and original ones, viz., extension, solidity, mobility, or the power of being moved, which by our senses we receive from body, perceptivity, or the power of perception, or thinking, motivity, or the power of moving, which by reflection we receive from our minds. I crave leave to make use of these two new words, to avoid the danger of being mistaken in the use of those which are equivocal, to which if we and existence, duration, number, which belong both to the one and the other, we have perhaps all the original ideas on which the rest depend. For by these, I imagine, might be explained the nature of colours, sounds, tastes, smells, and all other ideas we have. If we had the faculties acute enough to perceive the severally modified extensions and motions of these minute bodies which produce those several sensations in us. But my present purpose being only to inquire into the knowledge the mind has of things, by those ideas and appearances which God has fitted it to receive from them, and how the mind comes by that knowledge rather than into their causes, or manner of production, I shall not, contrary to the design of this essay, set myself to inquire philosophically into the particular constitution of bodies and the configuration of parts, whereby we have the power to produce in us the ideas of their sensible qualities. I shall not enter any farther into that disquisition, it sufficing to my purpose to observe that gold or saffron has a power to produce in us the idea of yellow, snow or milk the idea of white, which we can only have by our sight without examining the texture of the parts of those bodies, or the particular figures or motion of the particles which rebound from them, to cause in us that particular sensation, though when we go beyond the bare ideas in our minds, and would inquire into their causes, we cannot conceive anything else to be in any sensible object whereby it produces different ideas in us, but the different bulk, figure, number, texture, and motion
of its insensible parts.
End of section 18. Recording by Chad.
Section 19 of an essay concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Franklin Rios.
Chapter 22
of Mixed Modes. 1. Having treated of simple modes in the foregoing chapters, and given several instances of some of the most considerable of them, to show what they are, and how we come by them, we are now in the next place to consider those we call mixed modes. Such are the complex ideas we mark by the names obligation, drunkenness, a lie, etc., which consisting of several combinations of simple ideas of different kinds, I have called mixed modes, to distinguish them from the more simple modes, which consist only of simple ideas of the same kind. These mixed modes, being also such combinations of simple ideas as are not looked upon to be characteristical marks of any real beings that have a steady existence, but scattered and independent ideas put together by the mind, are thereby distinguished from the complex ideas of substances. 2. That the mind, in respect of its simple ideas, is wholly passive, and receives them all from the existence and operations of things, such as sensation or reflection offers them, without being able to make any one idea, experience shows us. But if we attentively consider these ideas I call mixed modes, we are now speaking of, we shall find their original quite different. The mind often exercises an active power in making these several combinations, for, it being once furnished with simple ideas, it can put them together in several compositions, and so make variety of complex ideas, without examining whether they exist so together in nature. And hence I think it is that these ideas are called notions, as if they had their original and constant existence more in the thoughts of men than in the reality of things. And to form such ideas, it sufficed that the mind put the parts of them together, and that they were consistent in the understanding, without considering whether they had any real being, though I do not deny but several of them might be taken from observation and the existence of several simple ideas so combined as they are put together in the understanding. For the man who first framed the idea of hypocrisy might have either taken it at first from the observation of one who made show of good qualities which he had not, or else have framed that idea in his mind without having any such pattern to fashion it by. For it is evident that, in the beginning of languages and societies of men, several of those complex ideas, which were consequent to the constitutions established amongst them, must needs have been in the minds of men before they existed anywhere else, and that many names that stood for such complex ideas were in use. And so those ideas, framed before the combinations they stood for ever existed. 3. Indeed, now that languages are made and abound with words standing for some combinations, an usual way of getting these complex ideas is by the explication of those terms that stand for them. For, consisting of a company of simple ideas combined, they may, by words standing for those simple ideas, be represented to the mind of those who understands those words, though that complex combination of simple ideas were never offered to his mind by the real existence of things. Thus a man may come to have an idea of sacrilege or murder by enumerating to him the simple ideas which these words stand for, without ever seeing either of them committed. 4. Every mixed mode consisting of many distinct simple ideas, it seems reasonable to inquire whence it has its unity, and how such a precise multitude comes to make but one idea, since that combination does not always exist together in nature. To which I answer, it is plain it has its unity from an act of the mind, combining those several simple ideas together, and considering them as one complex one, consisting of those parts, and the mark of this union, or that which is looked on generally to complete it, is one name given to that combination. For it is by their names that men commonly regulate their account of their distinct species of mixed modes, seldom allowing or considering any number of simple ideas to make one complex one, but such collections as there be names for. Thus, though the killing of an old man be as fit in nature to be united into one complex idea as the killing a man's father, yet there be no name standing precisely for the one, as there is the name for parasite to mark the other. It is not taken for a particular complex idea, nor a distinct species of actions from that of killing a young man or any other man. 5. If we should inquire a little further, we see what it is that occasions men to make several combinations of simple ideas into distinct, and, as it were, settled modes, and neglect others, which in the nature of things themselves have as much an aptness to be combined and make distinct ideas. We shall find the reason of it to be the end of language, which being to mark or communicate men's thoughts to one another, with all the dispatch that may be, they usually make such collections of ideas into complex modes, and affix names to it, as they have frequent use of in their way of living and conversation, leaving others, which they have but seldom an occasion to mention, loose and without names that tie them together, they rather choosing to enumerate, when they have need, such ideas as make them up by the particular names that stand for them, than to trouble their memories by multiplying of complex ideas with names to them, which they seldom or never have any occasion to make use of. 6. This shows us how it comes to pass that there are in any language many particular words which cannot be rendered by one single word of another, for the several fashions, customs, and manners of one nation, making several combinations of ideas familiar and necessary in one, which another people have had never an occasion to make, or perhaps so much as to take notice of, names come of course to be annexed to them, to avoid long periphrases and things of daily conversation, and so they become so many distinct, complex ideas in their minds. Thus, ostrakismos amongst the Greeks and proscriptio amongst the Romans were words which other languages had no names that exactly answered, because they stood for complex ideas which were not in the minds of the men of other nations. Where there was no custom, there was no notion of any such actions, no use of such combination of ideas as were united, and, as it were, tied together by those terms, and therefore in other countries there were no names for them. 7. Hence also we may see the reason why languages constantly change, take up new, and lay by old terms. Because change of customs and opinions bringing with it new combinations of ideas, which it is necessary frequently to think on and talk about, new names, to avoid long descriptions, are annexed to them, and so they become new species of complex modes. What a number of different ideas are, by this means, wrapped up in one short sound, and how much of our time and breath is thereby saved, anyone will see who will but take the pains to enumerate all the ideas that either reprieve or appeal stand for, and instead of either of those names, use a periphrasis to make anyone understand their meaning. 8. Though I shall have occasion to consider this more at large when I come to treat of words and their use, yet I could not avoid to take this much notice here of the names of mixed modes, which, by fleeting and transient combinations of simple ideas, which have but a short existence anywhere in the minds of men, and there too have no longer any existence, than whilst they are thought on, have not so much anywhere the appearance of a constant and lasting existence as in their names, which are therefore, in this sort of ideas, very apt to be taken for the ideas themselves. For if we should inquire where the idea of a triumph or apotheosis exists, it is evident they could neither of them exist altogether anywhere in the things themselves, being actions that required time to their performance, and so could never all exist together. And as to the minds of men, where the ideas of these actions are supposed to be lodged, they have there too a very uncertain existence, and therefore we are apt to annex them to the names that excite them in us. 9. There are therefore 3 ways whereby to get these complex ideas of mixed modes. 1. By experience and observation of things themselves. Thus, by seeing 2 men wrestle or fence, we get the idea of wrestling or fencing. 2. By invention or voluntary putting together of several simple ideas in our own minds, so he that first invented printing or etching had an idea of it in his mind before it ever existed. 3. Which is the most usual way, by explaining the names of actions we never saw, or emotions we cannot see, and by enumerating, and thereby, as it were, setting before our imaginations all those ideas which go to the making them up, and are the constituent parts of them. For having by sensation and reflection stored our minds with simple ideas, and by use got the names that stand for them, we can by those means represent to another any complex idea we would have him conceive, so that it has in it no simple ideas, but what he knows, and has with us the same name for. For all our complex ideas are ultimately resolvable into simple ideas, of which they are compounded and originally made up, though perhaps their immediate ingredients, as I may so say, are also complex ideas. Thus, the mixed mode which the word lie stands for is made of these simple ideas. 1. Articulate sounds. 2. Certain ideas in the mind of the speaker. 3. Those words, the signs of those ideas. 4. Those signs put together by affirmation or negation, otherwise than the ideas they stand for are in the mind of the speaker. I think I need not go any further in the analysis of that complex idea we call a lie. What I have said is enough to show that it is made up of simple ideas, and it could not be but an offensive tediousness to my reader to trouble him with a more minute enumeration of every particular simple idea that goes to this complex one, which, from what has been said, he cannot but be able to make out of himself. The same may be done in all our complex ideas whatsoever, which, however compounded and decompounded, may at last be resolved into simple ideas, which are all the materials of knowledge or thought we have or can have. Nor shall we have reason to fear that the mind is hereby stinted to too scanty a number of ideas, if we consider what its inexhaustible stock of simple modes, number, and figure alone afford us. How far then mixed modes, which admit of the various combinations of different simple ideas, and their infinite modes, are from being few and scanty, we may easily imagine. So that, before we have done, we shall see that nobody need be afraid he shall not have scope and compass enough for his thoughts to range in, though they be, as I pretend, confined only to simple ideas, received from sensation or reflection, and their several combinations. 10. It is worth our observing which of all our simple ideas have been most modified, and had most mixed ideas made out of them, with names given to them. And those have been these three, thinking and motion, which are the two ideas which comprehend in them all action, and power, from whence these actions are conceived to flow. These simple ideas, I say, of thinking, motion, and power, have been those which have been most modified, and out of whose modifications have been made most complex modes, with names to them. For action being the great business of mankind, and the whole matter about which all laws are conversant, it is no wonder that the several modes of thinking and motion should be taken notice of, the ideas of them observed and laid up in the memory, and have names assigned to them, without which laws could be but ill made, or vice and disorders repressed. Nor could any communication be well had amongst men without such complex ideas, with names to them, and therefore men have settled names and supposed settled ideas in their minds, of modes of actions, distinguished by their causes, means, objects, ends, instruments, time, place, and other circumstances, and also of their powers fitted for those actions, v.g. boldness is the power to speak or do what we intend before others without fear or disorder. And the Greeks call the confidence of speaking by a peculiar name, paresia, which power or ability in man in doing anything, when it has been acquired by frequent doing the same thing, is that idea we name habit. When it is forward and ready upon every occasion to break into action, we call it disposition. Thus, testiness is a disposition or aptness to be angry. To conclude, let us examine any modes of action, v.g. consideration and assent, which are actions of the mind, running and speaking, which are actions of the body, revenge and murder, which are actions of both together, and we shall find them but so many collections of simple ideas, which, together, make up the complex ones signified by those names. 11. Power being the source from whence all action proceeds, the substances wherein these powers are, when they exert their power into acts, are called causes, and the substances which thereupon are produced, or the simple ideas which are introduced into any subject by the exerting of that power, are called effects. The efficacy whereby the new substance or idea is produced is called, in the subject exerting that power, action, but in the subject wherein any simple idea is changed or produced, it is called passion, which efficacy, however various, and the effects almost infinite, yet we can, I think, conceive it in intellectual agents to be nothing else but modes of thinking and willing, in corporeal agents nothing else but modifications of motion. I think we cannot conceive it to be any other but these two. For whatever sort of action besides these produce any effects, I confess myself to have no notion nor idea of, and so it is quite remote from my thoughts, apprehensions, and knowledge, and as much in the dark to me as 5 other senses, or as the ideas of colors to a blind man, and therefore many words may seem to express some action, signify nothing of the action or modus operandi at all, but barely the effect with some circumstances of the subject wrought on, or cause operating, v.g. creation, annihilation, contain in them no idea of the action or manner whereby they are produced, but barely of the cause and the thing done. And when a countryman says the cold freezes water, though the word freezing seems to import some action, yet truly signifies nothing but the effect, viz. That water was before fluid is become hard and consistent, without containing any idea of the action whereby it is done. 12. I think I shall not need to remark here that, though power and action make the greatest part of mixed modes, marked by names, and the familiar in the minds and mouths of men, yet other simple ideas, and their several combinations, are not excluded. Much less, I think, will it be necessary for me to enumerate all the mixed modes which have been settled with names to them. That would be to make a dictionary of the greatest part of the words made use of in divinity, ethics, law, and politics, and several other sciences. And that is requisite to my present design, is to show what sort of ideas those are which I call mixed modes, how the mind comes by them, and that they are combinations made up of simple ideas got from sensation and reflection, which I suppose I have done. End of section 19. Recording by Franklin Villas.
Section 20 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23 of Our Complex Ideas of Substances. 1. The mind, being, as I have declared, furnished with a great number of the simple ideas conveyed in by the senses as they are found in exterior things, or by reflection on its own operations, takes notice also that a certain number of these simple ideas go constantly together, which being presumed to belong to one thing, and words being suited to common apprehensions and made use of for quick dispatch, are called so united in one subject by one name, which by inadvertency we are apt afterward to talk of and consider as one simple idea, which indeed is a complication of many ideas together, because, as I have said, not imagining how these simple ideas can subsist by themselves, we accustom ourselves to suppose some substratum wherein they do subsist, and from which they do result, which therefore we call substance. 2. So that if any one will examine himself concerning his notion of pure substance in general, he will find he has no other idea of it at all, but only a supposition of he knows not what support of such qualities, which are capable of producing simple ideas in us, which qualities are commonly called accidents. If any one should be asked, what is the subject wherein color or weight inheres, he would have nothing to say but the solid extended parts. And if he were demanded, what is that solidity and extension adhere in, he would not be in a much better case than the Indian before mentioned, who, saying that the world was supported by a great elephant, was asked what the elephant rested on, to which his answer was a great tortoise, but being again pressed to know what gave support to the broad-backed tortoise, replied, something he knew not what. And thus here, as in all other cases, where we use words without having clear and distinct ideas, we talk like children, who, being questioned what such a thing is, which they know not, readily gives this satisfactory answer, that it is something, which in truth signifies no more, when so used, either by children or men, but that they know not what, and that the thing they pretend to know and talk of is what they have no distinct idea of at all, and so are perfectly ignorant of it and in the dark. The idea, then, we have, to which we give the general name substance, being nothing but the supposed but unknown support of those qualities we find existing which we imagine cannot subsist sine re substante, without something to support them. We call that support substantia, which, according to the true import of the word, is, in plain English, standing under or upholding. 3. An obscure and relative idea of substance, in general, being thus made, we come to have the ideas of particular sorts of substances, by collecting such combinations of simple ideas as are, by experience and observation of men's senses, taken notice of to exist together, and are therefore supposed to flow from the particular internal constitution or unknown essence of that substance. Thus we come to have the ideas of a man, horse, gold, water, etc., of which substances, whether any one has any other clear idea further than of certain simple ideas coexistent together, I appeal to everyone's own experience. It is the ordinary qualities observable in iron or in diamond put together that make the true complex idea of those substances, which a smith or a jeweler commonly knows better than a philosopher, who, whatever substantial forms he may talk of, has no idea of those substances than what is framed by a collection of those simple ideas which are to be found in them. Only we must take notice that our complex ideas of substances, besides all those simple ideas they are made up of, have always the confused idea of something to which they belong, and in which they subsist. And therefore, when we speak of any sort of substance, we say it is a thing having such or such qualities, as body is a thing that is extended, figured, and capable of motion, spirit a thing capable of thinking, and so hardness, friability, and power to draw iron, we say, are qualities to be found in a lodestone. These and the like fashions of speaking intimate that the substance is supposed always something besides the extension, figure, solidity, motion, thinking, or other observable ideas, though we know not what it is. 4. Hence, when we talk or think of any particular sort of corporeal substances, as horse, stone, etc., though the idea we have of either of them be but the complication or collection of those several simple ideas of sensible qualities which we used to find united in the thing called horse or stone, yet because we cannot conceive how they should subsist alone, nor one in another, we suppose them existing in and supported by some common subject, which support we denote by the name substance, though it be certain we have no clear or distinct idea of that thing we suppose a support. 5. The same thing happens concerning the operations of the mind, that is to say, thinking, reasoning, fearing, etc., which we, concluding not to subsist of themselves, nor apprehending how they can belong to body or be produced by it, we are apt to think these the actions of some other substance which we call spirit, whereby yet it is evident that having no other idea or notion of the matter, but something wherein those many sensible qualities which affect our senses do subsist, By supposing a substance wherein thinking, knowing, doubting, and a power of moving, etc., do subsist, we have as clear a notion of the substance of spirit as we have of body. That one being supposed to be, without knowing what it is, the substratum to those simple ideas we have from without, and the other supposed, with a like ignorance of what it is, to be the substratum to those operations we experiment in ourselves within. It is plain, then, that the idea of corporeal substance in matter is as remote from our conceptions and apprehensions as that of spiritual substance or spirit, and therefore from our not having any notion of the substance of spirit, we can no more conclude its non-existence than we can for the same reason deny the existence of body, it being as rational to affirm there is no body, because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of matter, as to say there is no spirit, because we have no clear and distinct idea of the substance of a spirit. 6. Whatever, therefore, be the secret abstract nature of substance in general, all the ideas we have of particular distinct sorts of substances are nothing but several combinations of simple ideas, coexisting in such, though unknown, cause of their union, as makes the whole subsist of itself. It is by such combinations of simple ideas, and nothing else, that we represent particular sorts of substances to ourselves. Such are the ideas we have of their several species in our minds, and such only do we, by their specific names, signify to others, for example, man, horse, sun, water, iron, upon hearing which words every one who understands the language frames in his mind a combination of those several simple ideas, which he has usually observed or fancied to exist together under the denomination, all which he supposes to rest in and be, as it were, adherent to that unknown common subject which inheres not in anything else. Though in the meantime it be manifest, and every one, upon inquiry into his own thoughts, will find that he has no other idea of any substance, for example, let it be gold, horse, iron, man, vitriol, bread, but what he has barely of those sensible qualities which he supposes to inhere, with a supposition of such a substratum as gives, as it were, a support to those qualities or simple ideas which he has observed to exist united together. Thus the idea of the sun, which it is but an aggregate of those several simple ideas, bright, hot, roundish, having a constant regular motion at a certain distance from us, and perhaps some other, as he who thinks and discourses of the sun has been more or less accurate in observing those sensible qualities, ideas, or properties which are in that thing which he calls the sun. 7. For he has the perfectest idea of any of the particular sorts of substances, who has gathered and put together most of those simple ideas which do exist in it, among which are to be reckoned its active powers and passive capacities, which, though not simple ideas, yet in this respect, for brevity's sake, may conveniently enough be reckoned amongst them. Thus the power of drawing iron is one of the ideas of the complex one of that substance we call a lodestone, and power to be so drawn is a part of the complex one we call iron, which powers pass for inherent qualities in those subjects. Because every substance, being as apt, by the powers we observe in it, to change some sensible qualities in other subjects, as it is to produce in us those simple ideas which we receive immediately from it, does, by those new sensible qualities introduced into other subjects, discover to us those powers which do thereby immediately affect our senses, as regularly as its sensible qualities do it immediately. For example, we immediately, by our senses, perceive in fire its heat and color, which are, if rightly considered, nothing but powers in it to produce those ideas in us. We also by our senses perceive the color and brittleness of charcoal, whereby we come by the knowledge of another power in fire, which it has to change the color and consistency of wood. By the former, fire immediately; by the latter, it immediately discovers to us these several qualities, which therefore we look upon to be a part of the qualities of fire, and so make them a part of the complex idea of it. For all those powers that we take cognizance of, terminating only in the alteration of some sensible qualities in those subjects on which they operate, and so making them exhibit to us new sensible ideas, therefore it is that I have reckoned these powers amongst the simple ideas which make the complex ones of the sort of substances. Though these powers considered in themselves are truly complex ideas, and in this looser sense I crave leave to be understood when I name any of these potentialities among the simple ideas which we recollect in our minds when we think of particular substances, for the powers that are severally in them are necessary to be considered, if we will have true distinct notions of the several sorts of substances. 8. Nor are we to wonder that powers make a great part of our complex ideas of substances, since their secondary qualities are those which in most of them serve principally to distinguish substances one from another, and commonly make a considerable part of the complex idea of the several sorts of them. For our senses, failing us in the discovery of the bulk, texture, and figure of the minute parts of bodies on which their real constitutions and differences depend, we are fain to make use of their secondary qualities as the characteristical notes and marks whereby to frame ideas of them in our minds and distinguish them one from another, all which secondary qualities has been shown are nothing but bare powers. For the color and taste of opium are, as well as its soporific or anodyne virtues, mere powers, depending on its primary qualities, whereby it is fitted to produce different operations on different parts of our bodies. 9. The ideas that make our complex ones of corporeal substances are of these three sorts. First, the ideas of the primary qualities of things, which are discovered by our senses, and are in them even when we perceive them not. Such are the bulk, figure, number, situation, and motion of the parts of bodies, which are really in them, whether we take notice of them or not. Secondly, the sensible secondary qualities, which, depending on these, are nothing but the powers those substances have to produce several ideas in us by our senses, which ideas are not in the things themselves otherwise than as anything is in its cause. Thirdly, the aptness we consider in any substance to give or receive such alterations of primary qualities as that the substance so altered should produce in us different ideas from what it did before. These are called active and passive powers, all which powers, as far as we have any notice or notion of them, terminate only in sensible, simple ideas. For whatever alteration a lodestone has the power to make in the minute particles of iron, we should have no notion of any power it had at all to operate on iron, did not its sensible motion discover it. And I doubt not but there are 1,000 changes that bodies we daily handle have a power to use in one another, which we never suspect, because they never appear in sensible effects. 10. Powers therefore justly make a great part of our complex ideas of substances. He that will examine his complex idea of gold will find several of its ideas that make it up to be only powers, as the power of being melted, but of not spending itself in the fire, of being dissolved in aqua regia, are ideas as necessary to make up our complex idea of gold as its color and weight, which, if duly considered, are also nothing but different powers. For to speak truly, yellowness is not actually in gold, but is a power in gold to produce that idea in us by our eyes when placed in a due light, and the heat which we cannot leave out of our ideas of the sun is no more really in the sun than the white color it introduces into wax. These are both equally powers in the sun, operating by the motion and figure of its sensible parts so on a man as to make him have the idea of heat, and so on wax as to make it capable to produce in a man the idea of white. 11. Had we senses acute enough to discern the minute particles of bodies and the real constitution on which their sensible qualities depend, I doubt not but they would produce quite different ideas in us, and that which is now the yellow color of gold would then disappear, and instead of it we should see an admirable texture of parts of a certain size and figure. This microscopes plainly discover to us. For what to our naked eyes produce a certain color is by thus augmenting the acuteness of our senses, discovered to be quite a different thing, and the thus altering, as it were, the proportion of the bulk of the minute parts of a colored object to our usual sight produces different ideas from what it did before. Thus sand or pounded glass, which is opaque and white to the naked eye, is pellucid in a microscope, and a hair seen in this way loses its former color and is in a great measure pellucid, with a mixture of some bright sparkling colors, such as appear from the refraction of diamonds and other pellucid bodies. Blood to the naked eye appears all red, but by a good microscope, wherein its lesser parts appear, shows only some few globules of red swimming in a pellucid liquor, and how these red globules would appear if glasses could be found that could yet magnify them 1,000 or 10,000 times more, is uncertain. 12. The infinite wise contriver of us, and all things about us, hath fitted our senses, faculties, and organs to the conveniences of life, and the business we have to do here. We are able by our senses to know and distinguish things, and to examine them so far as to apply them to our uses, and several ways to accommodate the exigencies of this life. We have insight enough into their admirable contrivances and wonderful effects to admire and magnify the wisdom, power, and goodness of their author. Such a knowledge as this, which is suited to our present condition, we want not faculties to attain, but it appears that God intended we should have a perfect, clear, and adequate knowledge of them, that perhaps is not in the comprehension of any finite being. We are furnished with faculties, dull and weak as they are, to discover enough in the creatures to lead us to the knowledge of the Creator and the knowledge of our duty, and we are fitted well enough with abilities to provide for the conveniences of living. These are our business in the world. But were our senses altered and made much quicker and acuter, the appearance and outward scheme of things would have quite another face to us, and I am apt to think would be inconsistent with our being, or at least well-being, in this part of the universe which we inhabit. He that considers how little our constitution is able to bear a remove into parts of this air, not much higher than that we commonly breathe in, will have reason to be satisfied that in this globe of earth allotted for our mansion, the all-wise architect has suited our organs and the bodies that are to affect them one to another. If our sense of hearing were but 1,000 times quicker than it is, how would a perpetual noise distract us? And we should in the quietest retirement be able less to sleep or meditate than in the middle of a sea fight. Nay, if the most instructive of our senses, seeing, were in any man 1,000 or 100,000 times more acute than it is by the best microscope, things several millions of times less than the smallest object of his sight now would then be visible to his naked eyes, and so he would come nearer to the discovery of the texture and motion of the minute parts of corporeal things, and in many of them, probably, get ideas of their internal constitutions. But then he would be in quite a different world from other people. Nothing would appear the same to him and others. The visible ideas of everything would be different. So that I doubt whether he and the rest of men could discourse concerning the objects of sight, or have any communication about colors, their appearances being so wholly different. And perhaps such a quickness and tenderness of sight could not endure bright sunshine, or so much as open daylight, nor take in but a very small part of any object at once, and that too only at a very near distance. And if by the help of such microscopical eyes, if I may so call them, a man could penetrate further than ordinary into the secret composition and radical texture of bodies, he would not make any great advantage by the change, if such an acute sight would not serve to conduct him to the market and exchange, if he could not see things he was to avoid at a convenient distance, nor distinguish things he had to do with by those sensible qualities others do. He that was sharp-sighted enough to see the configuration of the minute particles of the spring of a clock, and observe upon what peculiar structure and impulse its elastic motion depends, would no doubt discover something very admirable. But if eyes so framed could not view at once the hand and the characters of the hour plate, and thereby at a distance see what o'clock it was, their owner could not be much benefited by that acuteness, which, whilst this discovered the secret contrivance of the parts of the machine, made him lose its use. End of section 20. Section 21 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23 of Our Complex Ideas of Substances, Part 2. 13. And here give me leave to propose an extravagant conjecture of mine, that is to say, that since we have some reason, if there be any credit to be given to the report of things that our philosophy cannot account for, to imagine that spirits can assume to themselves bodies of different bulk, figure, and conformation of parts, whether one great advantage some of them have over us may not lie in this, that they can so frame and shape to themselves organs of sensation or perception as to suit them to their present design and the circumstances of the object they would consider. For how much would that man exceed all others in knowledge who had but the faculty so to alter the structure of his eyes that one sense is to make it capable of all the several degrees of vision which the assistance of glasses, casually at first lighted on, has taught us to conceive? What wonders would he discover who could so fit his eyes to all sorts of objects as to see, when he pleased, the figure and motion of the minute particles in the blood and other juices of animals as distinctly as he does at other times the shape and motion of the animals themselves. But to us, in our present state, unalterable organs so contrived as to discover the figure and motion of the minute parts of bodies, whereon depend those sensible qualities we now observe in them, would perhaps be of no advantage. God has no doubt made them so, as is best for us in our present condition. He hath fitted us for the neighborhood of the bodies that surround us, and we have to do with, and though we cannot, by the faculties we have, attain to a perfect knowledge of things, yet they will serve us well enough for those ends above mentioned which are our great concernment. I beg my reader's pardon for laying before him so wild a fancy concerning the ways of perception of beings above us, but, how extravagant soever it be, I doubt whether we can imagine anything but the knowledge of angels but after this manner, some way or other in proportion to what we find and observe in ourselves. And though we cannot but allow that the infinite power and wisdom of God may frame creatures with 1,000 other faculties and ways of perceiving things without them than what we have, yet our thoughts can go no further than our own. So impossible it is for us to enlarge our very guesses beyond the ideas received from our own sensation and reflection. The supposition, at least, that angels do sometimes assume bodies needs not startle us, since some of the most ancient and most learned fathers of the Church seem to believe that they had bodies, and this is certain, that their state and way of existence is unknown to us. 14. But to return to the matter at hand, the ideas we have of substances, and the ways we come by them. I say our specific ideas of substances are nothing else but a collection of a certain number of simple ideas, considered as united in one thing. These ideas of substances, though they are commonly simple apprehensions, and the names of them simple terms, yet in effect are complex and compounded. Thus the idea which an Englishman signifies by the name swan is white color, long neck, red beak, black legs, and whole feet, and all these of a certain size, with a power of swimming in the water, and making a certain kind of noise, and perhaps to a man who has long observed this kind of bird some other properties, which all terminate in sensible simple ideas, all united in one common subject. 15. Besides the complex ideas we have of material, sensible substances, of which I have last spoken, by the simple ideas we have taken from those operations of our own minds which we experiment daily in ourselves, as thinking, understanding, willing, knowing, and power of beginning motion, etc., coexisting in some substance, we are able to frame the complex idea of an immaterial spirit, and thus, by putting together the ideas of thinking, perceiving, liberty, and power of moving themselves and other things, we have as clear perception and notion of immaterial substances as we have of material. For putting together the ideas of thinking and willing, or the power of moving or quieting corporeal motion, joined to substance, of which we have no distinct idea, we have the idea of an immaterial spirit, and by putting together the ideas of coherent solid parts and a power of being moved, joined with substance, of which likewise we have no positive idea, we have the idea of matter. The one is as clear and distinct as idea as the other, the idea of thinking and moving a body being as clear and distinct ideas as the ideas of extension, solidity, and being moved. For our idea of substance is equally obscure, or none at all, in both. It is but a supposed I know not what. To support those ideas we call accidents. It is for want reflection that we are apt to think that our senses show us nothing but material things. Every act of sensation, when duly considered, gives us an equal view of both parts of nature, the corporeal and spiritual. For whilst I know by seeing or hearing, etc., that there is some corporeal being without me, the object of that sensation, I do more certainly know that there is some spiritual being within me that sees and hears. This, I must be convinced, cannot be the action of bare insensible matter, nor ever could be, without an immaterial thinking being. 16. But the complex idea of extended, figured, colored, and all other sensible qualities, which is all that we know of it, we are as far from the idea of the substance of body as if we knew nothing at all, nor after all the acquaintance and familiarity which we imagine we have with matter, and the many qualities men assure themselves they perceive and know in bodies, will it perhaps upon examination be found that they have any more or clearer primary ideas belonging to body than they have belonging to immaterial spirit. 17. The primary ideas we have peculiar to body as contradistinguished to spirit are the cohesion of solid and consequently separable parts, and a power of communicating motion by impulse. These, I think, are the original ideas proper and peculiar to body, for figure is but the consequence of finite extension. 18. The ideas we have belonging and peculiar to spirit are thinking and will, or a power of putting body into motion by thought, and, which is consequent to it, liberty. For as body cannot but communicate its motion by impulse to another body which it meets with at rest, so the mind can put bodies into motion or forbear to do so as it pleases. The ideas of existence, duration, and mobility are common to them both. 19. There is no reason why it should be thought strange that I make mobility belonging to spirit, for having no other idea of motion but change of distance with other beings that are considered as at rest, and finding that spirits as well as bodies cannot operate but where they are, and that spirits do operate at several times in several places, I cannot but attribute change of place to all finite spirits. For of the infinite spirit I speak not here. For my soul, being a real being as well as my body, is certainly as capable of changing distance with any other body or being as body itself, and so is capable of motion. And if a mathematician can consider a certain distance or a change of that distance between 2 points, one may certainly conceive a distance and a change of distance between 2 spirits, and so conceive their motion, their approach or removal, one from another. 20. Everyone finds in himself that his soul can think, will, and operate on his body, in the place where that is, but cannot operate on a body or in a place 100 miles distant from it. Nobody can imagine that his soul can think or move a body at Oxford while he is at London. One cannot but know that, being united to his body, it constantly changes places all the whole journey between Oxford and London, as the coach or horse does that carries him, and I think may be said to be truly all that while in motion, or if that will not be allowed to afford us a clear idea enough of its motion, its being separated from the body in death, I think will. For to consider it going out of the body or leaving it, and yet to have no idea of its motion, seems to me impossible. 21. If it be said by any one that it cannot change place because it hath none, for the spirits are not in loco but ubi, I suppose that way of talking will not now be of much weight to many in an age that is not much disposed to admire or suffer themselves to be deceived by such unintelligible ways of speaking. But if anyone thinks there is any sense in that distinction, and that it is applicable to our present purpose, I desire him to put it into intelligible English, and then from thence draw a reason to show that immaterial spirits are not capable of motion. Indeed, motion cannot be attributed to God, not because he is immaterial, but because he is infinite spirit. 22. Let us compare then our complex idea of an immaterial spirit with our complex idea of body, and see whether there be any more obscurity in one than in the other, and in which most. Our idea of body, as I think, is an extended solid substance, capable of communicating motion by impulse, and our idea of soul as an immaterial spirit is of a substance that thinks and has a power of exciting motion in body by willing or thought. These, I think, are our complex ideas of soul and body as contradistinguished. And now let us examine which has most obscurity in it and difficulty to be apprehended. I know that people whose thoughts are immersed in matter, and have so subjected their minds to their senses that they seldom reflect on anything beyond them, are apt to say they cannot comprehend a thinking thing, which perhaps is true, but I affirm when they consider it well, they can no more comprehend an extended thing. 23. If anyone says he knows not what it is thinks in him, he means he knows not what the substance is of that thinking thing. No more, say I, knows he what the substance is of that solid thing. Further, if he says he knows not how he thinks, I answer, neither knows he how he is extended, how the solid parts of body are united or cohere together to make extension. For though the pressure of the particles of air may account for the cohesion of several parts of matter that are grosser than the particles of air, and have pores less than the corpuscles of air, yet the weight or pressure of the air will not explain, nor can be a cause of, the coherence of the particles of air themselves. And if the pressure of the ether, or any subtler matter than the air, may unite and hold fast together the parts of a particle of air as well as other bodies, yet it cannot make bonds for itself, and hold together the parts that make up the least corpuscle of that materia subtilis. So that the hypothesis, how ingeniously soever explained, by showing that the parts of sensible bodies are held together by the pressure of other external insensible bodies, reaches not the parts of the ether itself, and by how much the more evident it proves that the parts of other bodies are held together by the external pressure of the ether, and can have no other conceivable cause of their cohesion and union, by so much the more it leaves us in the dark concerning the cohesion of the parts of the corpuscles of the ether itself, which we can neither conceive without parts, they being bodies and divisible, nor yet how their parts cohere, they wanting that cause of cohesion which is given of the cohesion of the parts of all other bodies. 24. But in truth, the pressure of any ambient fluid, how great soever, can be no intelligible cause of the cohesion of the solid parts of matter. For though such a pressure may hinder the avulsion of two polished superficies, one from another, in a line perpendicular to them, as in the experiment of two polished marbles, yet it can never in the least hinder the separation by a motion in a line parallel to those surfaces. Because the ambient fluid, having a full liberty to succeed in each point of space, deserted by a lateral motion, resists such a motion of bodies so joined, no more than it would resist the motion of that body were it on all sides environed by that fluid and touched by no other body. And therefore, if there were no other cause of cohesion, all parts of bodies must be easily separable by such a lateral sliding motion. For if the pressure of the ether by the adequate cause of cohesion, whatever that cause, operates not, there can be no cohesion. And since it cannot operate against a lateral separation, as has been shown, therefore in every imaginary plane, intersecting any mass of matter, there could be no more cohesion than of two polished surfaces, which will always, notwithstanding any imaginable pressure of a fluid, easily slide one from another. So that perhaps, how clear an idea soever we think we have of the extension of body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, he that shall well consider it in his mind may have reason to conclude that it is as easy for him to have a clear idea how the soul thinks as how body is extended. For since body is no further nor otherwise extended than by the union and cohesion of its solid parts, we shall very ill comprehend the extension of body without understanding wherein consists the union and cohesion of its parts, which seems to me as incomprehensible as the manner of thinking and how it is performed. 25. I allow it is usual for most people to wonder how any one should find a difficulty in what they think they every day observe. Do we not see, will they be ready to say, the parts of bodies stick firmly together? Is there anything more common? And what doubt can there be made of it? And the like I say concerning thinking and voluntary motion. Do we not every moment experiment in it ourselves, and therefore can it be doubted? The matter of fact is clear, I confess, but when we would a little nearer look at it, and consider how it is done, there I think we are at a loss, both in the one and the other, and can as little understand how the parts of a body cohere as how we ourselves perceive or move. I would have any one intelligibly explain to me how the parts of gold or brass, that but now in fusion were as loose from one another as the particles of water or the sands of an hourglass, come in a few moments to be so united and adhere so strongly one to another that the utmost force of men's arms cannot separate them. A considering man will, I suppose, be here at a loss to satisfy his own or another man's understanding. 26. The little bodies that compose that fluid we call water are so extremely small that I have never heard of anyone who, by a microscope, and yet I have heard of some that have magnified to 10,000, nay, to much above 100,000 times, pretend to perceive their distinct bulk, figure, or motion, and the particles of water are also so perfectly loose one from another that the least force sensibly separates them. Nay, if we consider their perpetual motion, we must allow them to have no cohesion one with another, and yet let but a sharp cold come, and they unite, they consolidate. These little atoms cohere, and are not, without great force, separable. He that could find the bonds that tie these heaps of loose little bodies together so firmly, he that could make known the cement that makes them stick so fast one to another, would discover a great and yet unknown secret. And yet, when that was done, would he be far enough from making the extension of body, which is the cohesion of its solid parts, intelligible, till he could show wherein consisted the union or consolidation of the parts of those bonds, or of that cement, or of the least particle of matter that exists. Whereby it appears that this primary and supposed obvious quality of body will be found, when examined, to be as incomprehensible as anything belonging to our minds, and a solid extended substance as hard to be conceived as a thinking immaterial one, whatever difficulties some would raise against it. 27. For to extend our thoughts a little further, that pressure which is brought to explain the cohesion of bodies is as unintelligible as the cohesion itself. For if matter be considered, as no doubt it is, finite, let anyone send his contemplation to the extremities of the universe, and there see what conceivable hoops, what bond he can imagine to hold this mass of matter in so close a pressure together. From whence steel has its firmness, and the parts of a diamond their hardness and indissolubility. If matter be finite, it must have its extremes, and there must be something to hinder it from scattering asunder. If to avoid this difficulty anyone will throw himself into the supposition and abyss of infinite matter, let him consider what light he thereby brings to the cohesion of body, and whether he be ever the nearer making it intelligible by resolving it into a supposition the most absurd and most incomprehensible of all other. So far is our extension of body, which is nothing but the cohesion of solid parts, from being clearer or more distinct when we would inquire into the nature, cause, or manner of it, than the idea of thinking. 28. Another idea we have of body is the power of communication of motion by impulse, and of our souls, the power of exciting motion by thought. These ideas, the one of body, the other of our minds, every day's experience clearly furnishes us with, but if here again we inquire how this is done, we are equally in the dark. For in the communication of motion by impulse, wherein as much motion is lost to one body is got to the other, which is the ordinariest case, we can have no other conception but of the passing of motion out of one body into another, which, I think, is as obscure and inconceivable as how our minds move or stop our bodies by thought, which we every moment find they do. The increase of motion by impulse, which is observed or believed sometimes to happen, is yet harder to be understood. We have by daily experience clear evidence of motion produced both by impulse and by thought, but the manner how hardly comes with our comprehension. We are equally at a loss in both. So that, however we consider motion and its communication either from body or spirit, the idea which belongs to spirit is at least as clear as that which belongs to body. And if we consider the active power of moving, or as I may call it, motivity, it is much clearer in spirit than body, since two bodies placed by one another at rest will never afford us the idea of a power in the one to move the other, but by a borrowed motion. Whereas the mind every day affords us ideas of an active power of moving of bodies, and therefore it is worth our consideration whether active power be not the proper attribute of spirits and passive power of matter. Hence may be conjectured that created spirits are not totally separate from matter, because they are both active and passive. Pure spirit, that is to say, God, is only active. Pure matter is only passive. Those beings that are brought active and passive we may judge to partake of both. But be that as it will, I think we have as many and as clear ideas belonging to spirit as we have belonging to body, the substance of each being equally unknown to us, and the idea of thinking in spirit as clear as of extension in body, and the communication of motion by thought, which we attribute to spirit, is as evident as that by impulse which we ascribe to body. Constant experience makes us sensible of both these, though our narrow understanding can comprehend neither. For when the mind would look beyond those original ideas we have from sensation or reflection, and penetrate into their causes and manner of production, we still find it discovers nothing but its own short-sightedness. 29. To conclude, sensation convinces us that there are solid extended substances, and reflection that there are thinking ones. Experience assures us of the existence of such beings, and that the one hath a power to move body by impulse, the other by thought. This we cannot doubt of. Experience, I say, every moment furnishes us with the clear ideas both of the one and the other. But beyond these ideas, as received from their proper sources, our faculties will not reach. If we would inquire further into their nature, causes, and manner, we perceive not the nature of extension clearer than we do of thinking. If we would explain them any further, one is as easy as the other, and there is no more difficulty to conceive how a substance we know not should, by thought, set body into motion, than how a substance we know not should, by impulse, set body into motion. So that we are no more able to discover wherein the ideas belong to body consist than those belonging to spirit. From whence it seems probable to me that the simple ideas we receive from sensation and reflection are the boundaries of our thoughts, beyond which the mind, whatever efforts it would make, is not able to advance one jot, nor can it make any discoveries when it would pry into the nature and hidden causes of those ideas. 30. So that, in short, the idea we have of spirit, compared with the idea we have of body, stands thus: the substance of spirits is unknown to us, and so is the substance of body equally unknown to us. Two primary qualities or properties of body, that is to say, solid coherent parts and impulse, we have distinct clear ideas of. So likewise we know and have distinct clear ideas of two primary qualities or properties of spirit, that is to say, thinking and a power of action, that is, a power of beginning or stopping several thoughts or motions. We have also the ideas of several qualities inherent in bodies, and have the clear distinct ideas of them, which qualities are but the various modifications of the extension of cohering solid parts and their motion. We have likewise the ideas of the several modes of thinking, that is to say, believing, doubting, intending, fearing, hoping, all which are but the several modes of thinking. We have also the ideas of willing and moving the body consequent to it, and with the body itself too, for, as has been shown, spirit is capable of motion. 31. Lastly, if this notion of a material spirit may have perhaps some difficulties in it not easily to be explained, we have therefore no more reason to deny or doubt the existence of such spirits than we have to deny or doubt the existence of body, because the notion of body is cumbered with some difficulties very hard and perhaps impossible to be explained or understood by us. For I would fain have instanced anything in our notion of spirit more perplexed or nearer a contradiction than the very notion of body includes in it the divisibility in infinitum of any finite extension involving us, whether we grant or deny it, in consequences impossible to be explicated or made in our apprehensions consistent, consequences that carry greater difficulty and more apparent absurdity than anything can follow from the notion of an immaterial knowing substance. 32. Which we are not at all to wonder at, since we having but some few superficial ideas of things, discovered to us only by the senses from without or by the mind, reflecting on what it experiments in itself within, have no knowledge beyond that, much less of the internal constitution and true nature of things, being destitute of faculties to attain it, and therefore experimenting and discovering in ourselves knowledge and the power of voluntary motion, as certainly as we experiment or discover in things without us the cohesion and separation of solid parts, which is the extension and motion of bodies, we have as much reason to be satisfied with our notion of immaterial spirit as with our notion of body, and the existence of the one as well as the other. For it being no more a contradiction that thinking should exist separate and independent from solidity, than it is a contradiction that solidity should exist separate and independent from thinking, they being both but simple ideas, independent one from another, and having as clear and distinct ideas in us of thinking as of solidity, I know not why we may not as well allow a thinking thing without solidity, that is, immaterial, to exist as a solid thing without thinking, that is, matter to exist, especially since it is not harder to conceive how thinking should exist without matter than how matter should think. For whensoever we would proceed beyond these simple ideas we have from sensation and reflection, and dive further into the nature of things, we fall presently into darkness and obscurity, perplexedness and difficulties, and can discover nothing further but our own blindness and ignorance. But whichever of these complex ideas be clearest, that of body or immaterial spirit, this is evident that the simple ideas that make them up are no other than what we have received from sensation or reflection, and so it is of all our other ideas of substances, even of God himself. 33. For if we examine the idea we have of the incomprehensible Supreme Being, we shall find that we come by it the same way, and that the complex ideas we have both of God and separate spirits are made of the simple ideas we receive from reflection. For example, having, from what we experiment in ourselves, got the ideas of existence and duration, of knowledge and power, of pleasure and happiness, and of several other qualities and powers, which it is better to have than to be without. When we would frame an idea the most suitable we can to the Supreme Being, we enlarge every one of these with our idea of infinity, and so putting them together make our complex idea of God. For that the mind has such a power of enlarging some of its ideas, received from sensation and reflection, has already been shown. 34. If I find that I know some few things, and some of them, or all, perhaps imperfectly, I can frame an idea of knowing twice as many, which I can double again, as often as I can add to number, and thus enlarge my idea of knowledge by extending its comprehension to all things existing or possible. The same also I can do of knowing them more perfectly, that is, all their qualities, powers, causes, consequences, and relations, etc., till all be perfectly known that is in them, or can any way relate to them, and thus frame the idea of infinite or boundless knowledge. The same may also be done of power, till we come to that we call infinite, and also of the duration of existence, without beginning or end, and so frame the idea of an eternal being. The degrees or extent wherein we ascribe existence, power, wisdom, and all other perfections, which we can have any ideas of, to that sovereign being which we call God, being all boundless and infinite, we frame the best idea of him our minds are capable of, all which is done, I say, by enlarging those simple ideas we have taken from the operations of our own minds, by reflection, or by our senses, from exterior things, to the vastness to which infinity can extend them. 35. For it is infinity which, joined to our ideas of existence, power, knowledge, etc., makes that complex idea, whereby we represent to ourselves the best we can the Supreme Being. For though in his own essence, which certainly we do not know, not knowing the real essence of a pebble or a fly, or of our own selves, God be simple and uncompounded, yet I think I may say we have no other idea of him but a complex one of existence, knowledge, power, happiness, etc., infinite and eternal, which are all distinct ideas, and some of them being relative are again compounded of others, all which being, as has been shown, originally got from sensation and reflection, go to make up the idea or notion we have of God. 36. This further is to be observed that there is no idea we attribute to God, bating infinity, which is not also part of our complex idea of other spirits. Because, being capable of no other simple ideas belonging to anything but body, but those which by reflection we receive from the operation of our own minds, we can attribute to spirits no other but what we receive from thence, and all the difference we can put between them in our contemplation of spirits is only in the several extents and degrees of their knowledge, power, duration, happiness, etc. For that in our ideas, as well of spirits as of other things, we are restrained to those we receive from sensation and reflection is evident from hence, that in our ideas of spirits, how much soever advanced in perfection beyond those of bodies, even to that of infinite, we cannot yet have any idea of the manner wherein they discover their thoughts one to another, though we must necessarily conclude that separate spirits, which are beings that have perfecter knowledge and greater happiness than we, must needs have also a perfecter way of communicating their thoughts than we have, who are fain to make use of corporeal signs and particular sounds, which are therefore of most general use, as being the best and quickest we are capable of. But of immediate communication having no experiment in ourselves, and consequently no notion of it at all, we have no idea how spirits, which use not words, can with quickness, or much less how spirits that have no bodies can be masters of their own thoughts, and communicate or conceal them at pleasure, though we cannot but necessarily suppose they have such a power. 37. And thus we have seen what kind of ideas we have of substances of all kinds, wherein they consist, and how we came by them, from whence I think it is very evident. First, that all our ideas of the several sorts of substances are nothing but collections of simple ideas, with a supposition of something to which they belong, and in which they subsist, though of this supposed something we have no clear distinct idea at all. Secondly, that all the simple ideas that thus united in one common substratum make up our complex ideas of several sorts of substances are no other but such as we have received from sensation or reflection, so that even in those which we think are most intimately acquainted with, and that come nearest the comprehension of our most enlarged conceptions, we cannot go beyond those simple ideas. And even in those which seem most remote from all we have to do with, and do infinitely surpass anything we can perceive in ourselves by reflection, or discover by sensation in other things, we can attain to nothing but those simple ideas which we originally received from sensation or reflection, as is evident in the complex ideas we have of angels, and particularly of God himself. Thirdly, that most of the simple ideas that make up our complex ideas of substances, when truly considered, are only powers. However, we are apt to take them for positive qualities. For example, the greatest part of the ideas that make our complex idea of gold are yellowness, great weight, ductility, fusibility, and solubility in aqua regia, etc., all united together in an unknown substratum, all which ideas are nothing else but so many relations to other substances, and are not really in the gold considered barely in itself, though they depend on those real and primary qualities of its internal constitution, whereby it has a fitness differently to operate, and be operated on by several other substances. End of chapter 23. End of section 21.
Section 22 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emmanuel Zornberg. Chapter 24 of Collective Ideas of Substances. Besides these complex ideas of several single substances, as of man, horse, gold, violet, apple, etc., the mind hath also complex collective ideas of substances, which I so call because such ideas are made up of many particular substances considered together, as united into one idea, and which so joined are looked on as one. Verbi gratia, the idea of such a collection of men as make an army, though consisting of a great number of distinct substances, is as much one idea as the idea of a man, and the great collective idea of all bodies whatsoever, signified by the name world, is as much one idea as the idea of any the least particle of matter in it, it sufficing to the unity of any idea that it be considered as one representation or picture, though made up of ever so many particulars. These collective ideas of substances the mind makes by its power of composition, and uniting severally either simple or complex ideas into one, as it does by the same faculty make the complex ideas of particular substances, consisting of an aggregate of diverse simple ideas united in one substance. And as the mind, by putting together the repeated ideas of unity, makes the collective mode or complex idea of any number, as a score or a gross, etc., so by putting together several particular substances, it makes collective ideas of substances as a troop, an army, a swarm, a city, a fleet, each of which every one finds that he represents to his own mind by one idea, in one view, and so under that notion considers those several things as perfectly one, as one ship or one atom. Nor is it harder to conceive how an army of 10,000 men should make one idea, than how a man should make one idea, it being as easy to the mind to unite into one idea of a great number of men, and consider it as one, as it is to unite into one particular all the distinct ideas that make up the composition of a man, and consider them all together as one. Amongst such kind of collective ideas are to be counted most part of artificial things, at least such of them as are made up of distinct substances. And, in truth, if we consider all these collective ideas aright, as army, constellation, universe, as they are united into so many single ideas, They are but the artificial draughts of the mind, bringing things very remote and independent on one another into one view, the better to contemplate and discourse of them, united into one conception and signified by one name. For there are no things so remote, nor so contrary, which the mind cannot, by this art of composition, bring into one idea, as is visible in that signified by the universe. Chapter 25. Of Relation. Besides the ideas, whether simple or complex, that the mind has of things, as they are in themselves, there are others it gets from their comparison one with another. The understanding, in the consideration of any thing, is not confined to that precise object. It can carry any idea as it were beyond itself, or at least look beyond it, to see how it stands in conformity to any other. When the mind so considers one thing, that it does as it were bring it to and set it by another, and carry its view from one to the other, this is, as the words import, relation and respect, and the denominations given to positive things, intimating that respect, and serving as marks to lead the thoughts beyond the subject itself denominated to something distinct from it, are what we call relatives, and the things so brought together related. Thus, when the mind considers Caius as such a positive being, it takes nothing into that idea, but what really exists in Caius, verbi gratia. When I consider him as a man, I have nothing in my mind but the complex idea of the species, man. So likewise, when I say Caius is a white man, I have nothing but the bare consideration of a man who hath that white color. But when I give Caius the name husband, I intimate some other person, and when I give him the name whiter, I intimate some other thing. In both cases, my thought is led to something beyond Caius, and there are two things brought into consideration. And since any idea, whether simple or complex, may be the occasion why the mind thus brings two things together, and as it were takes a view of them at once, though still considered as distinct, therefore any of our ideas may be the foundation of relation, as in the above-mentioned instance, the contract and ceremony of marriage with Sempronia is the occasion of the denomination or relation of husband, and the color white the occasion why he is said to be whiter than free stone. These, and the like relations expressed by relative terms that have others answering them with a reciprocal intimation, as father and son, bigger and less, cause and effect, are very obvious to everyone, and everybody at first sight perceives their relation. For father and son, husband and wife, and such other correlative terms, seem so nearly to belong to one another, and through custom do so readily chime and answer one another in people's memories, that, upon the naming of either of them, the thoughts are presently carried beyond the thing so named, and nobody overlooks or doubts of a relation where it is so plainly intimated. But where languages have failed to give correlative names, there the relation is not always so easily taken notice of. Concubine is, no doubt, a relative name, as well as wife, but in languages where this, and the like words, have not a correlative term, their people are not so apt to take them to be so, as wanting that evident mark of relation which is between correlatives, which seem to explain one another, and not to be able to exist but together. Hence it is that many of those names which, duly considered, do include evident relations, have been called external denominations. But all names that are more than empty sounds must signify some idea, which is either in the thing to which the name is applied, and then it is positive, and is looked on as united to and existing in the thing to which the denomination is given, or else it arises from the respect the mind finds in it to something distinct from it, with which it considers it, and then it concludes a relation. Another sort of relative terms there is, which are not looked on to be either relative or so much as external denominations, which yet, under the form and appearance of signifying something absolute in the subject, do conceal a tacit, though less observable, relation. Such are the seemingly positive terms of old, great, imperfect, etc., whereof I shall have occasion to speak more at large in the following chapters. This farther may be observed that the ideas of relation may be the same in men who have far different ideas of the things that are related, or that are thus compared, verbi gratia. Those who have far different ideas of a man may yet agree in the notion of a father, which is a notion superinduced to the substance, or man, and refers only to an act of that thing called man, whereby he contributed to the generation of one of his own kind, let man be what it will. The nature, therefore, of relation consists in the referring or comparing two things one to another, from which comparison one or both comes to be denominated. And if either of those things be removed or cease to be, the relation ceases, and the denomination consequent to it, though the other receive in itself no alteration at all, verbi gratia, Caius, whom I consider today as a father, ceases to be so tomorrow, only by the death of his son, without any alteration made in himself, nay, barely by the mind's changing the object to which it compares any thing. The same thing is capable of having contrary denominations at the same time. Verbi gratia. Caius, compared to several persons, may truly be said to be older and younger, stronger and weaker, etc. Whatsoever doth or can exist, or be considered as one thing, is positive, and so not only simple ideas and substances, but modes also, are positive beings, though the parts of which they consist are very often relative one to another, but the whole together considered as one thing, producing in us the complex idea of one thing, which idea is in our minds as one picture, though an aggregate of diverse parts, and under one name, it is a positive or absolute thing or idea. Thus a triangle, though the parts thereof compared to one to another be relative, yet the idea of the whole is a positive absolute idea. The same may be said of a family, a tune, etc. For there can be no relation but betwixt two things considered as two things. There must always be in relation two ideas or things, either in themselves really separate, or considered as distinct, and then a ground or occasion for their comparison. Concerning relation in general, these things may be considered. First, that there is no one thing, whether simple idea, substance, mode, or relation, or name of either of them, which is not capable of almost an infinite number of considerations in reference to other things, and therefore this makes no small part of men's thoughts and words. Verbi gratia. One single man may at once be concerned in and sustain all these following relations, and many more, viz. Father, brother, son, grandfather, grandson, father-in-law, son-in-law, husband, friend, enemy, subject, general, judge, patron, client, professor, European, Englishman, islander, servant, master, professor, captain, superior, inferior, bigger, less, older, younger, contemporary, like, unlike, etc., to an almost infinite number, he being capable of as many relations as there can be occasions of comparing him to other things, in any manner of agreement, disagreement, or respect whatsoever. For, as I said, relation is a way of comparing or considering two things together, and giving one or both of them some appellation from that comparison, and sometimes giving even the relation itself a name. Secondly, this farther may be considered concerning relation, that though it be not contained in the real existence of things, but something extraneous and superinduced, yet the ideas which relative words stand for are often clearer and more distinct than of those substances to which they do belong. The notion we have of a father or brother is a great deal clearer and more distinct than what we have of a man, or, if you will, paternity is a thing whereof it is easier to have a clear idea than of humanity, and I can much easier conceive what a friend is than what God, because the knowledge of one action or one simple idea is oftentimes sufficient to give me the notion of a relation, but to the knowing of any substantial being, an accurate collection of sundry ideas is necessary. A man, if he compares two things together, can hardly be supposed not to know what it is wherein he compares them, so that when he compares any things together, he cannot but have a very clear idea of that relation. The ideas, then, of relations are capable at least of being more perfect and distinct in our minds than those of substances, because it is commonly hard to know all the simple ideas which are really in any substance, but for the most part easy enough to know the simple ideas that make up any relation I think on, or have a name for, verbi gratia. Comparing two men in reference to one common parent, it is very easy to frame the ideas of brothers, without having yet the perfect idea of a man. For significant relative words, as well as others, standing only for ideas, and those being all either simple or made up of simple ones, it suffices for the knowing the precise idea the relative term stands for to have a clear conception of that which is the foundation of the relation, which may be done without having a perfect and clear idea of the thing it is attributed to. Thus, having the notion that one laid the egg out of which the other was hatched, I have a clear idea of the relation of dam and chick between the two cassowaries in St. James's Park, though perhaps I have but a very obscure and imperfect idea of those birds themselves. Thirdly, though there be a great number of considerations wherein things may be compared one with another, and so a multitude of relations, yet they all terminate in and are concerned about those simple ideas either of sensation or reflection, which I think to be the whole materials of all our knowledge. To clear this, I shall show it in the most considerable relations that we have any notion of, and in some that seem to be the most remote from sense or reflection, which yet will appear to have their own ideas from thence, and leave it past doubt that the notions we have of them are but certain simple ideas, and so originally derived from sense or reflection. Fourthly, that relation being the considering of one thing with another, which is extrinsical to it, it is evident that all words that necessarily lead the mind to any other ideas than are supposed really to exist in that thing, to which the words are applied, are relative words. Verbi gratia. A man black, merry, thoughtful, thirsty, angry, extended. These and the like are all absolute, because they neither signify nor intimate any thing. But what does or is supposed really to exist in the man thus denominated? But father, brother, king, husband, blacker, merrier, etc., are words which, together with the thing they denominate, imply also something else separate and exterior to the existence of that thing. Having laid down these premises concerning relation in general, I shall now proceed to show, in some instances, how all the ideas we have of relation are made up, as the others are, only of simple ideas, and that they all, how refined or remote from sense soever they seem, terminate at last in simple ideas. I shall begin with the most comprehensive relation, wherein all things that do or can exist are concerned, and that is the relation of cause and effect. The idea whereof, how derived from the two fountains of all our knowledge, sensation and reflection, I shall in the next place consider. Chapter 26. Of Cause and Effect and Other Relations. In the notice that our senses take of the constant vicissitude of things, we cannot but observe that several particular both qualities and substances begin to exist, and that they receive this their existence from the due application and operation of some other being. From this observation we get our ideas of cause and effect. That which produces any simple or complex idea we denote by the general name cause, and that which is produced, effect. Thus, finding that in that substance which we call wax fluidity, which is a simple idea that was not in it before, is constantly produced by the application of a certain degree of heat, we call the simple idea of heat, in relation to fluidity in wax, the cause of it, and fluidity the effect. So also finding that the substance of wood, which is a certain collection of simple ideas, so called, by the application of fire is turned into another substance, called ashes, i.e., another complex idea, consisting of a collection of simple ideas, quite different from that complex idea which we call wood. We consider fire in relation to ashes as cause, and the ashes as effect, so that whatever is considered by us to conduce or operate to the producing any particular simple idea or collection of simple ideas, whether substance or mode, which did not before exist, hath thereby in our minds the relation of a cause, and so is denominated by us. Having thus, from what our senses are able to discover, in the operations of bodies on one another, got the notion of cause and effect, viz. that cause is that which makes any other thing, either simple idea, substance, or mode, begin to be, and an effect is that which had its beginning from some other thing. The mind finds no great difficulty to distinguish the several originals of things into two sorts. First, when the thing is wholly made new, so that no part thereof did ever exist before, as when a new particle of matter doth begin to exist, in rerum natura, which had before no being, and this we call creation. Secondly, when a thing is made up of particles, which did all of them before exist, but that very thing so constituted of pre-existing particles, which, considered all together, make up such a collection of simple ideas as had not any existence before, as this man, this egg, rose, or cherry, etc. And this, when referred to a substance, produced in the ordinary course of nature by internal principle, but set on work and received from some external agent or cause, and working by insensible ways, which we perceive not, we call generation. When the cause is extrinsical, and the effect produced by a sensible separation or juxtaposition of discernible parts, we call it making, and such are all artificial things. When any simple idea is produced, which was not in that subject before, we call it alteration. Thus a man is generated, a picture made, and either of them altered, when any new sensible quality or simple idea is produced in either of them, which was not there before. And the things thus made to exist, which were not there before, are effects, and those things which operated to the existence, causes, in which and all other causes we may observe that the notion of cause and effect has its rise from ideas received by sensation or reflection, and that this relation, how comprehensible soever, terminates at last in them. For to have the idea of cause and effect, it suffices to consider any simple idea or substance as beginning to exist by the operation of some other, without knowing the manner of that operation. Time and place are also the foundations of very large relations, and all finite beings at least are concerned in them. But, having already shown in another place how we get these ideas, it may suffice here to intimate that most of the denominations of things received from time are only relations. Thus, when any one says that Queen Elizabeth lived 69 and reigned 45 years, these words import only the relation of that duration to some other, and mean no more than this, that the duration of her existence was equal to 69, and the duration of her government to 45 annual revolutions of the sun. And so are all words answering how long. Again, William the Conqueror invaded England about the year 1066, which means this, that taking the duration from our Saviour's time till now, for one entire great length of time, it shows at what distance this invasion was from the two extremes. And so do all words of time, answering to the question when, which show only the distance of any point of time from the period of a longer duration from which we measure and to which we thereby consider it as related. There are yet, besides those, other words of time that ordinarily are thought to stand for positive ideas, which yet will, when considered, be found to be relative, such as are young, old, etc., which include and intimate the relation any thing has to a certain length of duration, whereof we have the idea in our minds. Thus, having settled in our thoughts the idea of the ordinary duration of a man to be 70 years, when we say a man is young, we mean that his age is yet but a small part of that which usually men attain to, and when we denominate him old, we mean that his duration is run out almost to the end of that which men do not usually exceed. And so, it is but comparing the particular age or duration of this or that man to the idea of that duration which we have in our minds as ordinarily belonging to that sort of animals, which is plain in the application of these names to other things. For a man is called young at 20 years, and very young at 7 years old. But yet a horse we call old at 20, and a dog at 7 years, because in each of these we compare their age to different ideas of duration, which are settled in our minds as belonging to these several sorts of animals, in the ordinary course of nature. But the sun and stars, though they have outlasted several generations of men, we call not old, because we do not know what period God hath set to that sort of beings. This term belonging properly to those things which we can observe in the ordinary course of things by a natural decay, to come to an end in a certain period of time, and so have in our minds, as it were, a standard to which we can compare the several parts of their duration, and, by the relation they bear thereunto, call them young or old, which we cannot therefore do to a ruby or diamond, things whose usual periods we know not. The relation also that things have to one another in their places and distances is very obvious to observe, as above, below, a mile distant from Charing Cross in England and in London. But as in duration, so in extension and bulk, there are some ideas that are relative, which we signify by names that are thought positive, as great and little are truly relations. For here also having, by observation, settled in our minds the ideas of the bigness of several species of things from those we have been most accustomed to, we make them as it were the standards whereby to denominate the bulk of others. Thus we call a great apple such as one as is bigger than the ordinary sort of those we have been used to, and a little horse such as one as comes not up to the size of that idea which we have in our minds to belong ordinarily to horses. And that will be a great horse to a Welshman, which is but a little one to a Fleming, they too having, from the different breed of their countries, taken several sized ideas to which they compare, and in relation to which they denominate their great and their little. So likewise weak and strong are but relative denominations of power compared to some ideas we have at that time of greater or less power. Thus, when we say a weak man, we mean one that has not so much strength or power to move as usually men have, or usually those of his size have, which is a comparing his strength to the idea we have of the usual strength of men, or men of such a size. The like, when we say the creatures are all weak things, weak, there is but a relative term, signifying the disproportion there is in the power of God and these creatures. And so abundance of words in ordinary speech stand only for relations, and perhaps the greatest part, which at first might seem to have no such signification. Verbi gratia. The ship has necessary stores. Necessary and stores are both relative words, one having a relation to the accomplishing the voyage intended, and the other to future use. All which relations, how they are confined to and terminate in ideas derived from sensation or reflection, is too obvious to need any explanation. End of section 22. Recording by Emanuel Zornberg.
Section 23 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity, Part 1. 1. Another occasion the mind often takes of comparing is the very being of things. When considering anything as existing at any determined time and place, we compare it with itself existing at another time, and thereon form the ideas of identity and diversity. When we see anything to be in any place in any instant of time, we are sure, be it what it will, that it is that very thing, and not another which at that same time exists in another place, how like and undistinguishable soever it may be in all other respects. And in this consists identity, when the ideas it is attributed to vary not at all from what they were at that moment wherein we considered their former existence, and to which we compare the present. For we never finding nor conceiving it possible that two things of the same kind should exist in the same place at the same time, we rightly conclude that whatever exists anywhere at any time excludes all of the same kind and is therefore itself alone. When therefore we demand whether anything be the same or no, it refers always to something that existed such a time in such a place, which it was certain at that instant was the same with itself, and no other. From whence it follows that one thing cannot have two beginnings of existence, nor two things one beginning, it being impossible for two things of the same kind to be or exist in the same instant, in the very same place, or one and the same thing in different places. That therefore that had one beginning is the same thing, and that which had a different beginning in time and place from that is not the same, but diverse. That which has made the difficulty about this relation has been the little care and attention used in having precise notions of the things to which it is attributed. 2. We have the ideas of but three sorts of substances. 1. God. 2. Finite intelligences. 3. Bodies. First, God is without beginning, eternal, unalterable, and everywhere, and therefore concerning his identity there can be no doubt. Secondly, finite spirits having had each its determinate time and place of beginning to exist, the relation to that time and place will always determine to each of them its identity, as long as it exists. Thirdly, the same will hold of every particle of matter, to which no addition or subtraction of matter being made, it is the same. For though these three sorts of substances, as we term them, do not exclude one another out of the same place, yet we cannot conceive but that they must necessarily each of them exclude any of the same kind out of the same place, or else the notions and names of identity and diversity would be in vain, and there could be no such distinctions of substances, or anything else one from another. For example, could two bodies be in the same place at the same time, then those two parcels of matters must be one and the same, take them great or little. Nay, all bodies must be one and the same. For by the same reason that two particles of matter may be in one place, all bodies may be in one place, which, when it can be supposed, takes away the distinction of identity and diversity of one and more, and renders it ridiculous. But it being a contradiction that two or more should be one, identity and diversity are relations and ways of comparing well founded, and of use to the understanding. All other things being but modes or relations ultimately terminated in substances, the identity and diversity of each particular existence of them, too, will be by the same way determined, only as to things whose existence is in succession, such as are the actions of finite beings, v.g., motion and thought, both which consist in a continued train of succession. Concerning their diversity there can be no question, because each perishing the moment it begins, they cannot exist in different times or in different places, as permanent beings can at different times exist in distant places, and therefore no motion or thought, considered as at different times, can be the same, each part thereof having a different beginning of existence. 3. From what has been said, it is easy to discover what is so much inquired after, the principium individuationis, and that, it is plain, is existence itself, which determines a being of any sort to a particular time and place, incommunicable to two beings of the same kind. This, though it seems easier to conceive in simple substances or modes, yet when reflected on is not more difficult in compound ones, if care be taken to what it is applied. V.g., let us suppose an atom, i.e., a continued body under one immutable superficies, existing in a determined time and place. It is evident that, considered in any instant of its existence, it is in that instant the same with itself. For being at that instant what it is, and nothing else, it is the same, and so must continue as long as its existence is continued, for so long it will be the same and no other. In like manner, if two or more atoms be joined together into the same mass, every one of those atoms will be the same, by the foregoing rule, and whilst they exist united together, the mass, consisting of the same atoms, must be the same mass or the same body, let the parts be ever so differently jumbled. But if one of these atoms be taken away, or one new one added, it is no longer the same mass or the same body. In the state of living creatures, their identity depends not on a mass of the same particles, but on something else. For in them the variation of great parcels of matters alters not the identity. An oak growing from a plant to a great tree, and then lopped, is still the same oak, and a colt grown up to a horse, sometimes fat, sometimes lean, is all the while the same horse, though in both these cases there may be a manifest change of the parts, so that truly they are not either of them the same masses of matter, though they be truly one of them the same oak, and the other the same horse. The reason whereof is, that in these two cases, a mass of matter and a living body, identity is not applied to the same thing. 4. We must therefore consider wherein an oak differs from a mass of matter, and that seems to me to be in this, that the one is only the cohesion of particles of matter anyhow united, the other such a disposition of them as constitutes the part of an oak, and such an organization of those parts as is fit to receive and distribute nourishment, so as to continue and frame the wood, bark, and leaves, etc., of an oak, in which consists the vegetable life. That being then one plant which has such an organization of parts in one coherent body partaking of one common life, it continues to be the same plant as long as it partakes of the same life, though that life be communicated to new particles of matter vitally united to the living plant, in a like continued organization conformable to that sort of plants. For this organization being at any one instant in any one collection of matter, is in that particular concrete distinguished from all other, and is that individual life which exists constantly from that moment both forwards and backwards, in the same continuity of insensibly succeeding parts united to the living body of the plant, it has that identity, which makes the same plant, and all the parts of it parts of the same plant, during all the time that they exist united in that continued organization, which is fit to convey that common life to all the parts so united. 5. The case is not so much different in brutes, but that anyone may hence see what makes an animal, and continues it the same. Something we have like this in machines, and may serve to illustrate it. For example, what is a watch? It is plain it is nothing but a fit organization or construction of parts to a certain end, which when a sufficient force is added to it, it is capable to attain. If we would suppose this machine one continued body, all whose organized parts were repaired, increased, or diminished by a constant addition or separation of insensible parts, with one common life, we should have something very much like the body of an animal, with this difference, that in an animal the fitness of the organization and the motion wherein life consists begin together, the motion coming from within. But in machines, the force coming sensibly from without is often away when the organ is in order, and well fitted to receive it. 6. This also shows wherein the identity of the same man consists, viz., in nothing but a participation of the same continued life, by constantly fleeting particles of matter, in succession vitally united to the same organized body. He that shall place the identity of man in anything else, but like that of other animals in one fitly organized body, taken in any one instant, and from thence continued under one organization of life in several successively fleeting particles of matter united to it, will find it hard to make an embryo, one of years, mad and sober, the same man by any supposition that will not make it possible for Seth, Ismael, Socrates, Pilate, St. Austin, and Caesar Borgia to be the same man. For if the identity of soul alone makes the same man, and there be nothing in the nature of matter why the same individual spirit may not be united to different bodies, it will be impossible that those men living in distant ages and of different tempers may have been the same man. Which way of speaking must be from a very strange use of the word man applied to an idea, out of which body and shape are excluded. And that way of speaking would agree yet worse with the notions of those philosophers who allow of transmigration, and are of opinion that the souls of men may, for their miscarriages, be detruded into the bodies of beasts, as fit habitations, with organs suited to the satisfaction of their brutal inclinations. But yet I think nobody, could he be sure, that the soul of Heliogabalus were in one of his hogs, would yet say that hog were a man or Heliogabalus. 7. It is not therefore unity of substance that comprehends all sorts of identity, or will determine it in every case, but to conceive and judge of it aright, we must consider what idea the word it is applied to stands for, it being one thing to be the same substance, another the same man, and a third the same person, if person, man, and substance are three names standing for three different ideas. For such as is the idea belonging to that name, such must be the identity, which, if it had been a little more carefully attended to, would possibly have prevented a great deal of that confusion which often occurs about this matter, with no small seeming difficulties, especially concerning personal identity, which therefore we shall in the next place a little consider. 8. An animal is a living organized body, and consequently the same animal, as we have observed, is the same continued life communicated to different particles of matter, as they happen successively to be united to that organized living body. And whatever is talked of other definitions, ingenious observation puts it past doubt that the idea in our minds, of which the sound man in our mouths is the sign, is nothing else but of an animal of such a certain form. Since I think I may be confident that whoever should see a creature of his own shape and make, though it had no more reason all its life than a cat or a parrot, would call him still a man. Or whoever should hear a cat or a parrot discourse, reason and philosophize, would call or think it nothing but a cat or a parrot, and say the one was a dull, irrational man, and the other a very intelligent, rational parrot. A relation we have in an author of great note is sufficient to countenance the supposition of a rational parrot. His words are, quote, I had a mind to know from Prince Maurice's own mouth the account of a common but much credited story, that I heard so often from many others, of an old parrot he had in Brazil during his government there, that spoke and asked and answered common questions like a reasonable creature, so that those of his train there generally concluded it to be witchery or possession, and one of his chaplains, who lived long afterwards in Holland, would never from that time endure a parrot, but said, they all had a devil in them. I had heard many particulars of this story, and assevered by people hard to be discredited, which made me ask Prince Maurice what there was of it. He said, with his usual plainness and dryness in talk, there was something true, but a great deal false of what had been reported. I desired to know of him what there was of the first. He told me short and coldly, that he had heard of such an old parrot when he had been at Brazil, and though he believed nothing of it and it was a good way off, yet he had so much curiosity as to send for it, that it was a very great and a very old one, and when it came first into the room where the prince was, with a great many Dutchmen about him, it said presently, what a company of white men are here! They asked it what it thought that man was, pointing to the prince. It answered, some general or other. When they brought it close to him, he asked it, D'où venez-vous? It answered, de Marinen. The prince, à qui êtes-vous? The parrot, à un Portugais. Prince, que fais-tu là? Parrot, je garde les poulets. The prince laughed and said, Vous gardez les poulets? The parrot answered, Oui, moi, et je suis bien fier. and made the chuck 4 or 5 times that people use to make to chickens when they call them. Translating to English, the prince asked it, "Whence come ye?" It answered, "From Maranhen." The prince, "To whom do you belong?" The parrot, "To a Portuguese." Prince, "What do you there?" Parrot, "I look after the chickens." The prince laughed and said, "You look after the chickens?" The parrot answered, "Yes, and I know well enough how to do it." End of translation. I set down the words of this worthy dialogue in French, just as Prince Maurice said them to me. I asked him in what language the parrot spoke, and he said, "In Brazilian." I asked whether he understood Brazilian. He said no, but he had taken care to have 2 interpreters by him, the one a Dutchman that spoke Brazilian, and the other a Brazilian that spoke Dutch, that he asked them separately and privately, and both of them agreed in telling him just the same thing that the parrot had said. I could not but tell this odd story, because it is so much out of the way, and from the first hand, and what may pass for a good one, for I dare say this prince at least believed himself in all he told me, having ever passed for a very honest and pious man. I leave it to naturalists to reason, and to other men to believe, as they please upon it. However, it is not, perhaps, amiss to relieve or enliven a busy scene sometimes with such digressions, whether to the purpose or no. I have taken care that the reader should have the story at large in the author's own words, because he seems to me not to have thought it incredible; for it cannot be imagined that so able a man as he, who had sufficiency enough to warrant all the testimonies he gives of himself, should take so much pains, in a place where it had nothing to do, to pin so close not only on a man whom he mentions as his friend, but on a prince in whom he acknowledges very great honesty and piety, a story, which if he himself thought incredible, he could not but also think ridiculous. The prince, it is plain, who vouches the story, and our author who relates it from him, both of them call this talker a parrot, and I ask any one else, who thinks such a story fit to be told, whether if this parrot, and all of its kind, had always talked, as we have a prince's word for it this one did, whether, I say, they would not have passed for a race of rational animals, but yet whether for all that they would have been allowed to be men, and not parrots? For I presume it is not the idea of a thinking or rational being alone that makes the idea of a man in most people's sense, but of a body so and so shaped joined to it; and if that be the idea of a man, the same successive body not shifted all at once must, as well as the same immaterial spirit, go to the making of the same man. 9. This being premised, to find wherein personal identity consists, we must consider what person stands for, which, I think, is a thinking intelligent being, that has reason and reflection, and can consider itself as itself, the same thinking thing in different times and places, which it does only by that consciousness which is inseparable from thinking, and, as it seems to me, essential to it, it being impossible for anyone to perceive without perceiving that he does perceive. When we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, meditate, or will anything, we know that we do. Thus it is always as to our present sensations and perceptions, and by this everyone is to himself that which he calls self, it not being considered in this case whether the same self be continued in the same or diverse substances. For since consciousness always accompanies thinking, and it is that which makes everyone to be what he calls self, and thereby distinguishes himself from all other thinking things, in this alone consists personal identity, i.e., the sameness of a rational being; and as far as this consciousness can be extended backwards to any past action or thought, so far reaches the identity of that person; it is the same self now it was then, and it is by the same self with this present one that now reflects on it, that that action was done. 10. But it is farther inquired, whether it be the same identical substance. This few would think they had reason to doubt of, if these perceptions, with their consciousness, always remained present in the mind, whereby the same thinking thing would be always consciously present, and, as would be thought, evidently the same to itself. But that which seems to make the difficulty is this, that this consciousness being interrupted always by forgetfulness, there being no moment of our lives wherein we have the whole train of all our past actions before our eyes in one view, but even the best memories losing the sight of one part whilst they are viewing another, and we sometimes, and that the greatest part of our lives, not reflecting on our past selves, being intent on our present thoughts, and in sound sleep having no thoughts at all, or at least none with that consciousness which remarks our waking thoughts. I say in all these cases our consciousness being interrupted, and we losing the sight of our past selves. Doubts are raised whether we are the same thinking thing, i.e., the same substance or no. Which, however reasonable or unreasonable, concerns not personal identity at all, the question being what makes the same person, and not whether it be the same identical substance, which always thinks in the same person, which in this case matters not at all. Different substances, by the same consciousness, where they do partake in it, being united into one person, as well as different bodies by the same life are united into one animal, whose identity is preserved in that change of substances by the unity of one continued life. For it being the same consciousness that makes a man be himself to himself, personal identity depends on that only, whether it be annexed solely to one individual substance, or can be continued in a succession of several substances. For as far as any intelligent being can repeat the idea of any past action with the same consciousness it had of it at first, and with the same consciousness it has of any present action, so far it is the same personal self. For it is by the consciousness it has of its present thoughts and actions that it is self to itself now, and so will be the same self as far as the same consciousness can extend to actions past or to come, and would be by distance of time, or change of substance, no more two persons than a man be two men by wearing other clothes today than he did yesterday, with a long or a short sleep between. The same consciousness uniting those distant actions into the same person, whatever substances contributed to their production. 11. That this is so, we have some kind of evidence in our very bodies, all whose particles, whilst vitally united to this same thinking conscious self, so that we feel when they are touched, and are affected by, and conscious of good or harm that happens to them, are a part of ourselves, i.e., of our thinking conscious self. Thus the limbs of his body are to every one a part of himself. He sympathizes and is concerned for them. Cut off a hand, and thereby separate it from that consciousness he had of its heat, cold, and other affections, and it is then no longer a part of that which is himself, any more than the remotest part of matter. Thus we see the substance whereof personal self consisted at one time may be varied at another without the change of personal identity. There being no question about the same person, though the limbs which but now were a part of it be cut off. 12. But the question is, whether if the same substance which thinks be changed, it can be the same person, or, remaining the same, it can be different persons. And to this I answer, first, this can be no question at all to those who place thought in a purely material animal constitution, void of an immaterial substance. For whether their supposition be true or no, it is plain they conceive personal identity preserved in something else than identity of substance, as animal identity is preserved in identity of life, and not of substance. And therefore those who place thinking in an immaterial substance only, before they can come to deal with these men, must show why personal identity cannot be preserved in the change of immaterial substances, or variety of particular immaterial substances, as well as animal identity is preserved in the change of material substances, or variety of particular bodies. Unless they will say, it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same life in brutes, as it is one immaterial spirit that makes the same person in men, which the Cartesians at least will not admit, for fear of making brutes thinking things too. 13. But next, as to the first part of the question, whether if the same thinking substance, supposing immaterial substance only to think, be changed, it can be the same person. I answer, that cannot be resolved but by those who know what kind of substances they are that do think, and whether the consciousness of past actions can be transferred from one thinking substance to another. I grant, were the same consciousness the same individual action, it could not, but it being a present representation of a past action, why it may not be possible that that may be represented to the mind to have been, which really never was, will remain to be shown. And therefore how far the consciousness of past actions is annexed to any individual agent, so that another cannot possibly have it, will be hard for us to determine till we know what kind of action it is that cannot be done without a reflex act of perception accompanying it, and how performed by thinking substances, who cannot think without being conscious of it. But that which we call the same consciousness, not being the same individual act, why one intellectual substance may not have represented to it, as done by itself, what it never did, and was perhaps done by some other agent, why, I say, such a representation may not possibly be without reality of matter of fact, as well as several representations in dreams are, which yet whilst dreaming we take for true, will be difficult to conclude from the nature of things. And that it never is so, will by us, till we have clearer views of the nature of thinking substances, be best resolved into the goodness of God, who, as far as the happiness or misery of any of his sensible creatures is concerned in it, will not by a fatal error of theirs transfer from one to another that consciousness which draws reward or punishment with it. How far this may be an argument against those who would place thinking in a system of fleeting animal spirits, I leave to be considered. But yet to return to the question before us, it must be allowed that if the same consciousness, which, as has been shown, is quite a different thing from the same numerical figure or motion in body, can be transferred from one thinking substance to another, it will be possible that two thinking substances may make but one person. For the same consciousness being preserved, whether in the same or different substances, the personal identity is preserved. 14. As to the second part of the question, whether the same immaterial substance remaining, there may be two distinct persons, which question seems to me to be built on this, whether the same immaterial being conscious of the action of its past duration, may be wholly stripped of all the consciousness of its past existence, and lose it beyond the power of ever retrieving again, and so as it were beginning a new account from a new period, have a consciousness that cannot reach beyond this new state. All those who hold pre-existence are evidently of this mind, since they allow the soul to have no remaining consciousness of what it did in that pre-existent state, either wholly separate from body, or informing in any other body, and if they should not, it is plain experience would be against them. So that personal identity reaching no further than consciousness reaches, a pre-existent spirit not having continued so many ages in a state of silence must needs make different persons. Suppose a Christian, Platonist, or Pythagorean should, upon God's having ended all his works of creation the seventh day, think his soul hath existed ever since, and would imagine it has revolved in several human bodies, as I once met with one, who was persuaded his had been the soul of Socrates. How reasonably I will not dispute. This I know, that in the post he filled, which was no inconsiderable one, he passed for a very rational man, and the press has shown that he wanted not parts or learning. Would any one say that he, being not conscious of any of Socrates' actions or thoughts, could be the same person with Socrates? Let any one reflect upon himself, and conclude that he has in himself an immaterial spirit, which is that which thinks in him, and in the constant change of his body keeps him the same, and is that which he calls himself. Let him also suppose it to be the same soul that was in Nestor or Thersites at the siege of Troy, for souls being, as far as we know anything of them in their nature, indifferent to any parcel of matter, the supposition has no apparent absurdity in it, which it may have been, as well as it is now the soul of another man. But he now having no consciousness of any of the actions of either Nestor or Thersites, does or can he conceive himself the same person with either of them? Can he be concerned in either of their actions, attribute them to himself, or think them his own more than the actions of any other men that ever existed? So that this consciousness not reaching to any of the actions of either of those men, he is no more one self with either of them than if the soul or immaterial spirit that now informs him had been created and began to exist when it began to inform his present body. though it were ever so true that the same spirit that informed Nestor's or Thersites' body were numerically the same that now informs his. For this would no more make him the same person with Nestor than if some of the particles of matter that were once a part of Nestor were now a part of this man. The same immaterial substance without the same consciousness, no more making the same person by being united to any body than the same particle of matter without consciousness united to any body makes the same person. But let him once find himself conscious of any of the actions of Nestor, he then finds himself the same person with Nestor. 15. And thus we may be able, without any difficulty, to conceive the same person at the resurrection, though in a body not exactly in make or parts the same which he had here, the same consciousness going along with the soul that inhabits it. But yet the soul alone, in the change of bodies, would scarce to any one but to him that makes the soul the man be enough to make the same man. For should the soul of a prince, carrying with it the consciousness of the prince's past life, enter and inform the body of a cobbler, as soon as deserted by his own soul, everyone sees he would be the same person with the prince, accountable only for the prince's actions, but who would say it was the same man? The body too goes to the making of the man, and would, I guess, to everybody determine the man in this case, wherein the soul, with all its princely thoughts about it, would not make another man, but he would be the same cobbler to everyone besides himself. I know that, in the ordinary way of speaking, the same person and the same man stand for one and the same thing. And indeed everyone will always have a liberty to speak as he pleases, and to apply what articulate sounds to what ideas he thinks fit, and change them as often as he pleases. But yet when we will inquire what makes the same spirit, man or person, we must fix the ideas of spirit, man or person in our minds, and having resolved with ourselves what we mean by them, it will not be hard to determine in either of them, or the like, when it is the same, and when not. 16. But though the same immaterial substance or soul does not alone, wherever it be, and in whatever state, make the same man, yet it is plain consciousness, as far as ever it can be extended, should it be to ages past, unites existences and actions, very remote in time, into the same person, as well as it does the existences and actions of the immediately preceding moment, so that whatever has the consciousness of present and past actions is the same person to whom they both belong. Had I the same consciousness that I saw the ark and Noah's flood, as that I saw an overflowing of the Thames last winter, or as that I write now, I could no more doubt that I who write this now, that saw the Thames overflowed last winter, and that viewed the flood as the general deluge, was the same self, place that self in what substance you please, than that I who write this am the same myself now whilst I write, whether I consist of all the same substance, material or immaterial or no, that I was yesterday. For as to this point of being the same self, it matters not whether this present self be made up of the same or other substances, I being as much concerned, and as justly accountable for any action that was done 1,000 years since, appropriated to me now by this self-consciousness, as I am for what I did the last moment. End of section 23. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 24 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity, Part 2. 17. Self is that conscious thinking thing, whatever substance made up of, whether spiritual or material, simple or compounded, it matters not, which is sensible, or conscious of pleasure and pain, capable of happiness or misery, and so is concerned for itself, as far as that consciousness extends. Thus everyone finds that whilst comprehended under that consciousness, the little finger is as much a part of himself as what is most so. Upon separation of this little finger, should this consciousness go along with the little finger and leave the rest of the body, it is evident the little finger would be the person, the same person, and self then would have nothing to do with the rest of the body. as in this case it is the consciousness that goes along with the substance, when one part is separate from another, which makes the same person, and constitutes this inseparable self. So it is in reference to substances remote in time. That with which the consciousness of this present thinking thing can join itself makes the same person, and is one self with it, and with nothing else, and so attributes to itself and owns all the actions of that thing as its own, as far as that consciousness reaches, and no further, as everyone who reflects will perceive. 18. In this personal identity is founded all the right and justice of reward and punishment, happiness and misery being that for which every one is concerned for himself, and not mattering what becomes of any substance not joined to or affected with that consciousness. For as it is evident in the instance I gave but now, if the consciousness went along with the little finger when it was cut off, that would be the same self which was concerned for the whole body yesterday, as making part of itself, whose actions then it cannot but admit as its own now. Though if the same body should still live, and immediately, from the separation of the little finger, have its own peculiar consciousness, whereof the little finger knew nothing, it would not at all be concerned for it as a part of itself, or could own any of its actions, or have any of them imputed to him. 19. This may show us wherein personal identity consists, not in the identity of substance, but, as I have said, in the identity of consciousness, wherein, if Socrates and the present mayor of Queenborough agree, they are the same person. If the same Socrates waking and sleeping do not partake of the same consciousness, Socrates waking and sleeping is not the same person. And to punish Socrates waking for what sleeping Socrates thought, and waking Socrates was never conscious of, would be no more of right than to punish one twin for what his brother twin did, whereof he knew nothing, because their outsides were so like that they could not be distinguished, for such twins have been seen. 20. But yet possibly it will still be objected, suppose I wholly use the memory of some parts of my life beyond a possibility of retrieving them, so that perhaps I shall never be conscious of them again. Yet am I not the same person that did those actions, had those thoughts that I once was conscious of, though I have now forgot them? To which I answer that we must here take notice what the word I is applied to, which in this case is the man only. And the same man being presumed to be the same person, I is easily here supposed to stand also for the same person. But if it be possible for the same man to have distinct incommunicable consciousness at different times, it is past doubt the same man would at different times make different persons, which we see is the sense of mankind in the solemnest declaration of their opinions, human laws not punishing the madman for the sober man's actions, nor the sober man for what the madman did, thereby making them two persons, which is somewhat explained by our way of speaking in English, when we say such an one is not himself or is beside himself, in which phrases it is insinuated as if those who now, or at least first used them, thought that self was changed, the same self-person was no longer in that man. 21. But yet it is hard to concede that Socrates, the same individual man, should be two persons. To help us a little in this, we must consider what is meant by Socrates, or the same individual man. First, it must be either the same individual, immaterial, thinking substance, in short, the same numerical soul, and nothing else. Secondly, or the same animal, without any regard to an immaterial soul. Thirdly, or the same immaterial spirit united to the same animal. Now take which of these suppositions you please, it is impossible to make personal identity to consist in anything but consciousness, or reach any farther than that does. For by the first of them it must be allowed possible that a man born of different women and in distant times may be the same man. A way of speaking which whoever admits must allow it possible for the same man to be two distinct persons, as any two that have lived in different ages without the knowledge of one another's thoughts. By the second and third, Socrates in this life and after it cannot be the same man any way but by the same consciousness, and so making human identity to consist in the same thing wherein we place personal identity, there will be no difficulty to allow the same man to be the same person. But then they who place human identity in consciousness only, and not in something else, must consider how they will make the infant Socrates the same man with Socrates after the resurrection. But whatsoever to some men makes a man, and consequently the same individual man, wherein perhaps few are agreed, personal identity can by us be placed in nothing but consciousness, which is that alone which makes what we call self, without involving us in great absurdities. 22. But is not a man drunk and sober the same person? Why else is he punished for the fact he commits when drunk, though he be never afterwards conscious of it? Just as much the same person is a man that walks and does other things in his sleep is the same person and is answerable for any mischief he shall do in it. Human laws punish both, with a justice suitable to their way of knowledge, because in these cases they cannot distinguish certainly what is real, what counterfeit, and so the ignorance in drunkenness or sleep is not admitted as a plea. For though punishment be annexed to personality, and personality to consciousness, and a drunkard perhaps be not conscious of what he did, yet human judicatures justly punish him, because the fact is proved against him, but want of consciousness cannot be proved for him. But in the great day, wherein the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open, it may be reasonable to think, no one shall be made to answer for what he knows nothing of, but shall receive his doom, his conscience accusing or excusing him. 23. Nothing but consciousness can unite remote existences into the same person. The identity of substance will not do it. For whatever substance there is, however framed, without consciousness there is no person, and a carcass may be a person, as well as any sort of substance be so without consciousness. Could we suppose two distinct, incommunicable consciousnesses acting the same body, the one constantly by day, the other by night, and on the other side the same consciousness acting by intervals two distinct bodies, I ask in the first place whether the day and the night man would not be two as distinct persons as Socrates and Plato, and whether in the second case there would not be one person in two distinct bodies, as much as one man is the same in two distinct clothings. Nor is it at all material to say that this same and this distinct consciousness, in the cases above mentioned, is owing to the same and distinct immaterial substances, bringing it with them to those bodies, which, whether true or no, alters not the case, since it is evident the personal identity would equally be determined by the consciousness, whether that consciousness were annexed to some individual immaterial substance or no. For granting that the thinking substance in man must be necessarily supposed immaterial, it is evident that immaterial thinking thing may sometimes part with its past consciousness, and be restored to it again, as appears in the forgetfulness men often have of their past actions, and the mind many times recovers the memory of a past consciousness which it had lost for 20 years together. Make these intervals of memory and forgetfulness to take their turns regularly by day and night, and you have two persons with the same immaterial spirit, as much as in the former instance two persons with the same body. So that self is not determined by identity or diversity of substance, which it cannot be sure of but only by identity of consciousness. 24. Indeed, it may conceive the substance whereof it is now made up to have existed formerly, united in the same conscious being, but consciousness removed, that substance is no more itself, or makes no more a part of it than any other substance, as is evident in the instance we have already given of a limb cut off, of whose heat, or cold, or other affections, having no longer any consciousness, it is no more of a man's self than any other matter of the universe. In like manner it will be in reference to any immaterial substance, which is void of that consciousness whereby I am myself to myself, if there be any part of its existence which I cannot upon recollection join with that present consciousness whereby I am now myself, it is in that part of its existence no more myself than any other immaterial being. For whatsoever any substance has thought or done, which I cannot recollect, and by my consciousness make my own thought and action, it will no more belong to me, whether a part of me thought or did it, than if it had been thought or done by any other immaterial being anywhere existing. 25. I agree. The more probable opinion is that this consciousness is annexed to and the affection of one individual immaterial substance. But let men, according to their diverse hypotheses, resolve of that as they please. This every intelligent being, sensible of happiness or misery, must grant that there is something that is himself that he is concerned for and would have happy, that this self has existed in a continued duration more than one instant, and therefore it is possible may exist, as it has done, months and years to come, without any certain bounds to be set to its duration, and may be the same self, by the same consciousness continued on for the future. And thus, by this consciousness, he finds himself to be the same self which did such or such an action some years since, by which he comes to be happy or miserable now. In all which account of self, the same numerical substance is not considered as making the same self, but the same continued consciousness, in which several substances may have been united and again separated from it, which whilst they continued in a vital union with that wherein this consciousness then resided, made a part of that same self. Thus any part of our bodies vitally united to that which is conscious in us makes a part of ourselves, but upon separation from the vital union, by which that consciousness is communicated, that which a moment since was part of ourselves is now no more so, then a part of another man's self is a part of me, and it is not impossible, but in a little time may become a real part of another person. And so we have the same numerical substance become a part of two different persons, and the same person preserved under the change of various substances. Could we suppose any spirit wholly stripped of all its memory or consciousness of past actions, as we find our minds always are of a great part of ours, and sometimes of them all? The union or separation of such a spiritual substance would make no variation of personal identity any more than that of any particle of matter does. Any substance vitally united to the present thinking being is a part of that very same self which now is. Anything united to it by a consciousness of former actions makes also a part of the same self, which is the same both then and now. 26. Person, as I take it, is the name for this self. Wherever a man finds what he calls himself, there I think another may say is the same person. It is a forensic term appropriating actions and their merit, and so belongs only to intelligent agents capable of a law, and happiness and misery. This personality extends itself beyond present existence to what is past only by consciousness, whereby it becomes concerned and accountable, owns and imputes to itself past actions just upon the same ground and for the same reason that it does the present. All which is founded in a concern for happiness, the unavoidable concomitant of consciousness, that which is conscious of pleasure and pain, desiring that that self that is conscious should be happy. And therefore whatever past actions it cannot reconcile or appropriate to that present self by consciousness, it can be no more concerned in than if they had never been done, and to receive pleasure or pain, i.e. reward or punishment, on the account of any such action, is all one as to be made happy or miserable in its first being, without any demerit at all. For supposing a man punished now for what he had done in another life, whereof he could be made to have no consciousness at all, what difference is there between that punishment and being created miserable? And therefore conformable to this the Apostle tells us, that at the great day when everyone shall, quote, receive according to his doings, the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open, end quote, the sentence shall be justified by the consciousness all persons shall have, that they themselves, in what bodies soever they appear, or what substances soever that consciousness adheres to, are the same that committed those actions and deserve that punishment for them. 27. I am apt enough to think I have, in treating of this subject, made some suppositions that will look strange to some readers, and possibly they are so in themselves. But yet I think they are such as are pardonable in this ignorance we are in of the nature of that thinking thing that is in us, and which we look on as ourselves. Did we know what it was, or how it was tied to a certain system of fleeting animal spirits, or whether it could or could not perform its operations of thinking and memory out of a body organized as ours is, and whether it has pleased God, that no one such spirit shall ever be united to any one but such body, upon the right constitution of whose organs its memory should depend, we might see the absurdity of some of those suppositions I have made. But taking, as we ordinarily now do, in the dark concerning these matters, the soul of a man for an immaterial substance, independent from matter, and indifferent alike to it all, there can from the nature of things be no absurdity at all to suppose that the same soul may, at different times, be united to different bodies, and with them make up, for that time, one man. As well as we suppose a part of a sheep's body yesterday should be a part of a man's body tomorrow, and in that union make a vital part of Malebolus himself, as well as it did of his ram. 28. To conclude, whatever substance begins to exist, it must, during its existence, necessarily be the same. Whatever compositions of substances begin to exist, during the union of those substances the concrete must be the same. Whatsoever mode begins to exist during its existence, it is the same. And so if the composition be of distinct substances and different modes, the same rule holds. Whereby it will appear that the difficulty or obscurity that has been about this matter rather rises from the names ill used than from any obscurity in things themselves. For whatever makes the specific idea to which the name is applied, if that idea be steadily kept to, the distinction of anything into the same and divers will easily be conceived, and there can arise no doubt about it. 29. For supposing a rational spirit be the idea of a man, it is easy to know what is the same man, viz., the same spirit, whether separate or in a body, will be the same man. Supposing a rational spirit vitally united to a body of a certain conformation of parts to make a man, whilst that rational spirit with that vital conformation of parts, though continued in a fleeting successive body, remains, it will be the same. But if to any one the idea of a man be but the vital union of parts in a certain shape, as long as that vital union and shape remain in a concrete no otherwise the same, but by a continued succession of fleeting particles, it will be the same. For whatever be the composition, whereof the complex idea is made, whenever existence makes it one particular thing under any denomination, the same existence, continued, preserves it the same individual under the same denomination. End of section 24. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 25 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 27, Footnote. Locke discusses the Bishop of Worcester, Part 1. The doctrine of identity and diversity contained in this chapter, the Bishop of Worcester pretends to be inconsistent with the doctrines of the Christian faith concerning the resurrection of the dead. His way of arguing from it is this. He says, quote, "The reason of believing the resurrection of the same body upon Mr. Locke's grounds is from the idea of identity," end quote. To which our author answers, "Give me leave, my lord, to say that the reason of believing any article of the Christian faith, such as your lordship is here speaking of, to me, and upon my grounds, is its being a part of divine revelation. Upon this ground I believed it, before I either writ that chapter of identity and diversity, and before I ever thought of those propositions which your lordship quotes out of that chapter, and upon the same ground I believe it still, and not from my idea of identity. This saying of your lordship's, therefore, being a proposition neither self-evident nor allowed by me to be true, remains to be proved, so that your foundation failing, all your large superstructure built thereon comes to nothing. But, my lord, before we go any farther, I crave leave humbly to represent to your lordship that I thought you undertook to make out that my notion of ideas was inconsistent with the articles of the Christian faith. But that which your lordship instances in here is not, that I yet know, an article of the Christian faith. The resurrection of the dead I acknowledge to be an article of the Christian faith, but that the resurrection of the same body, in your lordship's sense of the same body, is an article of the Christian faith is what, I confess, I do not yet know. In the New Testament, wherein I think are contained all the articles of the Christian faith, I find our Savior and the apostles to preach the resurrection of the dead, and the resurrection from the dead, in many places, but I do not remember any place where the resurrection of the same body is so much as mentioned. Nay, which is very remarkable in the case, I do not remember in any place of the New Testament, where the general resurrection at the last day is spoken of, any such expression as the resurrection of the body, much less of the same body. I say the general resurrection at the last day, because, where the resurrection of some particular persons, presently upon our Saviour's resurrection, is mentioned, the words are, "The graves were opened, and many bodies of saints, which slept, arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared to many." Of which peculiar way of speaking of this resurrection, the passage itself gives a reason in these words, "appeared to many," i.e., those who slept appeared so as to be known to be risen. But this could not be known, unless they brought with them the evidence, that they were those who had been dead, whereof there were these two proofs: their graves were opened, and their bodies not only gone out of them, but appeared to be the same to those who had known them formerly alive, and knew them to be dead and buried. For if they had been those who had been dead so long, that all who knew them once alive were now gone, those to whom they appeared might have known them to be men, but could not have known they were risen from the dead, because they never knew they had been dead. All that by their appearing they could have known was, that they were so many living strangers, of whose resurrection they knew nothing. It was necessary, therefore, that they should come in such bodies as might in make and size, etc., appear to be the same they had before, that they might be known to those of their acquaintance, whom they appeared to. And it is probable they were such as were newly dead, whose bodies were not yet dissolved and dissipated, and therefore it is particularly said here, differently from what is said of the general resurrection, that their bodies arose, because they were the same that were then lying in their graves, the moment before they arose. But your lordship endeavors to prove it must be the same body, and let us grant that your lordship, nay, and others too, think you have proved it must be the same body. Will you therefore say that he holds what is inconsistent with an article of faith, who having never seen this your lordship's interpretation of the Scripture, nor your reasons for the same body and your sense of same body, or if he has seen them, yet not understanding them or not perceiving the force of them, believes what the Scripture proposes to him, viz., that at the last day the dead shall be raised, without determining whether it shall be with the very same bodies or no? I know your lordship pretends not to erect your particular interpretations of Scriptures into articles of faith, and if you do not, he that believes the dead shall be raised believes that article of faith which the Scripture proposes, and cannot be accused of holding anything inconsistent with it, if it should happen that what he holds is inconsistent with another proposition, viz., that the dead shall be raised with the same bodies, in your lordship's sense, which I do not find proposed in Holy Writ as an article of faith. But your lordship argues, it must be the same body, which, as you explain same body, is not the same individual particles of matter which were united at the point of death, nor the same particles of matter that the sinner had at the time of the commission of his sins, but that it must be the same material substance which was vitally united to the soul here, i.e., as I understand it, the same individual particles of matter which were some time or other during his life here vitally united to his soul. Your first argument to prove that it must be the same body in this sense of the same body is taken from these words of our Savior, "All that are in the grave shall hear his voice, and shall come forth," from which your lordship argues that these words, "all that are in their graves," relate to no other substance than what was united to the soul in life, because a different substance cannot be said to be in the graves, and to come out of them. Which words of your lordship's, if they prove anything, prove that the soul, too, is lodged in the grave, and raised out of it at the last day? For your lordship says, can a different substance be said to be in the graves and come out of them? So that according to this interpretation of these words of our Saviour, no other substance being raised but what hears his voice, and no other substance hearing his voice but what being called comes out of the grave, and no other substance coming out of the grave but what was in the grave. Any one must conclude that the soul, unless it be in the grave, will make no part of the person that is raised, unless, as your lordship argues against me, you can make it out that a substance which never was in the grave may come out of it, or that the soul is no substance. But setting aside the substance of the soul, another thing that will make any one doubt whether this your interpretation of our Saviour's words be necessarily to be received as their true sense, is that it will not be very easily reconciled to your saying. You do not mean by the same body the same individual particles which were united at the point of death. And yet, by this interpretation of our Saviour's words, you can mean no other particles but such as were united at the point of death, because you mean no other substance but what comes out of the grave. And no substance, no particles come out, you say, but what were in the grave. And I think your lordship will not say that the particles that were separate from the body by perspiration before the point of death were laid up in the grave. But your lordship, I find, has an answer to this, viz., that by comparing this with other places, you find that the words of our Saviour above quoted are to be understood of the substance of the body, to which the soul was united, and not to, I suppose your lordship writ of, these individual particles, i.e., those individual particles that are in the grave at the resurrection. For so they must be read, to make your lordship's sense entire, and to the purpose of your answer here, and then, methinks, this last sense of our Saviour's words given by your lordship wholly overturns the sense which we have given of them above, where from those words you press the belief of the resurrection of the same body by this strong argument that a substance could not, upon hearing the voice of Christ, come out of the grave which was never in the grave. There, as far as I can understand your words, your lordship argues that our Saviour's words are to be understood of the particles in the grave, unless, as your lordship says, one can make it out that a substance which never was in the grave may come out of it. And here your lordship expressly says that our Saviour's words are to be understood of the substance of that body, to which the soul was, at any time, united, and not to those individual particles that are in the grave. Which put together seems to me to say that our Saviour's words are to be understood of those particles only that are in the grave, and not of those particles which only are in the grave, but of others also, which have at any time been vitally united to the soul, but never were in the grave. The next text your lordship brings to make the resurrection of the same body, in your sense, an article of faith, are these words of St. Paul, quote, "For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that every one may receive the things done in his body, according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad." End quote. To which your lordship subjoins this question: can these words be understood of any other material substance but that body in which these things were done? Answer: a man may suspend his determining the meaning of the apostle to be that the sinner shall suffer for his sins in the very same body wherein he committed them, because St. Paul does not say that he shall have the very same body when he suffers that he had when he sinned. The apostle says, indeed, done in his body. The body he had and did things in at 5 or 15 was no doubt his body, as much as that which he did things in at 50 was his body, though his body were not the very same body at those different ages. And so will the body which he shall have after the resurrection be his body, though it be not the very same with that which he had at 5 or 15 or 50. He that at 60 is broke on the wheel for a murder he committed at 20 is punished for what he did in his body, though the body he has, i.e., his body at 60, be not the same, i.e., made up of the same individual particles of matter that body was which he had 40 years before. When your lordship has resolved with yourself what that same immutable he is, which at the last judgment shall receive the things done in his body, your lordship will easily see that the body he had when an embryo in the womb, when a child playing in coats, when a man marrying a wife, and when bedridden dying of a consumption, and at last which he shall have after his resurrection, are each of them his body, though neither of them be the same body, the one with the other. But farther, to your lordship's question, can these words be understood of any other material substance but that body in which these things were done? I answer, these words of St. Paul may be understood of another material substance than that body in which these things were done, because your lordship teaches me and gives me a strong reason so to understand them. Your lordship says that you do not say the same particles of matter which the sinner had at the very time of the commission of his sins shall be raised at the last day. And your lordship gives this reason for it, for then a long sinner must have a vast body, considering the continued spending of particles by perspiration. Now, my lord, if the apostle's words, as your lordship would argue, cannot be understood of any other material substance but that body in which these things were done, and no body upon the removal or change of some of the particles that at any time make it up is the same material substance or the same body, it will, I think, thence follow that either the sinner must have all the same individual particles vitally united to his soul when he is raised, that he had vitally united to his soul when he sinned, or else St. Paul's words here cannot be understood to mean the same body in which these things were done. For if there were other particles of matter in the body wherein the things were done, then in that which is raised cannot be the same body in which they were done. Unless that alone, which has just all the same individual particles when any action is done, being the same body wherein it was done, that also, which has not the same individual particles wherein that action was done, can be the same body wherein it was done, which is in effect to make the same body sometimes to be the same and sometimes not the same. Your lordship think it suffices to make the same body to have not all but no other particles of matter, but such as were some time or other vitally united to the soul before, but such a body, made up of part of the particles some time or other vitally united to the soul, is no more the same body wherein the actions were done in the distant parts of the long sinner's life, than that is the same body in which a quarter, or half, or 3/4 of the same particles that made it up are wanting. For example, a sinner has acted here in his body 100 years. He is raised at the last day, but with what body? The same, says your lordship, that he acted in, because St. Paul says he must receive the things done in his body. What therefore must his body at the resurrection consist of? Must it consist of all the particles of matter that have ever been vitally united to his soul? For they, in succession, have all of them made up his body wherein he did these things. No, says your lordship, that would make his body too vast. It suffices to make the same body in which the things were done, that it consists of some of the particles, and no other but such as were, some time during his life, vitally united to his soul. But according to this account, his body at the resurrection being, as your lordship seems to limit it, near the same size it was in some part of his life, it will be no more the same body in which the things were done in the distant parts of his life, than that is the same body in which half or 3/4 or more of the individual matter that then made it up is now wanting. For example, let his body at 50 years old consist of 1,000,000 of parts. 500,000 at least of those parts will be different from those which made up his body at 10 years and at 100. So that to take the numerical particles that made up his body at 50, or any other season of his life, or to gather them promiscuously out of those which at different times have successively been vitally united to his soul, they will no more make the same body which was his wherein some of his actions were done, than that is the same body, which has but half the same particles, and yet all your lordship's argument here for the same body is because St. Paul says it must be his body in which these things were done, which it could not be if any other substance were joined to it, i.e., if any other particles of matter made up the body which were not vitally united to the soul when the action was done. Again, your lordship says, that you do not say the same individual particles shall make up the body at the resurrection, which were united at the point of death, for there must be a great alteration in them in a lingering disease, as if a fat man falls into a consumption, because it is likely your lordship thinks these particles of a decrepit, wasted, withered body would be too few, or unfit to make such a plump, strong, vigorous, well-sized body as it has pleased your lordship to proportion out in your thoughts to men at the resurrection. And therefore some small portion of the particles formerly united vitally to that man's soul shall be reassumed to make up his body to the bulk your lordship judges convenient. But the greatest part of them shall be left out, to avoid making his body more vast than your lordship thinks will be fit, as appears by these your lordship's words immediately following, viz., that you do not say the same particles the sinner had at the very time of commission of his sins, for then a long sinner must have a vast body. But then, pray, my lord, what must an embryo do, who, dying within a few hours after his body was vitally united to his soul, has no particles of matter, which were formerly vitally united to it, to make up his body of that size and proportion which your lordship seems to require in bodies at the resurrection? Or must we believe he shall remain content with that small pittance of matter, and that yet imperfect body to eternity, because it is an article of faith to believe the resurrection of the very same body, i.e., made up of only such particles as have been vitally united to the soul? For if it be so, as your lordship says, that life is the result of the union of soul and body, it will follow that the body of an embryo dying in the womb may be very little, not the thousandth part of an ordinary man. For since from the first conception and beginning of formation it has life, and life is the result of the union of the soul with the body, an embryo that shall die either by the untimely death of the mother or by any other accident presently after it has life, must, according to your lordship's doctrine, remain a man not an inch long to eternity, because there are not particles of matter formerly united to a soul to make him bigger, and no other can be made use of to that purpose, though what greater congruity the soul hath with any particles of matter which were once vitally united to it, but are now so no longer, than it hath with particles of matter which it was never united to, would be hard to determine, if that should be demanded. By these, and not a few other the like consequences, one may see what service they do to religion and the Christian doctrine, who raise questions and make articles of faith about the resurrection of the same body, where the Scripture says nothing of the same body, or if it does, it is with no small reprimand to those who make such an inquiry. But some men will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? Thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die. And that which thou sowest not that body that shall be, but bare grain. It may chance of wheat or of some other grain, but God giveth it a body as it hath pleased him. Words, I should think, sufficient to deter us from determining anything for or against the same bodies being raised at the last day. It suffices that all the dead shall be raised, and every one appear and answer for the things done in his life, and receive according to the things he has done in his body, whether good or bad. He that believes this, and has said nothing inconsistent herewith, I presume may and must be acquitted from being guilty of anything inconsistent with the article of the resurrection of the dead. But your lordship, to prove the resurrection of the same body to be an article of faith, further asks, how could it be said, if any other substance be joined to the soul at the resurrection as its body, that they were the things done in or by the body? Answer. Just as it may be said of a man at 100 years old, that hath then another substance joined to his soul than he had at 20, that the murder or drunkenness he was guilty of at 20 were things done in the body. How, by the body, comes in here, I do not see. Your lordship adds, and St. Peter's dispute about the matter of raising the body might soon have ended if there were no necessity of the same body." Answer: when I understand what argument there is in these words to prove the resurrection of the same body, without the mixture of one new atom of matter, I shall know what to say to it. In the meantime, this I understand, that St. Paul would have put as short an end to all disputes about this matter if he had said that there was the necessity of the same body, or that it should be the same body. The next text of Scripture you bring for the same body is, "If there be no resurrection of the dead, then is not Christ raised," from which your lordship argues, "It seems then other bodies are to be raised as his was." I grant other dead, as certainly raised as Christ was, for else his resurrection would be of no use to mankind. But I do not see how it follows that they shall be raised with the same body, as Christ was raised with the same body, as your lordship infers in these words annexed. "And can there be any doubt whether his body was the same material substance which was united to his soul before?" I answer, none at all, nor that it had just the same distinguishing lineaments and marks, yea, and the same wounds that it had at the time of his death. If therefore your lordship will argue from other bodies being raised as his was, that they must keep proportions with his in sameness, then we must believe that every man shall be raised with the same lineaments and other notes of distinction he had at the time of his death, even with his wounds yet open, if he had any, because our Saviour was so raised, which seems to me scarce reconcilable with what your lordship says, of a fat man falling into a consumption and dying. But whether it will consist or no with your lordship's meaning in that place, this to me seems a consequence that will need to be better proved, viz., that our bodies must be raised the same, just as our Saviour's was, because St. Paul says, "If there be no resurrection of the dead, then is not Christ risen." For it may be a good consequence. Christ is risen, and therefore there shall be a resurrection of the dead. And yet this may not be a good consequence. Christ was raised with the same body he had at his death, therefore all men shall be raised with the same body they had at their death, contrary to what your lordship says concerning a fat man dying of a consumption. But the case I think far different betwixt our Saviour and those to be raised at the last day. 1. His body saw not corruption, and therefore to give him another body new moulded, mixed with other particles, which were not contained in it as it lay in the grave, whole and entire as it was laid there, had been to destroy his body to frame him a new one without any need. But why, with the remaining particles of a man's body long since dissolved and mouldered into dust and atoms, whereof possibly a great part may have undergone variety of changes, and entered into other concretions, even in the bodies of other men, other new particles of matter mixed with them may not serve to make his body again, as well as the mixture of new and different particles of matter with the old did in the compass of his life make his body, I think no reason can be given. This may serve to show why, though the materials of our Saviour's body were not changed at his resurrection, yet it does not follow, but that the body of a man dead and rotten in his grave, or burnt, may at the last day have several new particles in it, and that without any inconvenience, since whatever matter is vitally united to his soul is his body, as much as that which was united to it when he was born, or in any other part of his life. 2. In the next place, the size, shape, figure, and lineaments of our Saviour's body, even to his wounds, into which doubting Thomas put his fingers and his hand, were to be kept in the raised body of our Saviour, the same they were at his death, to be a conviction to his disciples, to whom he showed himself, and who were to be witnesses of his resurrection, that their Master, the very same man, was crucified, dead, and buried, and raised again. And therefore he was handled by them, and eat before them after he was risen, to give them in all points full satisfaction that it was really he, the same, and not another, nor a spectre or apparition of him, though I do not think your lordship will thence argue that because others are to be raised as he was, Therefore it is necessary to believe that because he eat after his resurrection, others at the last day shall eat and drink after they are raised from the dead. Which seems to me as good an argument as because his undissolved body was raised out of the grave, just as it lay there entire, without the mixture of any new particles, therefore the corrupted and consumed bodies of the dead at the resurrection shall be new framed only out of those scattered particles which were once vitally united to their souls, without the least mixture of any one single atom of new matter. But at the last day, when all men are raised, there will be no need to be assured of any one particular man's resurrection. It is enough that every one shall appear before the judgment seat of Christ, to receive according to what he had done in his former life. But in what sort of body he shall appear, or of what particles made up, the Scriptures having said nothing, but that it shall be a spiritual body raised in incorruption, it is not for me to determine. Your Lordship asks, "Were they who saw our Savior after his resurrection witnesses only of some material substance then united to his soul?" In answer, I beg your Lordship to consider whether you suppose our Savior was to be known to be the same man to the witnesses that were to see him and testify his resurrection by his soul, that could neither be seen or known to be the same, or by his body that could be seen and by the discernible structure and marks of it be known to be the same. When your Lordship has resolved that, all that you can say in that page will answer itself. But because one man cannot know another to be the same, but by the outward visible lineaments and sensible marks he has been wont to be known and distinguished by, will your Lordship therefore argue that the great Judge at the last day, who gives to each man whom he raises his new body, shall not be able to know who is who, unless he give to every one of them a body just of the same figure, size, and features, and made up of the very same individual particles he had in his former life? Whether such a way of arguing for the resurrection of the same body to be an article of faith contributes much to the strengthening of the credibility of the article of the resurrection of the dead, I shall leave to the judgment of others. Farther, for the proving this resurrection of the same body to be an article of faith, your Lordship says, "But the Apostle insists upon the resurrection of Christ not merely as an argument of the possibility of ours, but of the certainty of it, because he rose as the first fruits, Christ the first fruits, afterwards they that are Christ's at his coming." Answer: no doubt, the resurrection of Christ is a proof of the certainty of our resurrection, but it is therefore a proof of the resurrection of the same body, consisting of the same individual particles which concurred to the making up of our body here, without the mixture of any one other particle of matter. I confess I see no such consequence. But your Lordship goes on, "St. Paul was aware of the objections in men's minds about the resurrection of the same body, and it is of great consequence as to this article to show upon what grounds he proceeds. But some men will say, How are the dead raised up, and with what body do they come? First, he shows that the seminal parts of plants are wonderfully improved by the ordinary providence of God, in the manner of their vegetation." Answer: I do not perfectly understand what it is, "for the seminal parts of plants to be wonderfully improved by the ordinary providence of God, in the manner of their vegetation," or else perhaps I should better see how this here tends to the proof of the resurrection of the same body, in your Lordship's sense. It continues, "They sow bare grain of wheat, or of some other grain, but God giveth it a body, as it hath pleased him, and to every seed his own body. Here, says your Lordship, is an identity of the material substance supposed." It may be so, but to me a diversity of the material substance, i.e., of the component particles, is here supposed, or in direct words said. For the words of St. Paul taken altogether run thus, "That which thou sowest not that body which shall be, but bare grain," and so on, as your Lordship has set down in the remainder of them, from which words of St. Paul the natural argument seems to me to stand thus: If the body that is put in the earth in sowing is not that body which shall be, then the body that is put in the grave is not, i.e., the same body that shall be. But your lordship proves it to be the same body by these three Greek words of the text, which your lordship interprets thus, that proper body which belongs to it. Answer. Indeed, by those Greek words, whether our translators have rightly rendered them, his own body, or your lordship more rightly, that proper body which belongs to it, I formerly understood no more but this, that in the production of wheat and other grain from seed, God continued every species distinct, so that from grains of wheat sown, root, stalk, blade, ear, grains of wheat were produced, and not those of barley, and so of the rest, which I took to be the meaning of, to every seed his own body. No, says your lordship, these words prove that to every plant of wheat and to every grain of wheat produced in it, it is given the proper body that belongs to it, which is the same body with the grain that was sown. Answer. This, I confess, I do not understand, because I do not understand how one individual grain can be the same with 20, 50, or an 100 individual grains, for such sometimes is the increase. But your lordship proves it. For, says your lordship, every seed having that body in little, which is afterward so much enlarged, and in grain the seed is corrupted before its germination, but it hath its proper organical parts, which make it the same body with that which it grows up to. For although grain be not divided into lobes, as other seeds are, yet it hath been found by the most accurate observations that upon separating the membranes these seminal parts are discerned in them, which afterwards grow up to that body which we call corn. In which words I crave leave to observe, that your lordship supposes that a body may be enlarged by the addition of 100 or 1,000 times as much in bulk as its own matter, and yet continues the same body, which, I confess, I cannot understand. But in the next place, if that could be so, and that the plant in its full growth at harvest increased by 1,000 or 1,000,000 of times as much new matter added to it, as it had when it lay in little concealed in the grain that was sown, was the very same body, yet I do not think that your lordship will say, that every minute, insensible, and inconceivably small grain of the 100 grains, contained in that little organized seminal plant, is every one of them the very same with that grain which contains that whole seminal plant, and all those invisible grains in it. For then it will follow that one grain is the same with an 100, and an 100 distinct grains the same with one, which I shall be able to assent to when I can conceive that all the wheat in the world is but one grain. For I beseech you, my lord, consider what it is St. Paul here speaks of. It is plain he speaks of that which is sown and dies, i.e., the grain that the husbandman takes out of his barn to sow in his field. And of this grain St. Paul says, that it is not that body that shall be. These two, viz., that which is sown and that body that shall be, are all the bodies that St. Paul here speaks of, to represent the agreement or difference of men's bodies after the resurrection, with those they had before they died. Now I crave leave to ask your lordship which of these two is that little invisible seminal plant, which your lordship here speaks of. Does your lordship mean by it the grain that is sown? But that is not what St. Paul speaks of. He could not mean this embryonated little plant, for he could not denote it by these words, that which thou sowest, for that he says must die, but this little embryonated plant, contained in the seed that is sown, dies not. Or does your lordship mean by it, the body that shall be, but neither by these words, the body that shall be, can St. Paul be supposed to denote this insensible little embryonated plant, for that is already in being, contained in the seed that is sown, and therefore could not be spoken of under the name of the body that shall be. And therefore, I confess, I cannot see of what use it is to your lordship to introduce here this third body, which St. Paul mentions not, and to make that the same, or not the same with any other, when those which St. Paul speaks of are, as I humbly conceive, these two visible sensible bodies, the grain sown, and the corn grown up to ear, with neither of which this insensible embryonated plant can be the same body, unless an insensible body can be the same body with a sensible body, and a little body can be the same body with 10,000 or 100,000 times as big as itself, so that yet, I confess, I see not the resurrection of the same body proved from these words of St. Paul to be an article of faith. Your Lordship goes on, St. Paul indeed saith, that we sow not that body that shall be, but he speaks not of the identity, but the perfection of it. Here my understanding fails me again, for I cannot understand St. Paul to say that the same identical sensible grain of wheat, which was sown at seed time, is the very same with every grain of wheat in the ear at harvest that sprang from it. Yet so must I understand it, to make it prove that the same sensible body that is laid in the grave shall be the very same with that which shall be raised at the resurrection. For I do not know of any seminal body in little contained in the dead carcass of any man or woman, which, as your Lordship says, in seeds, having its proper organical parts, shall afterwards be enlarged, and at the resurrection grow up into the same man. For I never thought of any seed or seminal parts, either of plant or animal, so wonderfully improved by the providence of God, whereby the same plant or animal should beget itself, nor ever heard that it was by divine providence designed to produce the same individual, but for the producing of future and distinct individuals for the continuations of the same species. Your Lordship's next words are, and although there be such a difference from the grain itself, when it comes up to be perfect corn, with root, stalk, blade, and ear, that it may be said to outward appearance not to be the same body, yet with regard to the seminal and organic parts it is as much the same as a man grown up is the same with the embryo in the womb. Answer: it does not appear by anything I can find in the text that St. Paul here compared the body produced with the seminal and organic parts contained in the grain it sprang from, but with the whole sensible grain that was grown. Microscopes had not then discovered the little embryo plant in the seed, and supposing it should have been revealed to St. Paul, though in the Scripture we find little revelation of natural philosophy, yet an argument taken from a thing perfectly unknown to the Corinthians, whom he writ to, could be of no manner of use to them, nor serve at all either to instruct or convince them. But granting that those St. Paul writ to knew it as well as Mr. Leuwenhoek, yet your Lordship thereby proves not the raising of the same body. Your Lordship says it is as much the same, I crave to leave to add body, as a man grown up is the same, Same what, I beseech your Lordship? With the embryo in the womb, For that the body of the embryo in the womb and body of the man grown up is the same body, I think no one will say, unless he can persuade himself that a body that is not the 100th part of another is the same with that other, which I think no one will do, till having renounced this dangerous way by ideas of thinking and reasoning, he has learnt to say that a part and the whole are the same. Your Lordship goes on, and although many arguments may be used to prove that a man is not the same because life, which depends upon the course of the blood and the manner of respiration and nutrition, is so different in both states, yet that man would be thought ridiculous that should seriously affirm that it was not the same man. And your Lordship says, I grant that the variation of great parcels of matter in plants alters not the identity, and that the organization of the parts in one coherent body, partaking of one common life, makes the identity of a plant. Answer: My lord, I think the question is not about the same man, but the same body. For though I do say, somewhat differently from what your lordship sets down as my words here, quote, that which has such an organization as is fit to receive and distribute nourishment, so as to continue and frame the wood, bark, and leaves, etc., of a plant, in which consists the vegetable life, continues to be the same plant, as long as it partakes of the same life, though that life be communicated to new particles of matter vitally united to the living plant. End quote. Yet I do not remember that I anywhere say that a plant which was once no bigger than an oaten straw, and afterwards grows to be above a fathom about, is the same body, though it be still the same plant. End of section 25. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 26 of an essay concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Chapter 27, Footnote. Locke discusses the Bishop of Worcester, Part 2. The well-known tree in Epping Forest, called the King's Oak, which from not weighing an ounce at first, grew to have many tons of timber in it, was all along the same oak, the very same plant. But nobody, I think, will say that it was the same body when it weighed a ton, as it was when it weighed but an ounce, unless he has a mind to signalize himself by saying that that is the same body which has 1,000 particles of different matter in it for one particle that is the same, which is no better than to say that 1,000 different particles are but one and the same particle, and one and the same particle is 1,000 different particles, 1,000 times a greater absurdity than to say half is whole, or the whole is the same with the half, which will be improved 10,000 times yet farther, if a man shall say, as your lordship seems to me to argue here, that that great oak is the very same body with the acorn it sprang from, because there was in that acorn an oak in little, which was afterwards, as your lordship expresses it, so much enlarged as to make that mighty tree. For this embryo, if I may so call it, or oak in little, being not the 100th or perhaps the 1,000th part of the acorn, and the acorn being not the 1,000th part of the grown oak, it will be very extraordinary to prove the acorn and the grown oak to be the same body, by a way wherein it cannot be pretended that above one particle of 100,000 or 1,000,000 is the same in the one body that it was in the other. From which way of reasoning it will follow that a nurse and her suckling child have the same body, and be past doubt that a mother and her infant have the same body. But this is a way of certainty found out to establish the articles of faith, and to overturn the new method of certainty that your lordship says, quote, I have started, which is apt to leave men's minds more doubtful than before. End quote. And now I desire your lordship to consider of what use it is to you in the present case, to quote out of my essay these words, quote, that partaking of one common life makes the identity of a plant, end quote, since the question is not about the identity of a plant, but about the identity of a body, it being a very different thing to be the same plant and to be the same body. For that which makes the same plant does not make the same body, the one being the partaking in the same continued vegetable life, the other the consisting of the same numerical particles of matter. And therefore your lordship's inference from my words above quoted in these which you subjoin seems to me a very strange one, viz., quote, so that in things capable of any sort of life, the identity is consistent with a continued succession of parts, and so the wheat grown up is the same body with the grain that was sown, end quote. For I believe if my words from which you infer, quote, and so the wheat grown up is the same body with the grain that was sown, end quote, were put into a syllogism, this would hardly be brought to be the conclusion. But your lordship goes on with consequence upon consequence, though I have not eyes acute enough everywhere to see the connection, till you bring it to the resurrection of the same body. The connection of your lordship's words is as followeth, quote, and thus the alteration of the parts of the body at the resurrection is consistent with its identity, if its organization and life be the same, and this is a real identity of the body, which depends not upon consciousness. From whence it follows that to make the same body no more is required, but restoring life to the organized parts of it. End quote. If the question were about raising the same plant, I do not say but there might be some appearance for making such an inference from my words as this, quote, whence it follows, and that to make the same plant no more is required, but to restore life to the organized parts of it. End quote. But this deduction wherein, from those words of mine that speak only of the identity of a plant, your lordship infers there is no more required to make the same body than to make the same plant. Being too subtle for me, I leave to my reader to find out. Your lordship goes on and says that I grant likewise, quote, that the identity of the same man consists in a participation of the same continued life by constantly fleeting particles of matter in succession, vitally united to the same organized body. End quote. Answer. I speak in these words of the identity of the same man, and your lordship thence roundly concludes, quote, so that there is no difficulty of the sameness of the body, end quote. But your lordship knows that I do not take these two sounds, man and body, to stand for the same thing, nor the identity of the man to be the same with the identity of the body. But let us read out your lordship's words, quote, so that there is no difficulty as to the sameness of the body, if life were continued, and if by divine power life be restored to that material substance which was before united by a reunion of the soul to it, there is no reason to deny the identity of the body, not from the consciousness of the soul, but from that life which is the result of the union of the soul and the body. End quote. If I understand your lordship right, you in these words from the passages above quoted out of my book argue that from those words of mine it will follow that it is or may be the same body that is raised at the resurrection. If so, my lord, your lordship has then proved that my book is not inconsistent with, but conformable to this article of the resurrection of the same body, which your lordship contends for, and will have to be an article of faith. For though I do by no means deny that the same bodies shall be raised at the last day, yet I see nothing your lordship has said to prove it to be an article of faith. But your lordship goes on with your proofs and says, quote, but St. Paul still supposes that it must be that material substance to which the soul was before united. For, saith he, quote, it is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption, it is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory, it is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. End quote. Can such a material substance, which was never united to the body, be sown in corruption, and weakness, and dishonor? Either, therefore, he must speak of the same body, or his meaning cannot be comprehended. End quote. I answer, quote, can such a material substance, which was never laid in a grave, be said to be sown, etc.? For your lordship says, quote, you do not say the same individual particles which were united at the point of death shall be raised at the last day, end quote, and no other particles are laid in the grave but such as are united at the point of death. Either, therefore, your lordship must speak of another body, different from that which was sown, which shall be raised, or else your meaning, I think, cannot be comprehended. But whatever your meaning, your lordship proves it to be St. Paul's meaning, that the same body shall be raised which was sown, in these following words, quote, for what does all this relate to a conscious principle? End quote. Answer. The Scripture being express, that the same person should be raised and appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive according to what he had done in his body. It was very well suited to common apprehensions, which refined not about, quote, particles that had been vitally united to the soul, end quote, to speak of the body which each one was to have after the resurrection, as he would be apt to speak of it himself. For it being his body both before and after the resurrection, every one ordinarily speaks of his body as the same, though in a strict and philosophical sense, as your lordship speaks, it be not the very same. Thus it is no impropriety of speech to say, "This body of mine, which was formerly strong and plump, is now weak and wasted," though in such a sense as you are speaking here, it be not the same body. Revelation declares nothing anywhere concerning the same body in your lordship's sense of the same body, which appears not to have been thought of. The Apostle directly proposes nothing for or against the same body as necessary to be believed. That which he is plain and direct in is his opposing and condemning such curious questions about the body, which could serve only to perplex, not to confirm what was material and necessary for them to believe, viz., a day of judgment and retribution to men in a future state, and therefore it is no wonder that, mentioning their bodies, he should use a way of speaking suited to vulgar notions, from which it would be hard positively to conclude anything for the determining of this question, especially against expressions in the same discourse that plainly incline to the other side, in a matter which, as it appears, the Apostle thought not necessary to determine, and the Spirit of God thought not fit to gratify any one's curiosity in. But your lordship says, "The Apostle speaks plainly of that body which was once quickened, and afterwards falls to corruption, and is to be restored with more noble qualities." I wish your lordship had quoted the words of St. Paul, wherein he speaks plainly of that numerical body that was once quickened. They would presently decide this question. But your lordship proves it by these following words of St. Paul: "For this corruption must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality," to which your lordship adds, "that you do not see how he could more expressly affirm the identity of this corruptible body with that after the resurrection." How expressly it is affirmed by the Apostle shall be considered by and by. In the meantime, it is past doubt that your lordship best knows what you do or do not see. But this I would be bold to say, that if St. Paul had anywhere in this chapter, where there are so many occasions for it, if it had been necessary to have been believed, but said in express words that the same body should be raised, everyone else who thinks of it will see he had more expressly affirmed the identity of the bodies which men now have with those they shall have after the resurrection. The remainder of your lordship's period is, "and that without any respect to the principle of self-consciousness." Answer: in these words I doubt not have some meaning, but I must own I know not what, either towards the proof of the resurrection of the same body, or to show that anything I have said concerning self-consciousness is inconsistent. For I do not remember that I have anywhere said that the identity of body consisted in self-consciousness. From your preceding words, your worship concludes thus, "And so if the Scripture be the sole foundation of our faith, this is an article of it." My lord, to make the conclusion unquestionable, I humbly conceive the words must run thus, "And so if the Scripture and your lordship's interpretation of it be the sole foundation of our faith, the resurrection of the same body is an article of it." For with submission, your lordship has neither produced express words of Scripture for it, nor so proved that to be the meaning of any of those words of Scripture which you have produced for it, that a man who reads and sincerely endeavors to understand the Scripture cannot but find himself obliged to believe, as expressly, "that the same bodies of the dead," in your lordship's sense, shall be raised as, "that the dead shall be raised," and I crave leave to give your lordship this one reason for it. He who reads with attention this discourse of St. Paul, where he discourses of the resurrection, will see that he plainly distinguishes between the dead that shall be raised and the bodies of the dead. For it is. Some untranslated Greek words. Are the nominative cases too? Some untranslated Greek words. all along, and not some untranslated Greek words, bodies, which one may with reason think would be somewhere or other have been expressed, if all this had been said to purpose it as an article of faith, that the very same bodies should be raised. The same manner of speaking the Spirit of God observes all through the New Testament, where it is said, "Raise the dead, quicken or make alive the dead, the resurrection of the dead." Nay, these very words of our Savior, urged by your Lordship for the resurrection of the same body, run thus, some untranslated Greek words. Would not a well-meaning searcher of the Scriptures be apt to think that if the thing here intended by our Savior were to teach and propose it as an article of faith, necessary to be believed by everyone, that the very same bodies of the dead should be raised, would not, I say, any one be apt to think that if our Savior meant so, the word should rather have been a few untranslated Greek words, i.e., all the bodies that are in the graves, rather than all who are in the graves, which must denote persons and not precisely bodies? Another evidence that St. Paul makes a distinction between the dead and the bodies of the dead, so that the dead cannot be taken in this. 1 Corinthians 15, to stand precisely for the bodies of the dead, are these words of the Apostle, "But some men will say, How are the dead raised? And with what bodies do they come?" Which words? Dead? And they? If supposed to stand precisely for the bodies of the dead, the question will run thus, "How are the dead bodies raised? And with what bodies do the dead bodies come?" Which seems to have no very agreeable sense. This therefore being so, that the Spirit of God keeps so expressly to this phrase, or form of speaking in the New Testament, of raising, quickening, rising, resurrection, etc., of the dead, where the resurrection of the last day is spoken of, and that the body is not mentioned, but in answer to this question, "With what body shall those dead who are raised come?" So that by the dead cannot precisely be meant the dead bodies. I do not see but a good Christian, who reads the Scripture with an intention to believe all that is there revealed to him concerning the resurrection, may acquit himself of his duty therein, without entering into the inquiry whether the dead shall have the very same bodies or no. Which sort of inquiry the Apostle, by the appellation he bestows here on him that makes it, seems not much to encourage. Nor, if he shall think himself bound to determine concerning the identity of the bodies of the dead raised at the last day, will he, by the remainder of St. Paul's answer, find the determination of the Apostle to be much in favor of the very same body, unless the being told that the body sown is not that body that shall be, that the body raised is as different from that which was laid down as the flesh of man is from the flesh of beasts, fishes, and birds, or as the sun, moon, and stars are different one from another, or as different as a corruptible, weak, natural, mortal body is from an incorruptible, powerful, spiritual, immortal body, and lastly, as different as a body that is flesh and blood is from a body that is not flesh and blood. "For flesh and blood cannot," says St. Paul, in this very place, "inherit the kingdom of God," unless, I say, all this, which is contained in St. Paul's words, can be supposed to be the way to deliver this as an article of faith, which is required to be believed by everyone, viz., "that the dead should be raised with the very same bodies that they had before in this life," which article proposed in these or the like plain and express words could have left no room for doubt in the meanest capacities, nor for contest in the most perverse minds. Your Lordship adds in the next words, "and so it hath been always understood by the Christian Church, viz., that the resurrection of the same body in your Lordship's sense of the same body is an article of faith." Answer: What the Christian Church has always understood is beyond my knowledge; but for those who, coming short of your Lordship's great learning, cannot gather their articles of faith from the understanding of all the whole Christian Church, ever since the preaching of the Gospels, who make the far greater part of Christians, I think I may say 999 of 1,000, but are forced to have recourse to the Scripture to find them there, I do not see that they will easily find there this proposed as an article of faith, that there shall be a resurrection of the same body, but that there shall be a resurrection of the dead, without explicitly determining that they shall be raised up with bodies made up wholly of the same particles which were once vitally united to their souls in their former life, without the mixture of any one other particle of matter, which is that which your lordship means by the same body. But supposing your lordship to have demonstrated this to be an article of faith, though I crave leave to own that I do not see that all that your lordship has said here makes it so much as probable. What is all this to me? Yes, says your lordship in the following words, "My idea of personal identity is inconsistent with it, for it makes the same body which was here united to the soul, not to be necessary to the doctrine of the resurrection. But any material substance united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body." This is an argument of your lordship's which I am obliged to answer to. But is it not fit I should first understand it before I answer it? Now here I do not well know what it is, "to make a thing not to be necessary to the doctrine of the resurrection," but to help myself out the best I can, with a guess, I will conjecture, which, in disputing with learned men, is not very safe. Your lordship's meaning is, that, "my idea of personal identity makes it not necessary," that for the raising the same person, the body should be the same. Your lordship's next word is, "but," to which I am ready to reply, "But what? What does my idea of personal identity do?" For something of that kind the adversative or particle, "but," should, in the ordinary construction of our language, introduce to make the proposition clear and intelligible, but here is no such thing. "But" is one of your lordship's privileged particles, which I must not meddle with, for fear your lordship complain of me again, "as so severe a critic, that for the least ambiguity in any particle fill up pages in my answer, to make my book look considerable for the bulk of it." But since this proposition here, "my idea of personal identity makes the same body which was here united to the soul, not necessary to the doctrine of the resurrection, but any material substance being united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body," is brought to prove my idea of personal identity inconsistent with the article of the resurrection. I must make it out in some direct sense or other, that I may see whether it be both true and conclusive. Therefore venture to read it thus: "My idea of personal identity makes the same body which was here united to the soul not to be necessary at the resurrection, but allows that any material substance being united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body. Ergo, my idea of personal identity is inconsistent with the article of the resurrection of the same body." If this be your lordship's sense in this passage, as I here have guessed it to be, or else I know not what it is, I answer, 1. That my idea of personal identity does not allow that any material substance being united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body. I say no such thing in my book, nor anything from whence it may be inferred, and your lordship would have done me a favor to have set down the words where I say so, or those from which you infer so, and show how it follows from anything I have said. 2. Granting that it were a consequence from my idea of personal identity that any material substance being united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body, this would not prove that my idea of personal identity was inconsistent with this proposition, "that the same body shall be raised," but, on the contrary, affirms it. Since if affirm as I do that the same person shall be raised, and it be a consequence of my idea of personal identity that, any material substance being united to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body, follows that if the same person be raised, the same body must be raised, and so I have herein not only said nothing inconsistent with the resurrection of the same body, but have said more for it than your lordship. For there can be nothing plainer than that in the Scripture it is revealed that the same person shall be raised and appear before the judgment seat of Christ, to answer for what they have done in their bodies. If therefore whatever matter be joined to the same principle of consciousness makes the same body, it is demonstration that if the same persons are raised, they have the same bodies. How then your lordship makes this an inconsistency with the resurrection is beyond my conception. Yes, says your lordship, it is inconsistent with it, for it makes the same body which was here united to the soul not to be necessary. 3. I answer therefore thirdly, that this is the first time I ever learnt that not necessary was the same with inconsistent. I say that a body made up of the same numerical parts of matter is not necessary to the making of the same person, from whence it will indeed follow that to the resurrection of the same person the same numerical particles of matter are not required. What does your lordship infer from hence, to wit, this? Therefore he who thinks that the same particles of matter are not necessary to the making of the same person cannot believe that the same persons shall be raised with bodies made of the very same particles of matter, if God should reveal that it shall be so, viz., that the same persons shall be raised with the same bodies they had before. Which is all one as to say, that he who thought the blowing of ram's horns was not necessary in itself to the falling down of the walls of Jericho, could not believe that they should fall upon the blowing of ram's horns when God had declared it should be so. Your lordship says, my idea of personal identity is inconsistent with the article of the resurrection. The reason you ground it on is this, because it makes not the same body necessary to the making the same person. Let us grant your lordship's consequence to be good. What will follow from it? No less than this, that your lordship's notion, for I dare not say your lordship has any so dangerous things as ideas, of personal identity is inconsistent with the article of the resurrection. The demonstration of it is thus. Your lordship says, it is not necessary that the body to be raised at the last day should consist of the same particles of matter which were united at the point of death, for there must be a great alteration in them in a lingering disease, as if a fat man falls into a consumption. You do not say the same particles which the sinner had at the very time of commission of his sins, for then a long sinner must have a vast body, considering the continual spending of particles by perspiration. And again, here your lordship says, you allow the notion of personal identity to belong to the same man under several change of matter. From which words it is evident that your lordship supposes a person in this world may be continued and preserved the same in a body, not consisting of the same individual particles of matter, and hence it demonstratively follows that let your lordship's notion of personal identity be what it will, it makes, the same body not to be necessary to the same person, and therefore it is by your lordship's rule inconsistent with the article of the resurrection. When your lordship shall think fit to clear your own notion of personal identity from this inconsistency with the article of the resurrection, I do not doubt but my idea of personal identity will be therefore cleared too. Till then, all inconsistency with that article which your lordship has here charged on mine will unavoidably fall upon your lordship's too. But for the clearing of both, give me leave to say, my lord, that whatsoever is not necessary does not thereby become inconsistent. It is not necessary to the same person that his body should always consist of the same numerical particles. This is demonstration, because the particles of the bodies of the same persons in this life change every moment, and your lordship cannot deny it. And yet this makes it not inconsistent with God's preserving, if he thinks fit, to the same persons bodies consisting of the same numerical particles always from the resurrection to eternity. And so likewise, though I say anything that supposes it not necessary that the same numerical particles which were vitally united to the soul in this life should be reunited to it at the resurrection, and constitute the body it shall then have, yet it is not inconsistent with this that God may, if he pleases, give to everyone a body consisting only of such particles as were before vitally united to his soul. And thus, I think, I have cleared my book from all that inconsistency which your lordship charges on it, and would persuade the world it has with the article of the resurrection of the dead. Only before I leave it, I will set down the remainder of what your lordship says upon this head, that though I see not the coherence nor tendency of it, nor the force of any argument in it against me, yet that nothing may be omitted that your lordship has thought fit to entertain your reader with on in this new point, nor any one have reason to suspect that I have passed by any word of your lordship's on this now first introduced subject, wherein he might find your lordship had proved what you had promised in your title page. Your remaining words are these, "The dispute is not how far personal identity in itself may consist in the very same material substance, for we allow the notion of personal identity to belong to the same man under several changes of matter, but whether it doth not depend upon a vital union between the soul and body, and the life which is consequent upon it. And therefore in the resurrection the same material substance must be reunited, or else it cannot be called a resurrection, but a renovation, i.e., it may be a new life, but not a raising the body from the dead. I confess I do not see how what is here ushered in by the words, "and therefore," is a consequence from the preceding words, but as to the propriety of the name, I think it will not be much questioned that if the same man rise who was dead, it may very properly be called the resurrection of the dead, which is the language of the Scripture. I must not part with this article of the resurrection without returning my thanks to your lordship for making me take notice of a fault in my essay. When I wrote that book, I took it for granted, as I doubt not but many others have done, that the Scripture had mentioned in express terms, "the resurrection of the body," But upon the occasion your lordship has given me in your last letter, to look a little more narrowly into what Revelation has declared concerning the resurrection, and finding no such express words in the Scripture as that, "the body shall rise or be raised, or the resurrection of the body," I shall in the next edition of it change these words of my book, "the dead bodies of men shall rise," into these of the Scripture, "the dead shall rise." Not that I question that the dead shall be raised with bodies, but in matters of revelation I think it not only safest, but our duty, as far as any one delivers it for revelation, to keep close to the words of the Scripture, unless he will assume himself the authority of one inspired, or make himself wiser than the Holy Spirit himself. If I had spoke of the resurrection in precisely Scripture terms, I had avoided giving your lordship the occasion of making here such a verbal reflection on my words, "What? Not if there be an idea of identity as to the body?" End of section 26. Recording by Gary B. Clayton.
Section 27 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 28 of Moral Relations. 1. Besides the before-mentioned occasions of time, place, and causality, of comparing or referring things to one another, there are, as I have said, infinite others, some whereof I shall mention. First, the first I shall name is some one simple idea, which being capable of parts or degrees accords an occasion of comparing the subjects wherein it is to one another, in respect to that simple idea, v.g. whiter, sweeter, equal, more, etc. These relations, depending on the equality and excess of the same simple idea, in several subjects, may be called, if one will, proportional, and that these are only conversant about those simple ideas received from sensation or reflection, it is so evident that nothing need be said to evince it. 2. Secondly, another occasion of comparing things together or considering one thing so as to include in that consideration some other thing is the circumstance of their origin or beginning, which being not afterwards to be altered, make the relations depending thereon as lasting as the subjects to which they belong, v.g. father and son, brothers, cousin germans, etc., which have their relations by one community of blood, wherein they partake in several degrees. Countrymen, i.e. those who were born in the same country or tract of ground, and these I call natural relations, wherein we may observe that mankind have fitted their notions and words to the use of common life and not to the truth and extent of things. For it is certain that in reality the relation is the same betwixt the begetter and the begotten, in the several races of other animals as well as men. But yet it is seldom said, this bull is the grandfather of such a calf, or that 2 pigeons are cousin germans. It is very convenient that by distinct names these relations should be observed and marked out in mankind, there being occasion both in laws and other communications one with another to mention and take notice of men under these relations, from whence also arise the obligations of several duties amongst men, whereas in brutes, men having very little or no cause to mind these relations, they have not thought fit to give them distinct and peculiar names. This, by the way, may give us some light into the different state and growth of languages, which, being suited only to convenience of communication, are proportioned to the notions men have, and the commerce of thoughts familiar amongst them, and not to the reality or extent of things, nor to the various respects might be found amongst them, nor the different abstract considerations might be framed about them. Where they had no philosophical notions, there they had no terms to express them. And it is no wonder men should have framed no names for those things they found no occasion to discourse of. From whence it is easy to imagine why, as in some countries, they may have not so much as the name for a horse, and in others, where they are more careful of the pedigrees of their horses than of their own, that there they may have not only names for particular horses, but also of their several relations of kindred to one another. Thirdly, sometimes the foundation of considering things with reference to one another is some act whereby anyone comes by a moral right, power, or obligation to do something. Thus, a general is one that hath power to command an army, and an army under a general is a collection of armed men obliged to obey one man. A citizen or a burgher is one who has a right to certain privileges in this or that place. All this sort depending upon men's wills or agreement in society, I call instituted or voluntary, and may be distinguished from the natural in that they are most, if not all of them, some way or another alterable and separable from the persons to whom they have sometimes belonged, though neither of the substances so related be destroyed. Now, though all these are reciprocal as well as the rest, and contain in them a reference of 2 things one to another, yet because one of the 2 things often wants a relative name, importing that reference, men usually take no notice of it, and the relation is commonly overlooked. V.g. a patron and client are easily allowed to be relations, but a constable or dictator are not so readily, at first hearing, considered as such. Because there is no peculiar name for those who are under the command of a dictator or constable, expressing a relation to either of them, though it be certain that either of them hath a certain power over some others, and so is so far related to them, as well as a patron is to his client, or a general to his army. 4. Fourthly, there is another sort of relation, which is the conformity or disagreement men's voluntary actions have to a rule to which they are referred, and by which they are judged of, which, I think, may be called moral relation, as being that which denominates our moral actions and deserves well to be examined, there being no part of knowledge wherein we should be more careful to get determined ideas and avoid, as much as may be, obscurity and confusion. Human actions, when with their various ends, objects, manners, and circumstances, they are framed into distinct complex ideas, are, as has been shown, so many mixed modes, a great part whereof have names annexed to them. Thus, supposing gratitude to be a readiness to acknowledge and return kindness received, polygamy to be the having more wives than one at once, when we frame these notions thus in our minds, we have there so many determined ideas of mixed modes. But this is not all that concerns our actions. It is not enough to have determined ideas of them and to know what names belong to such and such combinations of ideas. We have a farther and greater concernment, and that is to know whether such actions so made up are morally good or bad. 5. Good and evil, as hath been shown, are nothing but pleasure or pain, or that which occasions or procures pleasure or pain to us. Moral good and evil, then, is only the conformity or disagreement of our voluntary actions to some law, whereby good or evil is drawn on us by the will and power of the lawmaker, which good and evil, pleasure or pain, attending our observance, or breach of the law by the decree of the lawmaker, is what we call reward and punishment. 6. Of these moral rules or laws to which men generally refer, and by which they judge of the rectitude or pravity of their actions, there seem to me to be three sorts, with their three different enforcements or rewards and punishments. For since it would be utterly in vain to suppose a rule set to the free actions of men without annexing to it some enforcement of good and evil to determine his will, we must, wherever we suppose a law, suppose also some reward or punishment annexed to that law. It would be in vain for one intelligent being to set a rule to the actions of another if he had it not in his power to reward the compliance with and punish deviation from his rule by some good and evil that is not the natural product and consequence of the action itself. For that being a natural convenience or inconvenience would operate of itself without a law. This, if I mistake not, is the true nature of all law, properly so called. 7. The laws that men generally refer their actions to judge of their rectitude or obliquity, seem to me to be these three. 1. The divine law. 2. The civil law. 3. The law of opinion or reputation, if I may so call it. By the relation they bear to the first of these, men judge whether their actions are sins or duties, by the second whether they be criminal or innocent, and by the third whether they be virtues or vices. 8. First, the divine law, whereby I mean that law which God has set to the actions of men, whether promulgated to them by the light of nature or the voice of revelation. That God has given a rule whereby men should govern themselves, I think there is nobody so brutish as to deny. He has a right to do it. We are his creatures. He has goodness and wisdom to direct our actions to that which is best, and he has power to enforce it by rewards and punishment of infinite weight and duration in another life. For nobody can take us out of his hands. This is the only true touchstone of moral rectitude, and by comparing them to this law it is that men judge of the most considerable moral good or evil of their actions. That is, whether as duties or sins, they are like to procure them happiness or misery from the hands of the Almighty. 9. Secondly, the civil law, the rule set by the Commonwealth to the actions of those who belong to it, is another rule to which men refer their actions, to judge whether they be criminal or no. This law nobody overlooks, the rewards and punishment that enforce it being ready at hand and suitable to the power that makes it, which is the force of the Commonwealth, engaged to protect the lives, liberties, and possessions of those who live according to its law, and has power to take away life, liberty, or goods from him who disobeys, which is the punishment of offenses committed against this law. 10. Thirdly, the law of opinion or reputation. Virtue and vice are names pretended and supposed everywhere to stand for actions in their own nature, right and wrong. And as far as they really are so applied, they so far are coincident with the divine law above mentioned. But yet whatever is pretended, this is visible that these names, virtue and vice, in the particular instances of their application, through the several nations and societies of men in the world, are constantly attributed only to such actions as in each country and society are in reputation or discredit. Nor is it to be thought strange that men everywhere should give the name of virtue to those actions which amongst them are judged praiseworthy, and call that vice which they account blamable, since otherwise they would condemn themselves, if they should think anything right to which they allowed not condemnation, anything wrong which they let pass without blame. Thus the measure of what is everywhere called and esteemed virtue and vice is the approbation or dislike, praise or blame, which by a secret and tacit consent establishes itself in several societies, tribes, and clubs of men in the world, whereby several actions come to find credit or disgrace amongst them, according to the judgment, maxims, or fashions of that place. For though men uniting into politic societies have resigned up to the public the disposing of all their force, so that they cannot employ it against any fellow citizens any farther than the law of the country directs, yet they retain still the power of thinking well or ill, approving or disapproving of the actions of those whom they live amongst and converse with. And by this approbation and dislike they establish amongst themselves what they will call virtue and vice. 11. That this is the common measure of virtue and vice will appear to anyone who considers that though that passes for vice in one country, which is counted a virtue, or at least not vice in another, yet everywhere virtue and praise, vice and blame go together. Virtue is everywhere that which is thought praiseworthy, and nothing else but that which has the allowance of public esteem is called virtue. Virtue and praise are so united that they are called often by the same name. Sunt sua premia laudi, says Virgil, and so Cicero. Nihil habet natura praestatanis, quam honestatem, quam laudem, quam dignitatem, quam decis, which he tells you are all the names for the same thing. This is the language of the heathen philosophers, who well understood wherein their notion of virtue and vice consisted, and though perhaps by the different temper, education, fashion, maxims, or interests of different sorts of men, it fell out that what was thought praiseworthy in one place escaped not censure in another, and so in different societies virtues and vices were changed, yet as to the main, they for the most part kept the same everywhere. For since nothing can be more natural than to encourage with esteem and reputation that wherein everyone finds his advantage, and to blame and discountenance the contrary, it is no wonder that esteem and discredit, virtue and vice, should in great measure everywhere correspond with the unchangeable rule of right and wrong which the law of God hath established, there being nothing that so directly and visibly secures and advances the general good of mankind in this world as obedience to the laws he has set them, and nothing that breeds such mischiefs and confusion as the neglect of them. And therefore men, without renouncing all sense and reason, and their own interest, which they are so constantly true to do, could not generally mistake in placing their commendation and blame on that side that really deserved it not. Nay, even those men whose practice was otherwise failed not to give their approbation right, few being depraved to that degree as not to condemn, at least in others, the faults they themselves were guilty of, whereby even in the corruption of manners the true boundaries of the law of nature, which ought to be the rule of virtue and vice, were pretty well preferred, so that even the exhortations of inspired teachers have not feared to appeal to common repute. Whatsoever is lovely, whatsoever is of good report, if there be any virtue, if there be any praise. 12. If anyone shall imagine that I have forgot my own notion of a law, when I make a law, whereby men judge of virtue and vice, to be nothing else but the consent of private men, who have not authority enough to make a law, especially wanting that which is so necessary and essential to a law, a power to enforce it. I think I may say that he who imagines commendation and disgrace not to be strong motives to men, to accommodate themselves to the opinions and rules of those with whom they converse, seems little skilled in the nature or history of mankind. the greatest part whereof he shall find to govern themselves chiefly, if not solely, by this law of fashion. And so they do that which keeps them in reputation with their company, little regard to the laws of gods or the magistrate. The penalties that attend the breach of God's law, some, nay, perhaps most men, seldom seriously reflect on, and amongst those that do, many, whilst they break the law, entertain thoughts of future reconciliation, and making their peace for such breaches. And as to the punishments due from the laws of the commonwealth, they frequently flatter themselves with the hopes of impunity. But no man escapes the punishment of their censure and dislike who offends against the fashion and opinion of the company he keeps, and would recommend himself to. Nor is there one of 10,000 who is stiff and insensible enough to bear up under the constant dislike and condemnation of his own club. He must be of a strange and unusual constitution who can content himself to live in constant disgrace and disrepute with his own particular society. Solitude many men have sought and been reconciled to, but nobody that has the least thought or sense of a man about him can live in society under the constant dislike and ill opinion of his familiars and those he converses with. This is a burden too heavy for human suffering, and he must be made up of irreconcilable contradictions who can take pleasure in company and yet be insensible of contempt and disgrace from his companions. 13. These three then, first the law of God, secondly the law of politic societies, thirdly the law of fashion or private censure, are those to which men variously compare their actions, and it is by their conformity to one of these laws that they take their measures, when they would judge of their moral rectitude and denominate their actions good or bad. 14. Whether the rule to which, as to a touchstone, we bring our voluntary actions to examine them by, and try their goodness, and accordingly to name them, which is, as it were, the mark of the value we set upon them. Whether I say we take that rule from the fashion of the country, or the will of a lawmaker, the mind is easily able to observe the relation any action hath to it, and to judge whether the action agrees or disagrees with the rule, and so hath a notion of moral goodness or evil, which is either conformity or not conformity of any action to that rule, and therefore is often called moral rectitude. This rule being nothing but a collection of several simple ideas, the conformity thereto is but so ordering the action that the simple ideas belonging to it may correspond to those which the law requires. And thus we see how moral beings and notions are founded on and terminated in these simple ideas we have received from sensation or reflection. For example, let us consider the complex idea we signify by the word murder. And when we have taken it asunder and examined all the particulars, we shall find them to amount to a collection of simple ideas derived from reflection or sensation. First, from reflection on the operations of our own minds, we have the ideas of willing, considering, purposing beforehand, malice, or wishing ill to another, and also of life or perception and self-motion. Secondly, from sensation, we have the collection of those simple, sensible ideas which are to be found in a man and of some action, whereby we put an end to perception and motion in the same man, all which simple ideas are comprehended in the word murder. This collection of simple ideas being found by me to agree or disagree with the esteem of the country I have been bred in, and to be held by most men there worthy praise or blame, I call the action virtuous or vicious. If I have the will of a supreme invisible lawgiver for my rule, then, as I suppose the action commanded or forbidden by God, I call it good or evil, sin or duty. And if I compare it to the civil law, the rule made by the legislative power of the country, I call it lawful or unlawful, a crime or no crime. So that whensoever we take the rule of moral actions, or by what standards soever we frame in our minds the ideas of virtues or vices, they consist only and are made up of collections of simple ideas, which we originally received from sense or reflection, and their rectitude or obliquity consists in the agreement or disagreement with those patterns prescribed by some law. 15. To conceive rightly of moral actions, we must first take notice of them under this twofold consideration. First, as they are in themselves each made up of such a collection of simple ideas. Thus, drunkenness or lying signify such or such a collection of simple ideas, which I call mixed modes. And in this sense, they are as much positive absolute ideas as the drinking of a horse or speaking of a parrot. Secondly, our actions are considered good, bad, or indifferent, and in this respect they are relative, it being their conformity to or disagreement with some rule that makes them to be regular or irregular, good or bad. And so, as far as they are compared with a rule and thereupon denominated, they come under relation. Thus, the challenging and fighting with a man as it is a certain positive mode or particular sort of action by particular ideas distinguished from all others is called dueling, which when considered in relation to the law of God will deserve the name sin, to the law of fashion, in some countries, valor and virtue, and to the municipal laws of some governments, a capital crime. In this case, when the positive mode has one name and another name as it stands in relation to the law, the distinction may as easily be observed as it is in substances where one name, v.g. man, is used to signify the thing, another, v.g. father, to signify the relation. 16. But because very frequently the positive idea of the action and its moral relation are comprehended together under one name, and the same word made use of to express both the mode or action and its moral rectitude or obliquity, therefore the relation itself is less taken notice of, and there is often no distinction made between the positive idea of the action and the reference it has to a rule. By which confusion of these two distinct considerations under one term, those who yield too easily to the impression of sounds and are forward to take names for things are often misled in their judgment of actions. Thus the taking from another what is his, without his knowledge or allowance, is properly called stealing. But that name being commonly understood to signify also the moral pravity of the action and to denote its contrariety to the law, men are apt to condemn whatever they hear called stealing as an ill action, disagreeing with the rule of right. And yet the private taking away his sword from a madman to prevent his doing mischief, though it be properly denominated stealing, as the name of such a mixed mode, yet when compared to the law of God and considered in its relation to that supreme rule, it is no sin or transgression, though the name stealing ordinarily carries such an intimation with it. 17. And thus much for the relation of human actions to a law, which therefore I call moral relation. It would make a volume to go over all sorts of relations. It is not therefore to be expected that I should here mention them all. It suffices to our present purpose to show by these what the ideas are we have of this comprehensive consideration called relation, which is so various and the occasions of it so many as there can be of comparing things one to another, that it is not very easy to reduce it to rules or under just heads. Those I have mentioned, I think, are some of the most considerable, and such as may serve to let us see from whence we get our ideas of relations and wherein they are founded. But before I quit this argument from what has been said, give me leave to observe. 18. First, that it is evident that all relation terminates in, and is ultimately founded on those simple ideas we have got from sensation or reflection, so that all that we have in our thoughts ourselves, if we think of anything or have any meaning, or would signify to others, when we use words standing for relations, is nothing but some simple ideas, or collections of simple ideas, compared with another. This is so manifest in that sort called proportional that nothing can be more. For when a man says honey is sweeter than wax, it is plain that his thoughts in this relation terminate in this simple idea, sweetness, which is equally true of all the rest. Though where they are compounded or decompounded, the simple ideas they are made up of are, perhaps, seldom taken notice of. V.g., when the word father is mentioned, first there is meant that particular species or collective idea signified by the word man. Secondly, those sensible, simple ideas signified by the word generation. And thirdly, the effects of it, all the simple ideas signified by the word child. So the word friend being taken for a man who loves and is ready to do good to another, has all these following ideas to the making of it up. First, all the simple ideas comprehended in the word man or intelligent being. Secondly, the idea of love. Thirdly, the idea of readiness or disposition. Fourthly, the idea of action, which is any kind of thought or motion. Fifthly, the idea of good, which signifies anything that may advance his happiness and terminates at last, if examined, in particular simple ideas, of which the word good in general signifies anyone, but if removed from all simple ideas quite, it signifies nothing at all. And thus also all moral words terminate at last, though perhaps more remotely, in a collection of simple ideas, the immediate signification of relative words being very often other supposed known relations, which, if traced one to another, still end in simple ideas. 19. Secondly, that in relations we have, for the most part, if not always, as clear a notion of the relation as we have of those simple ideas wherein it is founded, agreement or disagreement, whereupon relation depends, being things whereof we have commonly as clear ideas as of any other whatsoever, it being but the distinguishing simple ideas or their degrees one from another, without which we could have no distinct knowledge at all. For if I have a clear idea of sweetness, light, or extension, I have too of equal, or more or less of each of these. If I know what it is for one man to be born of a woman, vis Sempronia, I know what it is for another man to be born of the same woman, Sempronia, and so have as clear a notion of brothers as of births, and perhaps clearer. For if I believed that Sempronia dug Titus out of the parsley bed, as they used to tell children, and thereby became his mother, and that afterwards in the same manner she dug Caius out of the parsley bed, I had as clear a notion of the relation of brothers between them as if I had all the skill of a midwife. The notion that the same woman contributed as mother equally to their births, though I were ignorant or mistaken in the manner of it, being that on which I grounded the relation, and that they agreed in that circumstance of birth, let it be what it will. The comparing with them in their descent from the same person without knowing the particular circumstances of that descent is enough to found my notion of their having or not having the relation of brothers. But though the ideas of particular relations are capable of being as clear and distinct in the minds of those who will duly consider them as those of mixed modes, and more determined than those of substances, yet the names belonging to relation are often as doubtful and uncertain signification as those of substances or mixed modes, and much more than those of simple ideas. Because relative words being the marks of this comparison, which is made only by men's thoughts, and is an idea only in men's minds, men frequently apply them to different comparisons of things according to their own imaginations, which do not always correspond with those of others using the same name. 20. Thirdly, that in these I call moral relations, I have a true notion of relation by comparing the action with the rule, whether the rule be true or false. For if I measure anything by a yard, I know whether the thing I measured be longer or shorter than that supposed yard, though perhaps the yard I measure by be not exactly the standard, which indeed is another inquiry. For though the rule be erroneous, and I mistaken in it, yet the agreement or disagreement observable in that which I compare with makes me perceive the relation. Though measuring by a wrong rule, I shall thereby be brought to judge amiss of its moral rectitude, because I have tried it by that which is not the true rule. Yet I am not mistaken in the relation which that action bears the rule I compare it to, which is agreement or disagreement. End of section 27.
Section 28 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 29 of Clear and Obscure, Distinct and Confused Ideas. 1. Having shown the original of our ideas, and taken a view of their several sorts, considered the difference between the simple and the complex, and observed how the complex ones are divided into those of modes, substances, and relations. All which I think is necessary to be done by anyone who would acquaint himself thoroughly with the progress of the mind in its apprehension and knowledge of things. It will perhaps be thought I have dwelt long enough upon the examination of ideas. I must nevertheless crave leave to offer some few other considerations concerning them. The first is that some are clear and others obscure, some distinct and others confused. 2. The perception of the mind being most aptly explained by words relating to the sight, we shall best understand what is meant by clear and obscure in our ideas by reflecting on what we call clear and obscure in the objects of sight. Light being that which discovers to us visible objects, we give the name of obscure to that which is not placed in a light sufficient to discover minutely to us the figure and colors which are observable in it, and which in a better light would be discernible. In like manner, our simple ideas are clear when they are such as the objects themselves from whence they were taken, did our mind in a well-ordered sensation or perception present them. Whilst the memory retains them thus, and can produce them to the mind whenever it has occasion to consider them, they are clear ideas, so far as they either want anything of the original exactness, or have lost any of their first freshness, and are, as it were, faded or tarnished by time, so far are they obscure. Complex ideas, as they are made up of simple ones, so they are clear when the ideas that go to their composition are clear, and the number and order of those simple ideas that are the ingredients of any complex one is determinate and certain. 3. The causes of obscurity in simple ideas seem to be either dull organs, or very slight and transient impressions made by the objects, or else a weakness in the memory not able to retain them as received. For, to return again to visible objects, to help us to apprehend this matter, if the organs or faculties of perception, like wax over-hardened with cold, will not receive the impression of the seal from the usual impulse wont to imprint it, or, like wax of a temper too soft, will not hold it well when well imprinted, or else supposing the wax of a temper fit, but the seal not applied with a sufficient force to make clear impression, in any of these cases the print left by the seal will be obscure. This, I suppose, needs no application to make it plainer. 4. As a clear idea is that whereof the mind has such a full and evident perception, as it does receive from an outward object operating duly on a well-disposed organ, so a distinct idea is that wherein the mind perceives a difference from all other. And a confused idea is such a one as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another from which it ought to be different. 5. If no idea be confused, but such as is not sufficiently distinguishable from another from which it should be different, it will be hard, may anyone say, to find anywhere a confused idea. For let any idea be as it will, it can be no other but such as the mind perceives it to be. And that very perception sufficiently distinguishes it from all other ideas, which cannot be other, i.e., different, without being perceived to be so. No idea, therefore, can be undistinguishable from another, from which it ought to be different, unless you would have it different from itself, for from all other it is evidently different. 6. To remove this difficulty, and to help us to conceive aright what it is that makes the confusion ideas are at any time chargeable with, we must consider that things ranked under distinct names are supposed different enough to be distinguished, and so each sort by its peculiar name may be marked and discoursed of apart upon any occasion. And there is nothing more evident than that the greatest part of different names are supposed to stand for different things. Now every idea a man has being visibly what it is, and distinct from all other ideas but itself, that which makes it confused is, when it is such that it may as well be called by another name as that which it is expressed by. The difference which keeps the things, to be ranked under those two different names, distinct, and makes some of them belong rather to the one and some of them to the other of those names, being left out. And so the distinction which was intended to be kept up by those different names is quite lost. 7. The defaults which usually occasion this confusion, I think, are chiefly these following. First, when any complex idea, for it is complex ideas that are most liable to confusion, is made up of too small a number of simple ideas, and such only as are common to other things, whereby the differences that make it deserve a different name are left out. Thus he that has an idea made up of barely the simple ones of a beast with spots has but a confused idea of a leopard, it not being thereby sufficiently distinguished from a lynx and several other sorts of beasts that are spotted. So that such an idea, though it hath the peculiar name leopard, is not distinguishable from those designed by the names lynx or panther, and may as well come under the name lynx as leopard. How much the custom of defining of words by general terms contributes to make the ideas we would express by them confused and undetermined, I leave others to consider. This is evident that confused ideas are such as render the use of words uncertain, and take away the benefit of distinct names. When ideas for which we use different terms have not a difference answerable to their distinct names, and so cannot be distinguished by them, there it is that they are truly confused. 8. Secondly, another fault which makes our ideas confused is, when though the particulars that make up any idea are in number enough, yet they are so jumbled together that it is not easily discernible whether it more belongs to the name that is given it than to any other. There is nothing proper to make us conceive this confusion than a sort of pictures usually shown as surprising pieces of art, wherein the colors, as they are laid by the pencil on the table itself, mark out very odd and unusual figures, and have no discernible order in their position. This draft, thus made up of parts wherein no symmetry nor order appears, is in itself no more a confused thing than the picture of a cloudy sky, wherein though there be as little order of colors or figures to be found, yet nobody thinks it a confused picture. What is it thus that makes it be thought confused, since the want of symmetry does not? As it is plain it does not, for another draft made, barely an imitation of this, could not be called confused. I answer, that which makes it be thought confused is the applying it to some name to which it does not more discernibly belong than to some other, v.g., when it is said to be the picture of a man, or Caesar, then anyone with reason counts it confused, because it is not discernible in that state to belong more to the name man, or Caesar, than to the name baboon, or Pompey, which are supposed to stand for different ideas from those signified by man, or Caesar. But when a cylindrical mirror, placed right, hath reduced those irregular lines on the table into their due order and proportion, then the confusion ceases, and the eye presently sees that it is a man or Caesar, i.e., that it belongs to those names, and that it is sufficiently distinguishable from a baboon or Pompey, i.e., from the ideas signified by those names. Just thus it is with our ideas, which are, as it were, the pictures of things. No one of these mental drafts, however the parts are put together, can be called confused, for they are plainly discernible as they are, till it be ranked under some ordinary name, to which it cannot be discerned to belong any more than it does to some other name of an allowed different signification. 9. Thirdly, a third defect that frequently gives the name of confused to our ideas is, when any one of them is uncertain and undetermined. This we may observe men who, not forbearing to use the ordinary words of their language till they have learned their precise signification, change the idea they make this or that term stand for almost as often as they use it. He that does this out of uncertainty of what he should leave out or put into this idea of church or idolatry every time he thinks of either, and holds not steady to any one precise combination of ideas that makes it up, is said to have a confused idea of idolatry or the church, though this be still for the same reason as the former, namely, because a mutable idea, if we will allow it to be one idea, cannot belong to one name rather than another, and so loses the distinction that distinct names are designed for. 10. By what has been said, we may observe how much names, as supposed steady signs of things, and by their difference to stand for and keep things distinct that in themselves are different, are the occasion of denominating ideas distinct or confused, by a secret and unobserved reference the mind makes of its ideas to such names. This perhaps will be fuller understood after what I say of words in the third book has been read and considered. But without taking notice of such a reference of ideas to distinct names as the signs of distinct things, it will be hard to say what a confused idea is. And therefore, when a man designs by any name a sort of things, or any one particular thing, distinct from all others, the complex idea he annexes to that name is the more distinct, the more particular the ideas are, and the greater and more determinate the number and order of them is, whereof it is made up. For the more it has of these, the more it has still the perceivable differences, whereby it is kept separate and distinct from all ideas belonging to other names, even those that approach nearest to it, and thereby all confusion with them is avoided. 11. Confusion, making it a difficulty to separate two things that should be separated, concerns always two ideas, and those most which most approach one another. Whenever therefore we suspect any idea to be confused, we must examine what other it is in danger to be confounded with, or which it cannot easily be separated from, and that will always be found an idea belonging to another name, and so should be a different thing, from which yet it is not sufficiently distinct, being either the same with it, or making a part of it, or at least as properly called by that name as the other it is ranked under, and so keeps not that difference from the other idea which the different names import. 12. This, I think, is the confusion proper to ideas, which still carries with it a secret reference to names. At least, if there be any other confusion of ideas, this is that which most of all disorders men's thoughts and discourses. Ideas, as ranked under names, being those that, for the most part, men reason of within themselves, and always those which they commune about with others, and therefore where there are supposed two different ideas marked by two different names, which are not as distinguishable as the sounds that stand for them, there never fails to be confusion. And where any ideas are distinct as the ideas of those two sounds they are marked by, there can be between them no confusion. The way to prevent it is to collect and unite into one complex idea, as precisely as is possible, all those ingredients whereby it is differenced from others, and to them so united in a determinate number and order, apply steadily the same name. But this neither accommodating men's ease or vanity, or serving any design but that of naked truth, which is not always the thing aimed for. Such exactness is rather to be wished than hoped for. And since the loose application of names to undetermined, variable, and almost no ideas served both to cover our own ignorance as well as to perplex and confound others, which goes for learning and superiority in knowledge, it is no wonder that most men should use it themselves, whilst they complain of it in others. Though I think no small part of the confusion to be found in the notions of men might by care and ingenuity be avoided, yet I am far from concluding it everywhere wilful. Some ideas are so complex, and made up of so many parts, that the memory does not easily retain the very same precise combination of simple ideas under one name. Much less are we able constantly to divine for what precise complex idea such a name stands in another man's use of it. From the first of these follows confusion in a man's own reasonings and opinions within himself. From the latter, frequent confusion in discoursing and arguing with others. But having more at large treated of words, their defects and abuses, in the following book, I shall here say no more of it. 13. Our complex ideas being made up of collections, and so variety of simple ones, may accordingly be very clear and distinct in one part, and very obscure and confused in another. In a man who speaks of a kiliadron, or a body of 1,000 sides, the ideas of the figure may be very confused, though that of the number be very distinct, so that he, being able to discourse and demonstrate concerning that part of his complex idea, which depends upon the number of 1,000, he is apt to think he has a distinct idea of a kiliadron, though it be plain he has no precise idea of this figure, so as to distinguish it by that from one that has but 999 sides. the not observing whereof causes no small error in men's thoughts, and confusion in their discourses. 14. He that thinks he has a distinct idea of the figure of a Chiliodron, let him for trial's sake take another parcel of the same uniform matter, namely gold or wax, of an equal bulk, and make it into a figure of 999 sides. He will, I doubt not, be able to distinguish these two ideas one from another by the number of sides, and reason and argue distinctly about them whilst he keeps his thoughts and reasoning to that part only of these ideas, which is contained in their numbers, as that the sides of the one could be divided into two equal numbers, and of the others not, etc. But when he goes about to distinguish them by their figure, he will there be presently at a loss, and not be able, I think, to frame in his mind two ideas, one of them distinct from the other by the bare figure of these two pieces of gold, as he could if the same parcels of gold were made into a cube, the other a figure of 5 sides. In which incomplete ideas we are very apt to impose on ourselves and wrangle with others, especially where they have particular and familiar names. For being satisfied in that part of the idea which we have clear, and the name which is familiar to us, being applied to the whole, containing that part also which is imperfect and obscure, we are apt to use it for that confused part, and draw deductions from it in the obscure part of its signification as confidently as we do from the other. 15. Having frequently in our mouths the name eternity, we are apt to think we have a positive, comprehensive idea of it, which is as much as to say that there is no part of that duration which is not clearly contained in our idea. It is true that he that thinks so may have a clear idea of duration. He may also have a very clear idea of a very great length of duration. He may also have a clear idea of the comparison of that great one with still a greater. But it not being possible for him to include in this idea of any duration, let it be as great as it will, the whole extent together of a duration where he supposes no end, that part of his idea which is still beyond the bounds of that large duration he represents to his own thoughts is very obscure and undetermined. And hence it is that in disputes and reasonings concerning eternity or any other infinite, we are apt to blunder and involve ourselves in manifest absurdities. 16. In matter we have no clear ideas of the smallness of parts much beyond the smallest that occur to any of our senses, and therefore when we talk of the divisibility of matter in infinitum, though we have clear ideas of division and divisibility, and have also clear ideas of parts made out of a whole by division, yet we have but very obscure and confused ideas of corpuscles or minute bodies to be divided, when by former divisions they are reduced to a smallness much exceeding the perception of any of our senses. And so all that we have clear and distinct ideas of is of what division in general or abstractedly is, and the relation of totem and parts, but of the bulk of the body, to be thus infinitely divided after certain progressions, I think, we have no clear nor distinct idea at all. For I ask anyone, whether taking the smallest atom of dust he ever saw, he has any distinct idea, bidding still the number which concerns not extension, betwixt the 100,000th and the 1,000,000th part of it, or if he thinks he can refine his ideas to that degree without losing sight of them, let him add 10 ciphers to each of those numbers. Such a degree of smallness is not unreasonable to be supposed, since a division carried on so far brings it no nearer the end of infinite division than the first division into 2 halves does. I must confess, for my part, I have no clear distinct ideas of the different bulk or extension of those bodies, having but a very obscure one of either of them. So that I think, when we talk of division of bodies in infinitum, our idea of their distinct bulks, which is the subject and foundation of division, comes, after a little progression, to be confounded and almost lost in obscurity. For that idea which is to represent only bigness must be very obscure and confused, which we cannot distinguish from one 10 times as big, but only by number. So we have clear distinct ideas, we may say, of 10 and 1, but no distinct ideas of 2 such extensions. It is plain from hence that when we talk of infinite divisibility of body, or extension, our distinct and clear ideas are only of numbers, But the clear, distinct ideas of extension, after some progress of division, are quite lost. And of such minute parts we have no distinct ideas at all. But it returns, as all our ideas of infinite do, at last to that of number always to be added, but thereby never amounts to any distinct idea of actual infinite parts. We have, it is true, a clear idea of division as often as we think of it, but thereby we have no more a clear idea of infinite parts in matter than we have a clear idea of an infinite number, by being able still to add new numbers to any assigned numbers we have. Endless divisibility giving us no more a clear and distinct idea of actually infinite parts than endless addability, if I may so speak, gives us a clear and distinct idea of an actually infinite number. They both being only in a power still of increasing the number, be it already as great as it will, so that of what remains to be added, wherein consists the infinity, we have but an obscure, imperfect, and confused idea, from or about which we can argue or reason with no certainty or clearness, no more than we can in arithmetic, about a number of which we have no such distinct idea as we have of 4 or 100, but only this relative obscure one, that compared to any other it is still bigger. And we have no more a clear positive idea of it when we say or conceive it is bigger or more than 400 million, than if we should say it is bigger than 40 or 4. 400 million having no nearer proportion to the end of addition or number than 4. For he that adds only 4 to 4, and so proceeds, shall as soon come to the end of all addition, as he that adds 400 million to 400 million. And so likewise in eternity, he that has an idea of but 4 years has as much a positive complete idea of eternity as he that has one of 400 million of years. For what remains of eternity beyond either of these two numbers of years is as clear to the one as the other, i.e., neither of them has any clear positive idea of it at all. For he that adds only 4 years to 4, and so on, shall as soon reach eternity as he that adds 400 million of years, and so on, or if he please doubles the increase as often as he will. The remaining abyss being still as far beyond the end of all these progressions as it is from the length of a day or an hour. For nothing finite bears any proportion to infinite, and therefore our ideas, which are all finite, cannot bear any. Thus it is also in our idea of extension, when we increase it by addition, as well as when we diminish it by division, and would enlarge our thoughts to infinite space. After a few doublings of those ideas of extension, which are the largest we are accustomed to have, we lose the clear, distinct idea of that space. It becomes a confusedly great one, with a surplus of still greater, about which, when we would argue or reason, we shall always find ourselves at a loss. Confused ideas in our arguings and deductions from that part of them which is confused, always leading us into confusion. End of section 28.
Section 29 of an Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 30 of Real and Fantastical Ideas. Number 1. Besides what we have already mentioned concerning ideas, other considerations belong to them, in reference to things from whence they are taken, or which they may be supposed to represent. And thus, I think, they may come under a threefold distinction, and are, first, either real or fantastical; secondly, adequate or inadequate; thirdly, true or false. First, by real ideas, I mean such as have a foundation in nature, such as have a conformity with the real being and existence of things, or with their archetypes. Fantastical or chimerical, I call such as have no foundation in nature, nor have any conformity with that reality of being to which they are tacitly referred as to their archetypes. If we examine the several sorts of ideas before mentioned, we shall find that, second, first, our simple ideas are all real. All agree to the reality of things, not that they are all of them the images of representations of what does exist, the contrary whereof in all but the primary qualities of bodies has been already shown. But though whiteness and coldness are no more in snow than pain is, yet those ideas of whiteness and coldness, pain, etc., being in us the effects of powers in things without us, ordained by our Maker to produce in us such sensations, they are real ideas in us, whereby we distinguish the qualities that are really in things themselves. For these several appearances being designed to be the mark, whereby we are to know and distinguish things which we have to do with, our ideas do as well serve us to that purpose, and are as real distinguishing characters, whether they be only constant effects or else exact resemblances of something in the things themselves. The reality lying in that steady correspondence they have with the distinct constitutions of real beings. But whether they answer to those constitutions as to causes or patterns, it matters not. It suffices that they are constantly produced by them, and thus our simple ideas are all real and true, because they answer and agree to those powers of things which produce them in our minds, that being all that is requisite to make them real, and not fictions at pleasure. For in simple ideas, as has been shown, the mind is wholly confined to the operation of things upon it, and can make to itself no simple idea more than what it has received. Third, though the mind be wholly passive in respect of its simple ideas, yet, I think, we may say it is not so in respect of its complex ideas, for those being combinations of simple ideas put together and united under one general name, it is plain that the mind of man uses some kind of liberty in forming those complex ideas. How else comes it to pass that one man's idea of gold or justice is different from another's, but because he has put in or left out of his some simple idea which the other has not? The question then is, which of these are real, and which barely imaginary combinations? What collections agree to the reality of things, and what not? And to this I say that, number 4. Secondly, mixed modes and relations having no other reality but what they have in the minds of men, there is nothing more required to this kind of ideas to make them real, but that they be so framed that there be a possibility of existing conformable to them. These ideas themselves, being archetypes, cannot differ from their archetypes, and so cannot be chimerical, unless any one will jumble together in them inconsistent ideas. Indeed, as any of them have the names of a known language assigned to them, by which he that has them in his mind would signify them to others, so bare possibility of existing is not enough. They must have a conformity to the ordinary signification of the name that is given them, that they may not be thought fantastical, as if a man would give the name of justice to that idea, which common use calls liberality. But this fantasticalness relates more to propriety of speech than reality of ideas. For a man to be undisturbed in danger, sedately to consider what is fittest to be done, and to execute it steadily, is a mixed mode, or a complex idea of an action which may exist. But to be undisturbed in danger, without using one's reason or industry, is what is also possible to be, and so is as real an idea as the other, though the first of these, having the name courage given to it, may, in respect of that name, be a right or wrong idea. But the other, whilst it has not a common received name of any known language assigned to it, is not capable of any deformity, being made with no reference to anything but itself. Number 5. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances, being made all of them in reference to things existing without us, and intended to be representations of substances as they really are no further real than as they are such combinations of simple ideas as are really united and coexist in things without us. On the contrary, those are fantastical which are made up of such collections of simple ideas as were really never united, never were found together in any substance, v.g. a rational creature consisting of a horse's head joined to a body of human shape, or such as the centaurs are described, or a body yellow, very malleable, fusible, and fixed, but lighter than common water, or an uniform, unorganized body, consisting as to sense all of similar parts, with perception and voluntary motion joined to it. Whether such substances as these can possibly exist or no, it is probable we do not know, but be that as it will, these ideas of substances being made conformable to no pattern existing that we know, and consisting of such collections of ideas as no substance ever showed us united together, they ought to pass with us for barely imaginary. But much more are those complex ideas, so which contain in them any inconsistency or contradiction of their parts. End of section 29.
Section 30 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Bissett. Chapter 31 of Adequate and Inadequate Ideas. 1. Of our real ideas, some are adequate and some are inadequate. Those I call adequate, which perfectly represent those archetypes which the mind supposes them taken from, which it intends them to stand for, and to which it refers them. Inadequate ideas are such which are but a partial or incomplete representation of those archetypes to which they are referred, upon which account it is plain. 2. First, that all our simple ideas are adequate, because being nothing but the effects of certain powers in things, fitted and ordained by God to produce such sensations in us, they cannot but be correspondent and adequate to those powers, and we are sure they agree to the reality of things. For if sugar produce in us the ideas which we call whiteness and sweetness, we are sure there is a power in sugar to produce those ideas in our minds. or else they could not have been produced by it. And so, each sensation answering the power that operates on any of our senses, the idea so produced is a real idea, and not a fiction of the mind which has no power to produce any simple idea, and cannot but be adequate, since it ought only to answer that power, and so all simple ideas are adequate. It is true, the things producing in us these simple ideas are but few of them denominated by us, as if they were only the causes of them, but as if those ideas were real beings in them. For though fire be called painful to the touch, whereby is signified the power of producing in us the idea of pain, yet it is denominated also light and hot, as if light and heat were really something in the fire more than a power to excite these ideas in us, and therefore are called qualities in or of the fire. But these being nothing in truth but powers to excite such ideas in us, I must in that sense be understood when I speak of secondary qualities as being in things, or of their ideas as being the objects that excite them in us. Such ways of speaking, though accommodated to the vulgar notions, without which one cannot be well understood, yet truly signify nothing but those powers which are in things to excite certain sensations or ideas in us, since were there no fit organs to receive the impressions fire makes on the sight and touch, nor a mind joined to those organs to receive the ideas of light and heat by those impressions from the fire or sun, there would yet be no more light or heat in the world than there would be pain, if there were no sensible creature to feel it, though the sun should continue just as it is now, and Mount Etna flame higher than ever it did. Solidity and extension and the termination of it, figure, with motion and rest, whereof we have the ideas, would be really in the world as they are, whether there were any sensible being to perceive them or no. And therefore we have reason to look on those as the real modifications of matter, and such are the exciting causes of all our various sensations from bodies. But this being an inquiry not belonging to this place, I shall enter no farther into it, but proceed to show what complex ideas are adequate and what not. 3. Secondly, our complex ideas of modes, being voluntary collections of simple ideas which the mind puts together without reference to any real archetypes or standing patterns existing anywhere, are and cannot but be adequate ideas. Because they, not being intended for copies of things really existing, but for archetypes made by the mind to rank and denominate things by, cannot want anything, they having each of them that combination of ideas and thereby that perfection which the mind intended they should, so that the mind acquiesces in them and can find nothing wanting. Thus, by having the idea of a figure with 3 sides meeting at 3 angles, I have a complete idea wherein I require nothing else to make it perfect. That the mind is satisfied with the perfection of this, its idea, is plain in that it does not conceive that any understanding hath or can have a more complete or perfect idea of that thing it signifies by the word triangle. Supposing it to exist, then itself has in that complex idea of 3 sides and 3 angles, in which is contained all that is or can be essential to it or necessary to complete it, wherever or however it exists. But in our ideas of substances it is otherwise. For their desiring to copy things as they really do exist and to present to ourselves that constitution on which all their properties depend, we perceive our ideas attain not that perfection we intend. We find they still want something we should be glad were in them, and so are all inadequate. But mixed modes and relations, being archetypes without patterns, and so having nothing to represent but themselves, cannot but be adequate, everything being so to itself. He that at first put together the idea of danger perceived, absence of disorder from fear, sedate consideration of what was justly to be done, and executing that without disturbance, or being deterred by the danger of it, had certainly in his mind that complex idea made up of that combination, and intending it to be nothing else but what is, nor to have in it any other simple ideas but what it hath, it could not also but be an adequate idea. And laying this up in his memory with the name courage annexed to it, to signify to others and denominate from thence any action he should observe to agree with it, had thereby a standard to measure and denominate actions by as they agreed to it. This idea thus made and laid up for a pattern must necessarily be adequate, being referred to nothing else but itself, nor made by any other original, but the good liking and will of him that first made this combination. 4. Indeed, another coming after, and in conversation learning from him the word courage, may make an idea, to which he gives the name courage, different from what the first author applied it to, and has in his mind when he uses it. And in this case, if he designs that his idea in thinking should be conformable to the other's idea, as the name he uses in speaking is conformable and sound to his, from whom he learned it, his idea may be very wrong and inadequate. Because in this case, making the other man's idea the pattern of his idea in thinking, as the other man's word or sound is the pattern of his in speaking, his idea is so far defective and inadequate, as it is distant from the archetype and pattern he refers it to, and intends to express and signify by the name he uses for it, which name he would have to be a sign of the other man's idea, to which in its proper use it is primarily annexed, and of his own as agreeing to it, to which, if his own does not exactly correspond, it is faulty and inadequate. 5. Therefore, these complex ideas of modes, when they are referred by the mind and intended to correspond to the ideas in the mind of some other intelligent being, expressed by the names we apply to them, they may be very deficient, wrong, and inadequate, because they agree not to that which the mind designs to be their archetype and pattern, in which respect only any idea of modes can be wrong, imperfect, or inadequate. And on this account our ideas of mixed modes are the most liable to be faulty of any other. But this refers more to proper speaking than knowing right. 6. Thirdly, what ideas we have of substances I have above showed. Now those ideas have in the mind a double reference. 1. Sometimes they are referred to a supposed real essence of each species of things. 2. Sometimes they are only designed to be pictures and representations in the mind of things that do exist by ideas of those qualities that are discoverable in them. In both which ways these copies of those originals and archetypes are imperfect and inadequate. First, it is usual for men to make names of substances stand for things, as supposed to have certain real essences whereby they are of this or that species. And names standing for nothing but the ideas that are in men's minds, they must constantly refer their ideas to such real essences as to their archetypes. That men, especially such as have been bred up in the learning taught in this part of the world, do suppose certain specific essences of substances, which each individual in its several kinds is made conformable to and partakes of, is so far from needing proof that it will be thought strange if anyone should do otherwise. And thus they ordinarily apply the specific names they rank particular substances under to things, as distinguished by such specific real essences. Who is there almost who would not take it amiss if it should be doubted whether he called himself a man with any other meaning than as having the real essence of a man? And yet if you demand what those real essences are, it is plain men are ignorant and know them not. From whence it follows that the ideas they have in their minds, being referred to real essences as to archetypes which are unknown, must be so far from being adequate that they cannot be supposed to be any representation of them at all. The complex ideas we have of substances are, as it has been shown, certain collections of simple ideas that have been observed or supposed constantly to exist together. But such a complex idea cannot be the real essence of any substance, for then the properties we discover in that body would depend on that complex idea, and be deducible from it, and their necessary connection with it be known, as all properties of a triangle depend on, and, as far as they are discoverable, are deducible from the complex idea of three lines, including a space. But it is plain that in our complex ideas of substances are not contained such ideas, on which all other qualities that are to be found in them do depend. The common idea men have of iron is a body of a certain color, weight, and hardness, and a property that they look on as belonging to it is malleableness. but yet this property has no necessary connection with that complex idea or any part of it. And there is no more reason to think that malleableness depends on that color, weight, and hardness than that color or that weight depends on its malleableness. And yet, though we know nothing of these real essences, there is nothing more ordinary than that men should attribute the sorts of things to such essences. The particular parcel of matter which makes the ring I have on my finger is forwardly, by most men, supposed to have a real essence, whereby it is gold, and from whence these qualities flow which I find in it, viz., its peculiar color, weight, hardness, fusibility, fixedness, and change of color upon a slight touch of mercury, etc. This essence from which all these properties flow, when I inquire into it and search after it, I plainly perceive I cannot discover. The farthest I can go is only to presume that it is being nothing but body, its real essence or internal constitution on which these qualities depend, can be nothing but the figure, size, and connection of its solid parts, of neither of which, having any distinct perception at all, can I have any idea of its essence, which is the cause that it has that particular shining yellowness, a greater weight than anything I know of the same bulk, and a fitness to have its color changed by the touch of quicksilver. If anyone will say that the real essence and internal constitution on which these properties depend is not the figure, size, and arrangement or connection of its solid parts, but something else called its particular form, I am farther from having any idea of its real essence than I was before. For I have an idea of figure, size, and situation of solid parts in general, though I have none of the particular figure, size, or putting together of parts, whereby the qualities above mentioned are produced, which qualities I find in that particular parcel of matter that is on my finger, and not in another parcel of matter with which I cut the pen I write with. But when I am told that something besides the figure, size, and posture of the solid parts of that body is its essence, something called substantial form, of that I confess I have no idea at all, but only of the sound form, which is far enough from an idea of its real essence or constitution. The like ignorance as I have of the real essence of this particular substance, I have also of the real essence of all other natural ones, of which essences, I confess, I have no distinct ideas at all, and I am apt to suppose others, when they examine their own knowledge, will find in themselves, in this one point, the same sort of ignorance. 7. Now then, when men apply to this particular parcel of matter on my finger a general name already in use, and denominate it gold, do they not ordinarily, or are they not understood to give it that name as belonging to a particular species of bodies, having a real internal essence? By having of which essence this particular substance comes to be of that species and to be called by that name? If it be so, as it is plain it is, the name by which things are marked as having that essence must be referred primarily to that essence, and consequently the idea to which that name is given must be referred also to that essence and be intended to represent it. Which essence, since they, who so use the names, know not, their ideas of substances must be all inadequate in that respect, as not containing in them that real essence which the mind intends they should. 8. Secondly, those who, neglecting that useless supposition of unknown real essences whereby they are distinguished, endeavor to copy the substances that exist in the world by putting together the ideas of those sensible qualities which are found coexisting in them, though they come much nearer a likeness of them than those who imagine they know not what real specific essence is. Yet they arrive not at perfectly adequate ideas of those substances they would thus copy into their minds. Nor do those copies exactly and fully contain all that is to be found in their archetypes. Because those qualities and powers of substances whereof we make their complex ideas are so many and various that no man's complex idea contains them all. That our abstract ideas of substances do not contain in them all the simple ideas that are united in the things themselves, it is evident, in that men do rarely put into their complex idea of any substance all the simple ideas they do know to exist in it. Because endeavoring to make the signification of their names as clear and as little cumbersome as they can, they make their specific ideas of the sorts of substance, for the most part, of a few of those simple ideas which are to be found in them. But these having no original precedency or right to be put in, and make the specific idea more than others that are left out, it is plain that both these ways our ideas of substances are deficient and inadequate. The simple ideas, whereof we make our complex ones of substances, are all of them, bating only the figure and bulk of some sorts, powers, which, being relations to other substances, we can never be sure that we know all the powers that are in any one body, till we have tried what changes it is fitted to give to or receive from other substances in their several ways of application. Which being impossible to be tried upon any one body, much less upon all, it is impossible we should have adequate ideas of any substance made up of a collection of all its properties. 9. Whosoever first lighted on a parcel of that sort of substance we denote by the word gold, could not rationally take the bulk and figure he observed in that lump to depend on its real essence or internal constitution. Therefore those never went into his idea of that species of body, but its peculiar color, perhaps, and weight were the first he abstracted from it to make the complex idea of that species, which both are but powers, the one to affect our eyes after such a manner and to produce in us that idea we call yellow, and the other to force upwards any other body of equal bulk, they being put into a pair of equal scales one against another. Another perhaps added to these the ideas of fusibility and fixedness, two other passive powers in relation to the operation of fire upon it. Another, its ductility and solubility in aqueous regia, two other powers relating to the operation of other bodies, in changing its outward figure or separation of it into insensible parts. These, or part of these, put together, usually make the complex idea in men's minds of that sort of body we call gold. 10. But no one who hath considered the properties of bodies in general, or this sort in particular, can doubt that this called gold has infinite other properties not contained in that complex idea. Some who have examined this species more accurately could, I believe, enumerate 10 times as many properties in gold, all of them as inseparable from its internal constitution as its color or weight. And it is probable, if anyone knew all the properties that are by diverse men known of this metal, there would be 100 times as many ideas go to the complex idea of gold, as any one man yet has in his, and yet perhaps that not be the 1,000th part of what is to be discovered in it. The changes which that one body is apt to receive and make in other bodies upon a due application, exceeding far not only what we know, but what we are apt to imagine, which will not appear so much a paradox to any one who will but consider how far men are yet from knowing all the properties of that one, no very compound figure, a triangle, though it be no small number that are already by mathematicians discovered of it. 11. So that all our complex ideas of substances are imperfect and inadequate, which would be so also in mathematical figures if we were to have our complex ideas of them only by collecting their properties in reference to other figures. How uncertain and imperfect would our ideas be of an ellipsis if we had no other idea of it but some few of its properties? Whereas, having in our plain idea the whole essence of that figure, we from thence discover those properties, and demonstratively see how they flow, and are inseparable from it. 12. Thus the mind has 3 sorts of abstract ideas or nominal essences. First, simple ideas which are ectupa or copies, but yet certainly adequate, because being intended to express nothing but the power in things to produce in the mind such a sensation, that sensation, when it is produced, cannot but be the effect of that power. So the paper I write on having the power in the light, I speak according to the common notion of light, to produce in men the sensation which I call white, it cannot but be the effect of such a power in something without the mind. Since the mind has not the power to produce any such idea in itself, and being meant for nothing else but the effect of such a power, that simple idea is real and adequate. The sensation of white in my mind being the effect of that power which is in the paper to produce it, is perfectly adequate to that power, or else that power would produce a different idea. 13. Secondly, the complex ideas of substances are ectypes, copies too, but not perfect ones, not adequate, which is very evident to the mind in that it simply perceives that whatever collection of simple ideas it makes of any substance that exists, it cannot be sure that it exactly answers all that are in that substance, since not having tried all the operations of all other substances upon it, and found all the alterations it would receive from or cause in other substances, it cannot have an exact, adequate collection of all its active and passive capacities, and so not have an adequate complex idea of the powers of any substance existing and its relations, which is that sort of complex idea of substances we have. And after all, if we would have, and actually had in our complex idea, an exact collection of all the secondary qualities or powers of any substance, we should not yet thereby have an idea of the essence of that thing. For since the powers or qualities that are observable by us are not the real essence of that substance, but depend on it, and flow from it, any collection whatsoever of these qualities cannot be the real essence of that thing. Whereby it is plain that our ideas of substances are not adequate, are not what the mind intends them to be. Besides, a man has no idea of substance in general, nor knows what substance is in itself. 14. Thirdly, complex ideas of modes and relations are originals and archetypes, are not copies, nor made after the pattern of any real existence to which the mind intends them to be conformable and exactly to answer. These being such collections of simple ideas that the mind itself puts together, and such collections that each of them contains in it precisely all that the mind intends that it should, they are archetypes and essences of modes that may exist, and so are designed only for and belong only to such modes as, when they do exist, have an exact conformity with those complex ideas. The ideas, therefore, of modes and relations cannot but be adequate. End of section 30. Recording by Ryan Bissett. Section number 30 of An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Bissett. Chapter 32 of True and False Ideas. 1. Though truth and falsehood belong in propriety of speech only to propositions, yet ideas are oftentimes termed true or false. As what words are there that are not used with great latitude and with some deviation from their strict and proper significations? Though I think that when ideas themselves are termed true or false, there is still some secret or tacit proposition which is the foundation of that denomination, as we shall see if we examine the particular occasions wherein they come to be called true or false. In all which we shall find some kind of affirmation or negation, which is the reason of that denomination. For our ideas, being nothing but bare appearances or perceptions in our minds, cannot properly and simply in themselves be said to be true or false. No more than a single name of any thing can be said to be true or false. 2. Indeed, both ideas and words may be said to be true in a metaphysical sense of the word truth, as all other things that any way exist are said to be true, i.e., really to be such as they exist. Though in things called true, even in that sense, there is perhaps a secret reference to our ideas, looked upon as the standards of that truth, which amounts to a mental proposition, though it be usually not taken notice of. 3. But it is not in that metaphysical sense of truth which we inquire here, when we examine whether our ideas are capable of being true or false, but in the more ordinary acceptation of those words. And so I say that the ideas in our minds being only so many perceptions or appearances there, none of them are false. The idea of a centaur having no more falsehood in it when it appears in our minds than the name centaur has falsehood in it when it is pronounced by our mouths or written on paper. For truth or falsehood lying always in some affirmation or negation, mental or verbal, our ideas are not capable, any of them, of being false till the mind passes some judgment on them, that is, affirms or denies something of them. 4. Whenever the mind refers any of its ideas to anything extraneous to them, they are then capable to be called true or false. Because the mind in such a reference makes a tacit supposition of their conformity to that thing, which supposition as it happens to be true or false, so the ideas themselves come to be denominated. The most usual cases wherein this happens are these following. 5. First, when the mind supposes any idea, it has conformable to that in other men's minds, called by the same common name, v.g. when the mind intends or judges its ideas of justice, temperance, religion, to be the same with that other men give those names to. Secondly, when the mind supposes any idea it has in itself to be conformable to some real existence. Thus the two ideas of a man and a centaur, supposed to be the ideas of real substances, are the one true and the other false, the one having a conformity to what has really existed, the other not. Thirdly, when the mind refers any of its ideas to that real constitution and essence of any thing whereon all its properties depend, and thus the greatest part, if not all our ideas of substances, are false. 6. These suppositions the mind is very apt tacitly to make concerning its own ideas, but yet, if we will examine it, we shall find it is chiefly, if not only, concerning its abstract complex ideas. For the natural tendency of the mind being towards knowledge, and finding that if it should proceed by and dwell upon only particular things, its progress would be very slow, and its work endless. Therefore, to shorten its way to knowledge, and make each perception more comprehensive, the first thing it does, as the foundation of the easier enlarging its knowledge, either by contemplation of the things themselves that it would know, or conference with others about them, is to bind them into bundles, and rank them so into sorts that what knowledge it gets of any of them it may thereby with assurance extend to all of that sort, and so advance by larger steps in that, which is its great business, knowledge. This, as I have elsewhere shown, is the reason why we collect things under comprehensive ideas, with names annexed to them, into genera and species, i.e., into kinds and sorts. 7. If, therefore, we will warily attend to the motions of the mind and observe what course it usually takes in its way to knowledge, we shall, I think, find that the mind having got an idea which it thinks it may have use of, either in contemplation or discourse, the first thing it does is to abstract it and then get a name to it, and so lay it up in its storehouse, the memory as containing the essence of a sort of things, of which that name is always to be the mark. Hence it is that we may often observe that when any one sees a new thing of a kind that he knows not, he presently asks what it is, meaning by that inquiry nothing but the name, as if the name carried with it the knowledge of the species or the essence of it, whereof it is indeed used as the mark and is generally supposed annexed to it. 8. But this abstract idea being something in the mind between the thing that exists and the name that is given to it, it is in our ideas that both the rightness of our knowledge and the propriety or intelligibleness of our speaking consists. And hence it is that men are so forward to suppose that the abstract ideas they have in their minds are such as agree to the things existing without them to which they are referred, and are the same also to which the names they give them do by the use and propriety of that language belong. For without this double conformity of their ideas, they find they should both think amiss of things in themselves, and talk of them unintelligibly to others. 9. First, then, I say that when the truth of our ideas is judged of by the conformity they have to the ideas which other men have, and commonly signified by the same name, they may be, by any of them, false. But yet simple ideas are least of all liable to be so mistaken, because a man by his senses and every day's observation may easily satisfy himself what the simple ideas are, which their several names that are in common use stand for. They being but few in number, and such as if he doubts or mistakes in, he may easily rectify by the objects they are to be found in. Therefore it is seldom that any one mistakes in his names of simple ideas, or applies the name red to the idea green, or the name sweet to the idea bitter. Much less are men apt to confound the names of ideas belonging to different senses, and call a color by the name of a taste, etc., whereby it is evident that the simple ideas they call by any name are commonly the same that others have and mean when they use the same names. 10. Complex ideas are much more liable to be false in this respect, and the complex ideas of mixed modes much more than those of substances. Because in substances, especially those which the common and unborrowed names of any language are applied to, some remarkable sensible qualities, serving ordinarily to distinguish one sort from another, easily preserve those who take any care in the use of their words from applying them to sorts of substances to which they do not at all belong. But in mixed modes we are much more uncertain, it being not so easy to determine of several actions whether they are to be called justice or cruelty, liberality or prodigality. And so, in referring our ideas to those of other men, called by the same names, ours may be false, and the idea in our minds, which we express by the word justice, may perhaps be that which ought to have another name. 11. But whether or no our ideas of mixed modes are more liable than any sort to be different than those of other men, which are marked by the same names, this at least is certain, that this sort of falsehood is much more familiarly attributed to our ideas of mixed modes than to any other. When a man is thought to have a false idea of justice, or gratitude, or glory, it is for no other reason but that his agrees not with the ideas which each of those names are the signs of in other men. 12. The reason whereof seems to me to be this, that the abstract ideas of mixed modes, being men's voluntary combinations of such a precise collection of simple ideas, and so the essence of each species being made by men alone, whereof we have no other sensible standard existing anywhere but the name itself, or the definition of that name, we have nothing else to refer these our ideas of mixed modes to, as a standard to which we would conform them, but the ideas of those who are thought to use those names in their most proper significations. And so, as our ideas conform or differ from them, they pass for true or false, and thus much concerning the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to their names. 13. Secondly, as to the truth and falsehood of our ideas in reference to the real existence of things, when that is made the standard of their truth, none of them can be termed false, but only our complex ideas of substances. 14. First, our simple ideas being barely such perceptions as God has fitted us to receive, and given power and external objects to produce in us by established laws and ways suitable to his wisdom and goodness, though incomprehensible to us, their truth consists in nothing else but in such appearances as are produced in us, and must be suitable to those powers he has placed in external objects, or else they could not be produced in us. And thus answering those powers, they are what they should be, true ideas. Nor do they become liable to any imputation of falsehood, if the mind, as in most men I believe it does, judges these ideas to be in the things themselves. For God, in his wisdom, having set them as marks of distinction in things, whereby we may be able to discern one thing from another, and so choose any of them for our uses as we have occasion, it alters not the nature of our simple idea, whether we think that the idea of blue be in the violet itself or in our mind only. and only the power of producing it by the texture of its parts reflecting the particles of light after a certain manner, to be in the violet itself. For that texture in the object by a regular and constant operation, producing the same idea of blue in us, it serves us to distinguish by our eyes that from any other thing, whether that distinguishing mark, as it is really in the violet, be only a peculiar texture of parts, or else that very color, the idea whereof, which is in us, is the exact resemblance. And it is equally from that appearance to be denominated blue, whether it be that real color or only a peculiar texture in it that causes in us that idea. Since the name blue notes properly nothing but that mark of distinction that is in a violet discernible only by our eyes, whatever it consists in, that being beyond our capacities distinctly to know, and perhaps would be of less use to us if we had faculties to discern. 15. Neither would it carry any imputation of falsehood to our simple ideas if by the different structure of our organs it were so ordered that the same objects should produce in several men's minds different ideas at the same time. V.g., if the idea that a violet produced in one man's mind by his eyes were the same that a marigold produced in another man's, and vice versa. For since this could never be known, because one man's mind could not pass into another man's body to perceive what appearances were produced by those organs, neither the ideas hereby nor the names would be at all confounded, or any falsehood be in either. For all things that had the texture of a violet, producing constantly the idea that he called blue, and those which had the texture of a marigold, producing constantly the idea which he as constantly called yellow, whatever those appearances were in his mind, he would be able as regularly to distinguish things for his use by those appearances, and understand and signify those distinctions marked by the names blue and yellow, as if the appearances or ideas in his mind received from those two flowers were exactly the same with the ideas in other men's minds. I am, nevertheless, very apt to think that the sensible ideas produced by any object in different men's minds are most commonly very near and undiscernibly alike, for which opinion I think there might be many reasons offered, but that being besides my present business, I shall not trouble my reader with them, but only mind him that the contrary supposition, if it could be proved, is of little use, either for the improvement of our knowledge or conveniency of life, and so we need not trouble ourselves to examine it. 16. From what has been said concerning our simple ideas, I think it evident that our simple ideas can none of them be false in respect of things existing without us. For the truth of these appearances or perceptions in our minds consisting, as has been said, only in their being answerable to the powers and external objects to produce by our senses such appearances in us, and each of them being in the mind, such as it is, suitable to the power that produced it, and which alone it represents, it cannot upon that account, or is referred to such a pattern, be false. Blue and yellow, bitter or sweet, can never be false ideas. These perceptions in the mind are just as they are there, answering the powers appointed by God to produce them, and so are truly what they are and are intended to be. Indeed, the names may be misapplied, but that in this respect makes no falsehood in the ideas, as if a man ignorant in the English tongue should call purple scarlet. 17. Secondly, neither can our complex ideas of modes, in reference to the essence of anything really existing, be false. Because whatever complex idea I have of any mode, it hath no reference to any pattern existing, and made by nature. It is not supposed to contain in it any other ideas than what it hath, nor to represent anything but such a complication of ideas as it does. Thus, when I have the idea of such an action of a man who forbears to afford himself such meat, drink, and clothing, and other conveniences of life, as his riches and estate will be sufficient to supply, and his station requires, I have no false idea, but such an one as represents an action, either as I find or imagine it, and so is capable of neither truth or falsehood. But when I give the name frugality or virtue to this action, then it may be called a false idea, if thereby it be supposed to agree with that idea to which, in propriety of speech, the name of frugality doth belong, or to be conformable to that law which is the standard of virtue and vice. 18. Thirdly, our complex ideas of substances, being all referred to patterns in things themselves, may be false. That they are all false when looked upon as the representations of the unknown essences of things is evident, that there needs nothing to be said of it. I shall therefore pass over that chimerical supposition, and consider them as collections of simple ideas in the mind taken from combinations of simple ideas existing together constantly in things, of which patterns they are the supposed copies. And in this reference of them to the existence of things, they are false ideas. 1. When they put together simple ideas, which in the real existence of things have no union, as when to the shape and size that exist together in a horse is joined, in the same complex idea the power of barking like a dog, which three ideas, however put together into one in the mind, were never united in nature, and this therefore may be called a false idea of an horse. 2. Ideas of substances are, in this respect, also false, when from any collection of simple ideas that do always exist together, there is separated by a direct negation any other simple idea which is constantly joined with them. Thus, if to extension, solidity, fusibility, the peculiar weightiness, and yellow color of gold, anyone join in his thoughts the negation of a greater degree of fixedness than is in lead or copper, he may be said to have a false complex idea, as well as when he joins to those other simple ones the idea of a perfect absolute fixedness. For either way, the complex idea of gold being made up of such simple ones as have no union in nature may be termed false. But if we leave out of this his complex idea, that of fixedness quite, without either actually joining to or separating of it from the rest in his mind, it is, I think, to be looked on as an inadequate and imperfect idea rather than a false one, since though it contains not all the simple ideas that are united in nature, yet it puts none together but what do really exist together. 19. Though, in compliance with the ordinary way of speaking, I have showed in what sense and upon what ground our ideas may be sometimes called true or false, yet if we will look a little nearer into the matter, in all cases where any idea is called true or false, it is from some judgment that the mind makes, or is supposed to make, that is true or false. For truth or falsehood being never without some affirmation or negation, express or tacit, it is not to be found but where signs are joined and separated according to the agreement or disagreement of the things they stand for. The signs we chiefly use are either ideas or words, wherewith we make either mental or verbal propositions. Truth lies in so joining or separating these representatives as the things they stand for do in themselves agree or disagree, and falsehood in the contrary, as shall be more fully shown hereafter. 20. Any idea, then, which we have in our minds, whether conformable or not to the existence of things, or to any idea in the minds of other men, cannot properly for this alone be called false. For these representations, if they have nothing in them, but what is really existing in things without, cannot be thought false, being exact representations of something. Nor yet, if they have anything in them differing from the reality of things, can they properly be said to be false representations or ideas of things they do not represent. But the mistake in falsehood is 21. First, when the mind having any idea, it judges and concludes it is the same that is in other men's minds, signified by the same name, or that it is conformable to the ordinary received signification or definition of that word, when indeed it is not, which is the most usual mistake in mixed modes, though other ideas also to it. 22. Secondly, when it having a complex idea made up of such a collection of simple ones as nature never puts together, it judges it to agree to a species of creatures really existing, as when it joins the weight of tin to the color, fusibility, and fixedness of gold. 23. Thirdly, when in its complex idea it has united a certain number of simple ideas that do really exist together in some sort of creatures, but has also left out others as much inseparable, It judges this to be a perfect, complete idea of a sort of things which really it is not. V.g., having joined the ideas of substance, yellow, malleable, most heavy, and fusible, it takes that complex idea to be the complete idea of gold, when yet its peculiar fixedness and solubility in aqua regia are as inseparable from those other ideas or qualities of that body as they are from one another. 24. Fourthly, the mistake is yet greater when I judge that this complex idea contains in it the real essence of any body existing, when at least it contains but some few of those properties which flow from its real essence and constitution. I say only some few of those properties, for those properties consisting mostly in the active and passive powers it has, in reference to other things, all that are vulgarly known of any one body of which the complex idea of that kind of things is usually made, are but a very few, in comparison of what a man, that has several ways tried and examined it, knows of that one sort of things. And all that the most expert man knows are but a few, in comparison of what are really in that body, and depend on its internal or essential constitution. The essence of a triangle lies in a very little compass, consists in a very few ideas. 3 lines, including a space, make up that essence. But the properties that flow from this essence are more than can be easily known or enumerated. So, I imagine it is in substances. Their real essence lie in a little compass, though the properties flowing from that internal constitution are endless. 25. To conclude, a man having no notion of anything without him, but by the idea he has of it in his mind, which idea he has a power to call by what name he pleases, he may indeed make an idea neither answering the reason of things, nor agreeing to the idea commonly signified by other people's words, but cannot make a wrong or false idea of a thing, which is no otherwise known to him but by the idea he has of it. V.g., when I frame an idea of the legs, arms, and body of a man, and join to this a horse's head and neck, I do not make a false idea of anything, because it represents nothing without me. But when I call it a man or Tartar, and imagine it to represent some real being without me, or to be the same idea that others call by the same name, in either of these cases I may err. And upon this account it is that it comes to be termed a false idea, though indeed the falsehood lies not in the idea, but in that tacit mental proposition, wherein a conformity and resemblance is attributed to it which it has not. But yet, if having framed such an idea in my mind, without thinking either that existence or the name man or Tartar belongs to it, I will call it man or Tartar. I may be justly thought fantastical in the naming, but not erroneous in my judgment, nor the idea any way false. 26. Upon the whole matter, I think that our ideas, as they are considered by the mind, either in reference to the proper signification of their names, or in reference to the reality of things, may very fitly be called right or wrong ideas, according as they agree or disagree to those patterns to which they are referred. But if anyone had rather call them true or false, it is fit he uses a liberty which everyone has to call things by those names he thinks best, though, in propriety of speech, truth or falsehood will, I think, scarce agree to them, but as they, some way or other, virtually contain in them some mental proposition. The ideas that are in a man's mind, simply considered, cannot be wrong unless complex ones wherein inconsistent parts are jumbled together. All other ideas are in themselves right, and the knowledge about them right and true knowledge. But when we come to refer them to any thing as to their patterns and archetypes, then they are capable of being wrong, as far as they disagree with such archetypes. End of section 31. Recording by Ryan Bissett.
Section 32 of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner. Chapter 33 of the Association of Ideas. Section 1. There is scarce any one that does not observe something that seems odd to him, and is in itself really extravagant in the opinions, reasonings, and actions of other men. The least flaw of this kind, if at all different from his own, every one is quick-sighted enough to espy in another, and will, by the authority of reason, forwardly condemn, though he be guilty of much greater unreasonableness in his own tenets and conduct, which he never perceives, and will very hardly, if at all, be convinced of. Section 2. This proceeds not wholly from self-love, though that has often a great hand in it. Men of fair minds, and not given up to overweening of self-flattery, are frequently guilty of it, and in many cases one with amazement hears the arguings, and is astonished at the obstinacy of a worthy man, who yields not to the evidence of reason, though laid before him as clear as daylight. Section 3. This sort of unreasonableness is usually imputed to education and prejudice, and for the most part truly enough, though that reaches not the bottom of the disease, nor shows distinctly enough whence it rises or wherein it lies. Education is often rightly assigned for the cause, and prejudice is a good general name for the thing itself. But yet I think he ought to look a little farther who would trace this sort of madness to the root it springs from, and so explain it as to show whence this flaw has its original in very sombre and rational minds, and wherein it consists. Section 4. I shall be pardoned for calling it by so harsh a name as madness, when it is considered that opposition to reason deserves that name, and is really madness, and there is scarce a man so free from it, but that if he should always, on all occasions, argue or do as in some cases he constantly does, would not be thought fitter for Bedlam than civil conversation. I do not here mean when he is under the power of any unruly passion, but in the steady calm course of his life. That which will yet more apologize for this harsh name and ungrateful imputation on the greatest part of mankind is, that inquiring a little by the by into the nature of madness, E2, C6, section 13, I find it to spring from the very same root, and to depend on the very same cause we are here speaking of. This consideration of the thing itself, at a time when I thought not the least on the subject which I am now treating of, suggests it to me. And if this be a weakness to which all men are so liable, if this be a taint which so universally infects mankind, the greater care should be taken to lay it open under its due name, thereby to excite the greater care in its prevention and cure. Section 5. Some of our ideas have a natural correspondence and connection one with another. It is the office and excellency of our reason to trace these and hold them together in that union and correspondence which is founded in their peculiar beings. Besides this, there is another connection of ideas, wholly owing to chance or custom. Ideas that in themselves are not all of kin come to be so united in some men's minds that it is very hard to separate them. They always keep in company, and the one no sooner at any time comes into the understanding, but its associate appears with it. And if they are more than two which are thus united, the whole gang, always inseparable, show themselves together. Section 6. This strong combination of ideas, not allied by nature, the mind makes in itself either voluntarily or by chance, and hence it comes in different men to be very different, according to their different inclinations, education, interests, etc. Custom settles habits of thinking in the understanding, as well as of determining in the will, and of motions in the body, all which seems to be but trains of motion in the animal spirits, which once set a-going, continue in the same steps they have been used to, which, by often trending, are worn into a smooth path, and the motion in it becomes easy, and as it were natural, as far as we can comprehend thinking. Thus ideas seem to be produced in our minds, or if they are not, this may serve to explain their following one another in an habitual train, when once they are put into their track, as well as it does to explain such motions of the body. A musician used to any tune will find that let it but once begin in his head, the ideas of the several notes of it will follow one another orderly in his understanding, without any care or attention, as regularly as his fingers move orderly over the keys of the organ to play out the tune he has begun, though his unattentive thoughts be elsewhere a-wandering. Whether the natural cause of these ideas, as well as of that regular dancing of his fingers, be the motion of his animal spirits, I will not determine, how probable soever by this instance it appears to be so; but this may help us a little to conceive of intellectual habits and of the tying together of ideas. Section 7. That there are such associations of them made by custom in the minds of most men, I think nobody will question, who has well considered himself or others, and to this, perhaps, might be justly attributed most of the sympathies and antipathies observable in men, which work as strongly and produce as regular effects as if they were natural, and are therefore called so, though they at first had no other original but the accidental connection of two ideas, which either the strength of the first impression or future indulgence so united that they always afterwards keep company together in that man's mind, as if they were but one idea. I say most of the antipathies, I do not say all, for some of them are truly natural, depend upon our original constitution, and are born with us, but a great part of those which are counted natural would have been known to be from unheeded, though perhaps early impressions, or wanton fancies at first, which would have been acknowledged the original of them if they had been warily observed. A grown person surfeiting with honey no sooner hears the name of it, but his fancy immediately carries sickness and qualms to his stomach, and he cannot bear the very idea of it, other ideas of dislike and sickness and vomiting presently accompanying it, and he is disturbed, but he knows from whence to date this weakness, and can tell how he got this indisposition. Had this happened to him by an overdose of honey when a child, all the same effects would have followed, but the cause would have been mistaken and the antipathy counted natural. Section 8. I mention this not out of any great necessity there is, in this present argument, to distinguish nicely between natural and acquired antipathies, but I take notice of it for another purpose, namely, that those who have children, or the charge of their education, would think it worth their while diligently to watch and carefully to prevent the undue connection of ideas in the minds of young people. This is the time most susceptible of lasting impressions, and though those relating to the health of the body are by discreet people minded and fenced against, yet I am apt to doubt that those which relate more peculiarly to the mind, and terminate in the understanding or passions, have been much less heeded than the thing deserves. Nay, those relating purely to the understanding have, as I suspect, been by most men wholly overlooked. Section 9. This wrong connection in our minds of ideas in themselves, loose and independent of one another, has such an influence, and is of so great force to set us awry in our actions, as well moral as natural, passions, reasonings, and notions themselves, that perhaps there is not any one thing that deserves more to be looked after. Section 10. The ideas of goblins and sprites have really no more to do with darkness than light, yet let but a foolish maid inculcate these often on the mind of a child, and raise them there together
Possibly he shall never be able to separate them again so long as he lives, but darkness shall ever afterwards bring with it those frightful ideas, and they shall be so joined that he can no more bear the one than the other. Section 11. A man receives a sensible injury from another, thinks on the man and that action over and over, and by ruminating on them strongly or much in his mind, so cements those two ideas together that he makes them almost one, never thinks on the man, but the pain and displeasure he suffered comes into his mind with it, so that he scarce distinguishes them, but has as much an aversion for the one as the other. Thus hatreds are often begotten from slight and innocent occasions, and quarrels propagated and continued in the world. Section 12. A man has suffered pain or sickness in any place. He saw his friend die in such a room, though these have in nature nothing to do with one another. Yet when the idea of the place occurs to his mind, it brings, the impression being once made, that of the pain and displeasure with it. He confounds them in his mind, and can as little bear the one as the other. Section 13. When this combination is settled, and while it lasts, it is not in the power of reason to help us and relieve us from the effects of it. Ideas in our minds, when they are there, will operate according to their natures and circumstances. And here we see the cause why time cures certain affections, which reason, though in the right and allowed to be so, has not power over, nor is able against them to prevail with those who are apt to hearken to it in other cases. The death of a child that was the daily delight of his mother's eyes and joy of her soul rends from her heart the whole comfort of her life, and gives her all the torment imaginable. Use the consolations of reason in this case, and you were as good preach ease to one on the rack, and hope to allay by rational discourses the pain of his joints tearing asunder, till time has by disuse separated the sense of that enjoyment and its loss from the idea of the child returning to her memory. All representations, though ever so reasonable, are in vain, and therefore some in whom the union between these ideas is never dissolved spend their lives in mourning, and carry an incurable sorrow to their graves. Section 14. A friend of mine knew one perfectly cured of madness by a very harsh and offensive operation. The gentleman, who was thus recovered with great sense of gratitude and acknowledgment, owned the cure all his life after, as the greatest obligation he could have received. But whatever gratitude and reason suggested to him, he could never bear the sight of the operator. That image brought back with it the idea of that agony which he suffered from his hands, which was too mighty and intolerable for him to endure. Section 15. Many children, imputing the pain they endured at school to their books they were corrected for, so join those ideas together that a book becomes their aversion, and they are never reconciled to the study and use of them all their lives after, and thus reading becomes a torment to them, which otherwise possibly they might have made the great pleasure of their lives. There are rooms convenient enough that some men cannot study in, and fashions of vessels which, though ever so clean and commodious, they cannot drink out of, and that by reason of some accidental ideas which are annexed to them, and make them offensive. And who is there that hath not observed some man to flag at the appearance or in the company of some certain person not otherwise superior to him, but because, having once on some occasion got the ascendant, the idea of authority and distance goes along with that of the person, and he that has been thus subjected is not able to separate them. Section 16. Instances of this kind are so plentiful everywhere that if I add one more, it is only for the pleasant oddness of it. It is of a young gentleman who, having learnt to dance, and that to great perfection, there happened to stand an old trunk in the room where he learnt. The idea of this remarkable piece of household stuff had so mixed itself with the turns and steps of all his dances, that though in that chamber he could dance excellently well, yet it was only whilst that trunk was there, nor could he perform well in any other place, unless that or some such other trunk had its due position in the room. If this story shall be suspected to be dressed up with some comical circumstances a little beyond precise nature, I answer for myself that I had it some years since from a very sombre and worthy man upon his own knowledge, as I report it. And I dare say there are very few inquisitive persons who read this who have not met with accounts, if not examples of this nature, that may parallel or at least justify this. Section 17. Intellectual habits and defects this way contracted are not less frequent and powerful, though less observed. Let the ideas of being and matter be strongly joined, either by education or much thought, whilst these are still combined in the mind, what notions, what reasonings will there be about separate spirits? Let custom from the very childhood have joined figure and shape to the idea of God, and what absurdities will that mind be liable to about the deity? Let the idea of infallibility be inseparably joined to any person, and these two constantly together possess the mind, and then one body in two places at once shall, unexamined, be swallowed for a certain truth by an implicit faith, whenever that imagined infallible person dictates and demands assent without inquiry. Section 18. Some such wrong and unnatural combinations of ideas will be found to establish the irreconcilable opposition between different sects of philosophy and religion. For we cannot imagine every one of their followers to impose wilfully on himself, and knowingly refuse truth offered by plain reason. Interest though it does a great deal in the case, yet cannot be thought to work whole societies of men to so universal a perverseness as that every one of them to a man should knowingly maintain falsehood. Some at least must be allowed to do what all pretend to, i.e. to pursue truth sincerely, and therefore there must be something that blinds their understandings and makes them not see the falsehood of what they embrace for real truth. That which thus captivates their reasons and leads men of sincerity blindfold from common sense will, when examined, be found to be what we are speaking of: some independent ideas of no alliance to one another, are by education, custom, and the constant din of their party so coupled in their minds that they always appear there together, and they can no more separate them in their thoughts than if there were but one idea, and they operate as if they were so. This gives sense to jargon, demonstration to absurdities, and consistencies to nonsense, and is the foundation of the greatest, I had almost said, of all the errors in the world. Or if it does not reach so far, it is at least the most dangerous one, since, so far as it obtains, it hinders men from seeing and examining. When two things in themselves disjoined appear to the sight constantly united, if the eye sees these things riveted, which are loose, where will you begin to rectify the mistakes that follow in two ideas, that they have been accustomed so to join in their minds as to substitute one for the other, and, as I am apt to think, often without perceiving it themselves? This, whilst they are under the deceit of it, makes them incapable of conviction, and they applaud themselves as zealous champions for truth, when indeed they are contending for error, and the confusion of two different ideas, which a customary connection of them in their minds hath to them made in effect but one, fills their heads with false views and their reasonings with false consequences. Section 19. Having thus given an account of the original sorts and extent of our ideas, with several other considerations about these, I know not whether I may say, instruments or materials of our knowledge, the method I at first propose to myself would now require that I should immediately proceed to show what use the understanding makes of them, and what knowledge we have by them. This was that which, in the first general view I had of this subject, was all that I thought I should have to do. But upon a nearer approach I find that there is so close a connection between ideas and words, that our abstract ideas and general words have so constant a relation one to another, that it is impossible to speak clearly and distinctly of our knowledge, which all consists in propositions, without considering first the nature, use, and signification of language, which therefore must be the business of the next book. End of section 32. Recording by Chad Horner. End of an essay concerning human understanding, Book 2 by John Locke.